In the face of life's adversities, one may feel inferior to a mere dog. Once the veil of heaven is lifted, the grotesque realities of the world become apparent, revealing stunning beauty amidst the chaos. What secrets lie concealed behind the jade coffin containing a female corpse, the enigmatic bronze tome, and the ancient alloy? The American CIA and the FA Free Agent Organization navigate a treacherous path, yet nothing can impede my advance. With a splendid future ahead and alluring beauties surrounding me, I am destined to become the protagonist of this era. Chapter 1. A calamity descends. An incident has occurred. An incident. Xia Lei has been blinded by an electric arc. Hurry, save him. Amidst the clamor at the construction site, some cried out, others sprinted, while many anxiously dialed for an ambulance, transforming the scene into utter chaos. On the welding site, Xia Lei lay curled up, his left eye scorched black from the electric arc, exuding a foul smell. Blood and dust mingled on his face, presenting a pitiful sight. Oh, such a young and handsome lad. And now one of his eyes is ruined. What a shame. Someone lamented, he has a younger sister who just got accepted into university. If he loses his sight, how will she attend college? Xia Lei is a good fellow, always eager to work and kind to others. How could such a misfortune befall him? Truly, the heavens are blind. Whispers of sympathy filled the air as many expressed their sorrow. Xia Lei's mother had passed away at a young age, and 5 years prior, his father had mysteriously vanished. That year, he had been accepted into Kyoto University, but upon considering his younger sister Xia Shui, who was still in middle school, he tearfully tore up the acceptance letter. When his sister inquired, he told her he had missed by a few points. Since then, he had worked at the construction site, taking on any job that paid. Now, with his sister also accepted into Kyoto University, misfortune had struck him. After a brief period of numbness, excruciating pain surged through Xia Lei's body, causing him to convulse before darkness enveloped him. Voices called out his name, but he could no longer hear them. In the abyss, he felt as if his body floated down a river, drifting toward the depths of despair. Time held no meaning for one in a faint. After an indeterminate duration, Xia Lei opened his eyes, but he glimpsed a faint light, followed by the visage of a chubby-faced his childhood friend, Ma Xiaoan. However, due to the inability to fully open his left eye, his vision remained unclear, tinged with double images. Lazy, you're awake. Ma Xiaoan's voice trembled with excitement. Where am I? As he spoke, Xia Lei instinctively reached to touch his left eye, only to find it bandaged, sending a sharp pain coursing through him. Xiaoan grasped Xia Lei's hand firmly. Don't worry, Lazy. The doctor said your left eye may not recover. Just focus on your treatment, and you'll be fine. May not. What does that mean? Xia Lei's anxiety escalated, his emotions spiraling out of control. Ma Xiaoan hesitated, as if aware of something yet reluctant to divulge it. Speak up, Xia Lei urged, increasingly frantic. That moment, a young man strolled through the door, his slightly plump figure clad in a lavish branded suit, adorned with gold and silver indeed. He exuded an air of affluence that he was Chun Chuanhu, the owner of a construction company. Upon seeing Chun Chuanhu enter, Ma Xiaoan instinctively shifted aside to make room. Xia Lei struggled to sit up in bed and greeted him. Mr. Chun, what brings you here? Before he could finish his sentence, Chun Chuanhu interrupted. Xia Lei, what have you done? Not only did you burn a welding machine, but you also set a transformer ablaze. Do you realize that both a welding machine and a transformer cost over 20,000 yuan? And that's not all. You've delayed the project timeline. Who will bear the loss? A surge of anger ignited within Xia Lei moments ago. He had assumed Chun Chuanhu was here to inquire after his well-being, only to discover that he had come to settle accounts. Ma Xiaoan could no longer contain himself, exclaiming furiously, What do you mean, Chun? My friend has a 90% chance of losing an eye, and you dare to say such things? Are you even human? This declaration struck Xia Lei like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly bewildered. Suddenly, Ma Xiaoan realized he had let slip a significant detail, but words once spoken could not be retracted. He stood there, at a loss for how to comfort Xia Lei. Meanwhile, Chun Chuanhu sneered, What does his blindness have to do with me? Do we have an employment contract? No. So even if you take this to court, I'm not worried. Xia Lei's face turned ashen with fury, his teeth grinding audibly. Chun Chuanhu continued to stoke the flames. I only took you to the hospital out of pity. I've paid 10,000 for your hospital fees, and you can leave whenever you complete your treatment. Let me make myself clear. This 10,000 is a settlement. Don't come looking for me again. It would be futile. You bastard. Ma Xiaoan retorted angrily. You think you can settle the loss of an eye with just 10,000? Chun Chuanhu pointed a finger at Ma Xiaowen's nose, his demeanor shifting abruptly. Mind your own business. If you're looking for trouble, I'm more than willing to oblige. Damn it. Do you even know who I, Chun Chuanhu, am? Keep pushing, and it'll ruin you in an instant. At that moment, Xia Lei suddenly seized the water cup from the bedside table and hurled it with all his might. With a dull thud, the cup struck Chun Chuanhu's head, slicing open a wound from which crimson blood flowed, quickly staining half of his fleshy face. Damn it! You dare to hit me! Chun Chuanhu roared in a fit of rage. Just then, two tall, lean young men burst through the doorway, tattooed and pierced, with fierce gazes that unmistakably marked them as thugs from the streets. Strike him! Chun Chuanhu shouted, pointing at Xia Lei, who lay on the hospital bed. Two young men immediately lunged forward. Xiaoan swiftly turned to shield Xia Lei, absorbing the blows that rained down upon his head and back. Gritting his teeth, Ma Xiaoan endured the pain, using his body as a barrier while also restraining Xia Lei from acting impulsively. What are you doing? A nurse, pushing a cart, appeared at the doorway, momentarily taken aback before she shrieked, "Help! There's a fight!" She turned and hurried off to summon security. You wait for it. Chun Chuanhu spat angrily before storming out, followed by the two young men. Only then did Ma Xiaoan release Xia Lei, whose head was already swelling with several painful lumps. Why did you stop me? Xia Lei's emotions were spiraling out of control as he yelled, I want to kill him. Kill him? He's a scoundrel, yet you still have your sister to look after. He indulges in wine, women, and wealth, while you haven't had a single day of peace. Is it worth it? Ma Xiaoan sighed. Lazy, calm down. Xia Lei was not typically a rash individual. The absence of his parents had fostered a sense of independence and maturity within him. However, the gravity of the situation was overwhelming. The thought of losing his eyesight with a 90% probability left him in turmoil. That I am sorry, Xiaoan. Xia Lei began to express his thoughts, but faltered, his heart in disarray. Ma Xiaoan patted his shoulder. What are you apologizing for? If it were you, I would do the same. Indeed, whenever Ma Xiaoan faced bullying, Xia Lei would recklessly rush in to defend him. Should I tell Xiao Xue? No, don't tell her, Xia Lei replied anxiously. She's busy tutoring at school. If she finds out, she'll worry, but she will find out eventually. When that time comes, Xia Lei bit his lip. We'll deal with it then. Just then, the nurse returned with security personnel. The guard inquired about the situation while the nurse tended to Ma Xiaoan's wounds. Moments later, both the nurse and the guard departed, leaving the matter unresolved. Ma Xiaoan stayed with Xia Lei until late into the night before finally leaving the hospital. After he departed, sleep eluded Xia Lei. He was consumed by thoughts, the medical expenses, his future, and his sister Xiao Xue and her dream of attending Kyoto University. Eventually, fatigue enveloped him, and he succumbed to slumber. Uncertain of how long he had slept, an unbearable itch began in his left eye, rousing him from his dreams. It was an indescribable irritation, relentless and excruciating. Nurse, Xia Lei called out, but there was no response. He reached for the call button at the bedside, only to discover it was broken. What misfortune! How long must I endure this? What kind of wretched hospital is this? Frustrated, Xia Lei climbed out of bed, cautiously making his way toward the door. He initially intended to venture to the nurse's station, yet as he approached the door, he halted. The doctors and nurses here are aware of my financial struggles, and with Chun Chuanhu's uproar during the day, they're even more convinced that I cannot afford the medical fees. Seeking their assistance with my wound at this late hour will likely be met with indifference, perhaps even disdain. Perhaps it is better to endure a little longer. With this thought, he turned back. The bathroom door stood ajar, and Xia Lei caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. He was, in fact, quite handsome. His features were delicate and his appearance rather striking. Coupled with his height of 6 feet and a well-defined physique, he embodied the essence of a charming and dapper young man. Yet, it seemed that all of this was on the verge of slipping away from him. If he were to lose sight in his left eye and bear a prominent scar on his face, women would surely shun him. The reflection before him filled Xia Lei with sorrow. Suddenly, an itch surged, interrupting his reverie. That he pondered, an itching wound signifies healing, but I sustained this injury only during the day. Why is it itching now? No matter, it is my own eye, and I must ascertain its condition. He entered the bathroom, stood before the sink, and gingerly untied the bandage. Layer by layer, the gauze fell away, and upon revealing the final layer, he beheld his left eye, rendering him momentarily speechless. His left eye was coated with a thick layer of white ointment, applied quite liberally, Strangely, as he scrutinized his left eye, he faintly perceived that his vision seemed to penetrate the dense ointment, catching a glimpse of the bathroom, light albeit in a hazy manner. How is this possible? Xia Lei was taken aback. Under normal circumstances, even without injury, the ointment would obscure his vision entirely. Yet now he could discern light. What could this mean? After much hesitation, Xia Lei ultimately restrained his curiosity and refrained from wiping away the ointment on his left as he rewrapped the bandage around his head and returned to bed. His mind raced with thoughts until he finally succumbed to slumber at 1 in the morning. When he awoke, it was already past 8. Xia Lei realized that his left eye no longer pained him, nor did he feel any discomfort. He returned to the bathroom, gazed into the mirror, and removed the bandage from his head. In the mirror, the ointment obscuring his eye had thinned considerably, and the sensation of perceiving light through it had intensified. What could this possibly mean? Could it be that my left eye is fine? The thought ignited a surge of excitement within Xia Lei, and he could no longer contain his overwhelming curiosity. Carefully, he used the bandage to wipe away the ointment from his left eye. The process caused a slight ache in his left eye, but it was bearable as he wiped away the ointment. Light flooded into his vision, and Xia Lei could clearly see his reflection in the mirror, along with his left eye. His left eye gleamed with a deep luster, devoid of any apparent scars, though the skin surrounding the eye socket bore remnants of burns. Xia Lei was momentarily taken aback. Then suddenly exhilarated, he clenched his fists, exclaiming, "My eye is not blind. My eye is not blind. Haha, my eye is not blind." At that moment, a duty doctor entered the ward with a nurse, catching sight of Xia Lei, who was exuberantly dancing in the bathroom. "Hey, why did you remove the bandages?" The nurse snapped. "Are you out of your mind? Don't you want her eyesight?" Yet, Xia Lei seemed oblivious to the words spoken behind him. "Listen, young man, if you disregard medical advice, we can refuse to admit you," the duty doctor stated, his tone unfriendly. "Did you hear that? Forget it. His treatment will cost at least 200,000. Do you really think someone like him can afford that?" The nurse retorted with a mocking tone. Only then did Xia Lei snap back to reality and turn around. In that fleeting moment, his left eye twitched slightly, and he fancied he saw the nurse's curvaceous figure, unadorned. The sight of her lush, alabaster form startled him, but when he looked again, it had vanished, leaving only a silhouette wrapped in the nurse's skirt. The curves were alluring, yet they were nothing compared to what he had just glimpsed. This must be an illusion. How could I possibly have such a vision? Xia Lei's heart was a tumult of surprise and curiosity. "Hey, I'm talking to you. What's wrong with you?" The nurse expressed her dissatisfaction. The nurse was still processing the situation, but the doctor had already registered the anomaly. His eyes widened as he stared at Xia Lei, pointing at his left eye. What is wrong with your eye?" Only then did the nurse comprehend, her jaw dropping in astonishment. Xia Lei grinned broadly. "My eye has healed on its own. I truly cannot afford such exorbitant medical fees, so I will not be staying in the hospital. I wish to discharge myself." The doctor and nurse regarded him with the astonished gaze one might reserve for a creature of myth. The doctor, in particular, was most bewildered. He had already concluded that Xia Lei's left eye was irreparably blind, suggesting a potential for recovery solely to earn more fees. Yet here was Xia Lei, staring back at him with both eyes wide open. Perhaps only a divine entity could elucidate the extraordinary events unfolding in Xia Lei's life. An hour later, Xia Lei departed from the hospital. The 10,000 yuan that Chun Chuanhu had given him had dwindled to 1,000, leaving him with 9,000, which naturally found its way into his pocket as compensation. The sunlight outside was blinding, and Xia Lei's left eye struggled to adjust. He abandoned the idea of seeking out Ma Xiaoan and hailed a taxi to return home. The house left behind by his parents was modest, measuring 75 square meters, comprising 3 small bedrooms and a living room. There was little of value within, as the furniture and appliances had aged over a decade or more, imparting a sense of antiquity. Yet, it was these time-worn belongings that brought Xia Lei a profound sense of tranquility, along with cherished memories of his parents. Upon returning home, the absence of blinding sunlight brought a measure of relief to Xia Lei's left eye. What on earth is happening? It feels as though I have just emerged from a peculiar dream. In the ensuing quiet, Xia Lei resumed his contemplation of this enigma. He yearned for answers, yet found himself utterly at a loss. "Lazy, are you at home?" A woman's voice called from downstairs, abruptly pulling him back to reality. He responded affirmatively and made his way to the balcony. Below, a young female officer gazed up at him, her delicate features framed by a figure that was both alluring and graceful. The low-cut neckline of her blouse revealed a hint of alabaster skin, accentuating her curves in an enticing manner. This woman, Jiang Rui, was a civil servant in the police force, residing just below him as a neighbor and childhood playmate with whom he had shared countless hours of joy. "Ah, Rui, what brings you here?" Xia Lei greeted her with a smile. "Could you assist me in changing the water bucket? I've injured my hand and can't lift it," Jiang Rui requested. "Certainly, it'll be right down," he replied, leaving the balcony. As he descended the stairs, a shaft of sunlight unexpectedly pierced his left eye, akin to the prick of a needle. The sudden sting caused his vision to momentarily fade to darkness, igniting a surge of anxiety within him. Yet, before he could react, clarity returned to his left eye. At that moment, Jiang Rui, standing a short distance away, was inexplicably magnified in his vision. Her garments appeared as translucent as gossamer, revealing the contours of her form beneath. In the blink of an eye, even that veil vanished, leaving her utterly exposed to his gaze. Her slender waist, voluptuous curves, and breathtaking attributes were an overwhelming sight, one that rendered Xia Lei momentarily speechless, his physiological response unmistakable. Memories of glimpsing a nurse's figure in the hospital flooded back to him, and he realized that it had not been a mere illusion, it had been real. What had begun as a fleeting impression now surged with intensity. What is happening? Jiang Rui is clearly dressed, yet through my left eye, she appears without clothing. Could it be the result of the arc light? It must be. Xia Lei's mind raced in astonishment. Although the doctors had warned that he might lose sight in his left eye due to the burn from the arc light, it seemed instead to have bestowed upon him an extraordinary ability. In retrospect, what seemed a calamity was, in fact, a boon. "Lazy, are you all right?" Jiang Rui observed something peculiar about him today, particularly in the way he looked at her. "I'm fine," Xia Lei stammered, his anxiety causing the vision of the unclad Jiang Rui to vanish. "Why you seem so distracted today?" she teased. "Come on, tell me, have you found a girlfriend?" Xia Lei chuckled. "You are merely a month younger than I. When did you ascend to the status of older sister? Moreover, I am so impoverished. What woman would choose to be with me?" Jiang Rui replied, "Do not belittle yourself. You possess admirable qualities, and there are undoubtedly women who would be attracted to you." Amidst their light-hearted banter, Xia Lei found his spirits lifted, yet a mischievous thought crept into his mind, and in an instant, Jiang Rui's clothing vanished beneath his gaze, leaving her standing before him in utter nakedness. At this closer proximity, he nearly succumbed to an overwhelming rush of blood. Though he did not actually bleed, the fabric of his trousers tightened uncomfortably. After two successive instances of this peculiar ability, Xia Lei began to discern a pattern. Desire served as the key to unlocking the power of his left eye. As long as he harbored a wish to see through a particular target, his left eye would activate its X-ray vision. Upon entering Jiang Rui's home, Xia Lei assisted her in replacing the water jug on the dispenser. Strangely, after lifting the jug, a wave of fatigue washed over him, leaving him feeling as though he had been drained of vitality, languishing as if he had not eaten or slept in days. Xia Lei mused inwardly, this sudden exhaustion and drowsiness. Could it be connected to my use of this X-ray ability? It seems I must exercise caution and restraint in its application. "Lazy, let me treat you to a drink," Jiang Rui approached, handing him a can of Pepsi. As Xia Lei turned to look at her, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Before him stood Jiang Rui clad in a crimson bikini, her gentle smile and sparkling eyes more enchanting than any leading lady from a romantic film. "You." Xia Lei was momentarily speechless. "What are you doing? Take the soda," Jiang Rui urged, extending the can toward him. As his gaze fell upon her hand, he instinctively stepped back, his face a mask of shock as he perceived not a can of soda, but a condom. The scanty bikini and the vividly packaged condom were clearly illusions. Yet in that moment, they appeared all too real to Xia Lei. Not only did he witness such phantasmagoria, but his mind conjured a vivid image that blurred the lines between reality and fantasy, depicting Jiang Rui tearing open the colorful wrapper and gently putting it on him. "Lazy, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" Jiang Rui inquired, her curiosity piqued. Her voice roused Xia Lei from his reverie, and as he vigorously shook his head, the illusions before him dissipated. Yet he soon found his legs giving way, stumbling into Jiang Rui's embrace. Her warmth was soft and fragrant, akin to an ocean capable of encompassing all desires. To make matters worse, as he fell into her arms, his lips brushed against her cheek. Her skin was sweet and tender, reminiscent of a delightful cream cake, Jiang Rui, was exceedingly tense, her face flushed crimson. Instinctively, she recoiled, but Xia Lei leaned in closer, intensifying the sensation brought forth by those cursed lips. "Lazy, what are you doing?" Jiang Rui exclaimed, flustered, her legs trembling slightly. Xia Lei hastily pushed himself away from her embrace, his face burning with embarrassment. "I'm sorry, my apologies. I tripped," he stammered. "Was that intentional?" "Lazy, wasn't it?" Jiang Rui shot him a glare filled with playful indignation and annoyance. Xia Lei, flustered, quickly distanced himself, awkwardly replying, "No, it wasn't. I didn't mean to, I'm sorry." Deep down, he understood that his use of the ability to see through things consumed a significant amount of mental energy, which had caused the peculiar hallucination. "Lazy, you're acting strangely today," Jiang Rui remarked, her dissatisfaction evident. "Rui, if there's nothing else, they'll take my leave. Just let me know next time you need a new bucket," he said, not daring to linger, and turned to depart. "Thank you, Lazy," Jiang Rui said as she accompanied him to the door. Xia Lei smiled. "Head back, there's no need to see me off. We've been friends for over 20 years. What's the need for formality?" A faint smile graced Jiang Rui's lips. "Can I pretend to be courteous? Also, I've long wanted to advise you to seek a proper job. Don't work at the construction site. It's not a sustainable path." Xia Lei smiled wryly and nodded, turning to leave. Who doesn't desire a better life? To reside in a comfortable home, drive a fine car, and maintain dignity wherever one goes, garnering respect rather than disdain. All of this hinges on wealth, and Xia Lei was sorely lacking in that regard. Chen Chuanhu paid 1,000 for my medical expenses. I discharged early with 9,000 remaining, which is sufficient for my sister's tuition. However, she's studying in Kyoto, and both accommodation and living expenses are substantial. I need to prepare 20,000. I'm still short by 11,000. What should I do? The mere thought of money sent a pang of distress through Xia Lei's mind as he exited the community. The sun bathed him in warmth, and the streets of Haizhu City bustled with traffic, strangers brushing past in a hurried manner. By the way, now that I possess the ability to see through things, do I still need to work at the construction site? Why not leverage my ability to generate income? My sister and I could surely lead a better life. With this thought, Xia Lei couldn't help but gaze toward the southern direction of Macau, where a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 3. The futility of temptation. The evening sea breeze brought a refreshing chill to Haizhu City. What? Xia Lei has been discharged? At the hospital's nurse station, Ma Xiaoan was taken aback, his mouth agape. "His eyes are fine. Our hospital is experiencing a shortage of beds, so we allowed him to leave," the nurse explained. "His eyes are fine?" Ma Xiaoan was increasingly astonished. "What is wrong with you?" The nurse, growing impatient, retorted, "If you have questions, ask him directly. I have other matters to attend to, so please do not hinder my work." Apologetically, Ma Xiaoan turned to leave. He pulled out his phone and dialed Xia Lei's number, only to find that Xia Lei's phone was switched off. Ma Xiaoan paused at the elevator doors, puzzled. What on earth is this kid up to? Suddenly, the elevator doors swung open, and Chen Chuanhu, accompanied by several young men, stepped out. Upon seeing Chen Chuanhu, Ma Xiaoan instantly felt a surge of anxiety. He attempted to turn away, but the group encircled him. What do you want?" Ma Xiaoan's voice quivered. "What do we want?" Chen Chuanhu sneered. "You and that Xia Lei scammed me out of money. I just called the doctor, and he confirmed that Xia Lei's eyes are perfectly fine and he has been discharged. Not only did he ruin my welding machine and transformer, but he also extorted 10,000 in medical fees from me. So what do you think I want?" This is a misunderstanding," Ma Xiaoan stammered, bracing himself. "Misunderstanding my foot," Chen Chuanhu roared. "First, give this kid a beating, then take him to find Xia Lei. I refuse to believe he can hide in the heavens." The group of young men surged forward, pummeling Ma Xiaoan with fists and kicks. Their brutality was evident as they quickly brought him down, yet they showed no signs of relenting, continuing to kick him mercilessly. Ma Xiaoan curled up, clutching his head. A voice in his heart urging, "Lazy, run. Don't stay at home." This scene was invisible to Xia Lei, who had just stepped into the grand hall of the Macau casino. With Haizhu City separated from Macau by a body of water, traveling from Zhuhai to Macau was quite convenient. Without the need for permits, one could take an unlicensed boat for a mere 200 yuan. Xia Lei had chosen to arrive via such a vessel, wishing to keep his presence in Macau a secret, thus turning off his phone before departure. Visiting the casino was the quickest way to realize his ability to perceive. Xia Lei exchanged 8,000 yuan for chips at the front desk and proceeded to a blackjack table. At the table, a woman clad in a black evening gown was playing cards, her figure gracefully accentuating her curves. She exuded an alluring yet aloof aura, both stunning and intimidating. Xia Lei dared not gaze for long, fearing he might inadvertently use his ability to perceive her, thus squandering the opportunity to profit. The woman in the black gown cast a fleeting glance at Xia Lei but quickly averted her eyes. Xia Lei possessed a commendable appearance, yet her attire was rather mundane, seemingly devoid of any allure that might invite a second glance. As she approached, she happened upon the dealer concluding yet another round of betting. The dealer's hand totaled 19, while hers amounted to 17, resulting in yet another victory for the dealer. What bad luck, she murmured, her brow furrowing in evident displeasure. Not a single win. I shall not continue. Draped in a black evening gown, Xia Lei took a seat at the gaming table, meticulously placing her 8,000 chips upon it. Sir, would you like to play? Inquired the dealer with a smile. Xia Lei nodded in response. Please place your bet. The dealer maintained her cheerful demeanor. Xia Lei, however, did not rush to wager, instead fixating her gaze upon the card box before the dealer. In that fleeting moment, her left eye's focus honed in on the first card within the dealing machine. Its back seemed to shimmer, becoming thin and translucent, revealing the number and suit, a spade. Sir? The dealer prompted. Please place your bet. Xia Lei smiled faintly. I am contemplating how much to wager. The dealer cast a glance at the paltry amount of chips before Xia Lei, her lips curling into a hint of disdain. To her, Xia Lei appeared to be merely a laborer from the mainland, gambling with a meager salary, a type of individual who deliberated long before placing a bet, as their stakes represented hard-earned money, the loss of which would be significant. While the dealer looked down upon Xia Lei, he had already discerned the 4 cards concealed within the machine. The first was a spade, the second a 9 of hearts, the third another spade, and the fourth a heart. According to the rules of dealing, it was clear that he would achieve a blackjack, thus doubling his winnings. Retracting his gaze from the dealing machine, Xia Lei pushed all his chips forward. 8,000. I bet it all. The dealer's smirk deepened as she dealt him the cards, secretly envisioning his crestfallen departure. Although he was aware of the hidden cards, Xia Lei feigned the demeanor of a gambler, covering the concealed card with the branded one, gradually revealing it while murmuring, spade, spade. The woman in the black evening gown also shifted her attention to Xia Lei, her gaze tinged with a hint of condescension. Huh. Blackjack, Xia Lei exclaimed, unveiling his concealed card with palpable excitement. The dealer glanced at her own hidden card, realizing her total was 20, and her expression soured as if she had ingested a fly. His 8,000 chips had transformed into 24,000, such effortless fortune. Yet, had he lacked the power of foresight to see his impending cards, Xia Lei would undoubtedly have refrained from wagering all at once. Sir, please place your bet. The dealer reiterated. Xia Lei shifted his gaze to the dealer once more, sequentially examining the cards displayed on the machine. He realized that for this round, he could only draw a 6 of diamonds and a 7 of clubs, while the dealer had a 9 of hearts and a diamond, totaling 19 points. Should he choose to draw, his first card would be a 9 of spades, resulting in a bust. It was a hand he knew he was destined to lose. Xia Lei placed 500 chips in the betting area, the minimum wager permitted. Sir, why such a modest bet this time? The female dealer inquired. I noticed your luck was splendid earlier when you hit blackjack. Are you certain you only wish to wager 500? Just 500, deal the cards, Xia Lei replied. Unfazed, the dealer leaned forward against the table, her hands resting atop it, revealing a deep neckline that exposed a glimpse of alabaster skin, complemented by an enticing smile. Sir, please trust me, your luck is impeccable. Increasing your bet will yield greater rewards. Don't squander your good fortune. A faint smile crept onto Xia Lei's lips as his eyes briefly scanned the dealer, who was entirely unencumbered by modesty. Her bosom, propped up by padding, was considerably smaller in reality. Ironically, she attempted to seduce him into raising his wager with her cleavage. Xia Lei shook his head, dismissing her allure. It's artificial, too small. The dealer momentarily froze. What did you say? Nothing, just 500. Please deal, Xia Lei insisted. Monkey. The dealer cursed inwardly, dealing Xia Lei's cards. Deliberately, he chose to bust this round, losing 500. The dealer furrowed her brow as she collected his chips, feeling no joy in winning against him. In the third round, Xia Lei abruptly pushed all his chips into the betting area. This time, he drew a total of 20 points while the dealer had 19, doubling the wager to 27,500. A woman clad in a black evening gown had not yet departed. Her gaze toward Xia Lei had grown increasingly peculiar. In just over 10 minutes, Xia Lei placed a total of 11 bets, losing 6 and winning 5. Yet his pile of chips had swelled to 210,000. When he lost, he wagered 500. When he won, he bet all his chips. The dealer, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, was not intimidated by the substantial sum before him, but rather by the uncanny luck of this young man. When she won, it was merely 500. Yet when he won, it amounted to tens of thousands. At this rate, it was untenable, just as the dealer considered summoning a casino expert. Xia Lei stood from the table. My luck isn't favorable today. I shall not gamble any further. The dealer glared at Xia Lei, her face burning from the humiliation. It was not that Xia Lei was unwilling to win more money, but after this brief session, he was utterly exhausted and could no longer employ his perceptive abilities. One additional reason is that he understands that although such money comes easily, one must never succumb to greed. Winning 200,000 is of little concern to the casino. However, should he win several million, he would undoubtedly attract attention. 200,000 is sufficient to cover Xia Shui's tuition. And just the thought of this brings joy to Xia Lei's heart. After exchanging chips, he promptly deposited the money into 2 cards, one holding 180,000 and the other 3,000. As he stepped out of the casino, the cool sea breeze caressed his face, bringing clarity to his mind. Just moments before, while gambling against the female dealer in the final hand, he had experienced a moment of hallucination. Although she had dealt him the cards, he had seen a bouncing pink ball instead. Fortunately, such illusions do not linger long and soon dissipated. Descending the steps, Xia Lei resolved to hail a cab to the port to catch a boat back to Haizhu City. A woman also descended the steps, standing by the roadside, appearing to wait for a ride. She was tall, and, surprisingly, the high heels she wore matched his height. Her figure was not slender, but rather voluptuous and attractive. Upon closer inspection, he suddenly recognized her as the woman who had been observing him at the gambling table. A thought flashed through his mind. Could she be interested in him after witnessing his win of 200,000? However, upon noticing the expensive bag slung over her shoulder, he promptly dismissed this absurd notion. Such a bag must cost several tens of thousands. Would she truly be interested in his meager winnings? The woman remained silent, not even casting a glance in Xia Lei's direction. How could any man withstand such aloofness? He mused to himself. In that fleeting moment, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon the rooftop of a building across the street, where it became fixated on a man wearing a baseball cap. Before him lay a sniper rifle, and he was aiming directly at the woman in the elegant black evening gown beside Xia Lei. Be careful, Xia Lei exclaimed, instinctively wrapping his arms around her waist and rolling them both onto the ground. No sooner had they hit the ground than a bullet struck the very spot where the woman had just been standing, sending up a shower of sparks. Chapter 4. Intriguing woman. At the instant Xia Lei pinned her down, the woman had intended to slap him. However, before her hand could connect with his face, the sparks from the bullet striking the concrete captured her attention. In that moment, she seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, she wrapped her legs around Xia Lei's waist and forcefully flipped them over, placing herself atop him, with the man below and the woman above. Her flawless white legs emerged from beneath her skirt, revealing a glimpse of delicate black lace. The position accentuated the lace, creating a tantalizing view that heightened Xia Lei's excitement and anxiety. Suddenly, the woman exerted force with her legs, rolling summer thunder towards a flower bed. A puff. Just as they tumbled behind the flower bed, a shower of sparks erupted from the spot they had just occupied. A bullet struck the pavement, ricocheting off and shattering the glass of a nearby shop window. A cold sweat broke out on Summer Thunder's forehead. The sidewalk descended into chaos, with some fleeing, others lying low, and still more shouting in alarm. With the flower bed serving as a shield, Summer Thunder and the woman found themselves considerably safer for the moment. Who are you? The woman's voice was as frigid as her demeanor. Summer Thunder paused momentarily. I don't know you. I saw someone aiming a gun at you, and, in a moment of panic, I tackled you. He had also glimpsed that building. At such a distance, especially at night, it was hard for him to see clearly. Yet, she had managed to perceive something. How did you see it? The woman gazed directly at him, her eyes sharp enough to pierce the soul. Summer Thunder was indeed able to see the sniper on the rooftop across the street, a feat attributed to the unique ability of his left eye, which not only allowed him to see through people and objects, but also magnified distant sights for clarity. In fact, he could have made out the sniper's features had the latter not obscured most of his face with a baseball cap. Answer my question. The woman's voice had taken on a decidedly harsher tone. The ability of his left eye was a secret, and Summer Thunder had no intention of divulging it to her, particularly given her discomforting attitude. He thought to himself, it was merely coincidence that he had seen. What was so curious about that? Furthermore, do you intend to remain perched atop me? It was only then that the woman realized she was still straddling Summer Thunder, her face nearly brushing against his. Embarrassed, she scrambled off him but did not dare to raise her head, merely lying beside him. She cautioned him, stay low. Don't move. Summer Thunder remained still, unwilling to experience the sensation of being shot in the head. He began to regret his impulsive decision to intervene, especially since he didn't even know her name. If the sniper considered him an accomplice, it would be disastrous. Thank you for saving me just now. The woman extended her hand towards Summer Thunder. I'm Longbing. Just as he was musing over her name, she introduced herself, which brought a slight sense of balance to his thoughts. He shook her hand in return. I am Summer Thunder. Where are you from? After a moment's hesitation, he replied, Haiju City. And you? From the capital, Kyoto. Why did that sniper want to kill you? Summer Thunder looked at her, his curiosity piqued. Longbing's brows furrowed slightly. That is something you need not concern yourself with. At that moment, several police cars roared onto the scene, their sirens piercing the air with a tension that was palpable. He has left, Longbing suddenly remarked. How do you know that? Xia Lei was somewhat incredulous. His curiosity about Longbing deepened. There was no particular reason for it, merely intuition, as Longbing stated. Xia Lei crawled forward 2 meters, cautiously peeking his head around the edge of the flower platform to glimpse the top of the building opposite. The sniper was no longer there. He had departed without Xia Lei noticing. Do you trust me now? Longbing rose from the ground, brushing off the dust clinging to her evening gown. What exactly do you do? Xia Lei was acutely aware that this woman was no ordinary individual. It was evident that her experience had informed her of the sniper's departure. If she were an average woman, would she possess such confidence and insight? Longbing replied, if the opportunity arises, you shall find out. But for now, you must leave quickly. You lack a pass, and being caught would spell trouble. Xia Lei was astonished, inwardly marveling at her keen perception. Wait, here is my business card. Should you require assistance, just call the number on it, Longbing offered. Xia Lei glanced at the card she handed him. Noting that aside from her name and phone number, it bore no other information. He thought to himself, what an oddity, even her card is peculiar. Despite this, he managed to smile, saying, very well, I shall treat you to tea another day. Longbing interjected, do not misconstrue. I merely wish to repay your kindness. Xia Lei's smile faltered, awkwardly shrugging before turning to leave. As soon as he departed, several police cars pulled up at the roadside. Officers emerged, guns in hand, nervously scanning the surroundings behind the vehicles for cover. They were evidently unaware of the situation. Longbing gazed across the street at the tall building, focusing on its rooftop. But all she could discern was a blurred outline, unable to even make out the railing, let alone any concealed figures. Retrieving her gaze, she watched Xia Lei's departing figure, momentarily lost in thought before exclaiming, my vision is the best at 2020, yet I cannot see what is up there. How did he manage to? Could his vision surpass 2020? How is that possible? Furthermore, his behavior at the casino was quite peculiar. I must investigate his background. Xia Lei, oblivious to Longbing's musings, hailed a cab heading straight for the port. He had arrived with just over 9,000 yuan, but was now returning as a man with 210,000. To the wealthy, this sum might seem trivial, but for him, it represented a significant fortune. He could pay Summer's tuition and still have enough left for some small business ventures or to enhance his living conditions. Its potential was immense. Upon arriving at the port of Haiju City, Xia Lei awakened his phone, discovering several missed calls from Ma Shaoan. He chuckled softly, realizing the plump fellow must have gone to the hospital to check on him, and, upon learning of his discharge, had worriedly sought him out. Turning back, I will purchase a device for him, a Model 6, to bring him some cheer. Xia Lei, himself, uses a domestically manufactured mobile phone, a rather inexpensive model. Yet he exhibits great generosity and loyalty towards his friends. While waiting for a taxi by the roadside, Xia Lei dialed Ma Shaoan's number. Hello? Shaoan. It's me, Lazy. Where are you now? I'm coming to find you. Let us enjoy some evening beers. The voice of Ma Shaoan emerged from the phone, fragmented and intermittent, as if something was lodged in his mouth. Drink your head. I'm in the hospital. In the hospital? Xia Lei was taken aback. What happened? Which hospital are you in? At the same hospital you left. Be cautious not to be discovered. Before he could finish his sentence, Ma Shaoan began to gasp for breath. Wait for me. I shall come immediately. Xia Lei ended the call and waved to an approaching taxi. Half an hour later, Xia Lei arrived at the hospital he had departed from that very morning. He inquired at the nurse's station and subsequently located the ward where Ma Shaoan was recuperating. Ma Shaoan was bandaged on his head, hands, and legs, with one side of his face swollen grotesquely, indicative of a severe beating. Shaoan, tell me, who did this to you? Xia Lei felt a surge of urgency and anger. Ma Shaoan managed a bitter smile. Who else could it be? Suddenly, Xia Lei recalled a name at Chinchuanhu. Ma Shaoan nodded slightly and recounted the events in fragmented phrases. It turned out that when Chinchuanhu encountered Ma Shaoan at the hospital, he intended to give him a sound thrashing and then compel him to lead him and his underlings to Xia Lei's residence. However, His subordinates were excessively brutal, leaving Ma Xiaoan bloodied and unable to walk. Chen Chuanhu and his accomplices departed, leaving Ma Xiaoan lying in the hospital bed. Scoundrel! Who granted him the authority to act in such a manner? Does he perceive himself beyond the law? Is there no one to bring such a villain to justice? After listening to Ma Xiaoan's account, Xia Lei could no longer contain his emotions and struck the bed with his fist. The law? Ma Xiaoan replied with a bitter smile. Lazy, do you know what Chen Chuanhu said after he assaulted me? He proclaimed that his uncle is the chief of police, and we are always welcome to file a complaint against him. Xia Lei retorted angrily, just because his uncle is the chief of police. Does that grant him the license to act with impunity? I reported the incident, and a police officer came to inquire but left after a few casual questions, showing no intention of pursuing the matter with Chen Chuanhu. Ma Xiaoan continued. Later, an elderly doctor informed me that Chen Chuanhu's uncle, Li Qinghua, is the chief of police in this district. Chen Chuanhu has ongoing business in this area, and in truth, Li Qinghua reaps the majority of the benefits. Chen Chuanhu is merely a subordinate. Their interests are intertwined. One has connections, the other wields power, operating above the law. We stand no chance against them. Be cautious. He has threatened to accuse you of extorting him for a medical fee of 10,000. Plus he demands compensation for the welding machine and transformer. Lazy. You should take Xia Shui and hide for a few days. Hide? Why should we hide? I sustained an injury at his construction site. Had fortune not favored me, I might have lost my sight. Can 10,000 yuan truly compensate for my eyes? Furthermore, he inflicted this upon you, which constitutes his crime, not yours, nor mine, nor Xia Shui's. Why should we cower? Rather than retreating, I shall seek justice on your behalf. Xia Lei's fervor escalated. Lazy, heed my words, Ma Xiaoan implored urgently. Let it go, I am fine. Do not concern yourself with this matter. Focus on your recovery here. Xia Lei responded. At that moment, a nurse entered, glancing at Xia Lei before saying, You must be the relative of bed 19. Could you please settle the outstanding medication fees? Otherwise, the pharmacy will withhold the medicine. How much is owed? Xia Lei, aware that Chen Chuanhu had not paid even a penny, anticipated the answer. 1,200, but further treatment will require additional medication. I recommend you pay a bit more, preferably 7,000, the nurse advised. I will find a way to manage the funds. Do not worry, Lazy. Ma Xiaoan winced in pain. I will pay 8,000, but you must ensure my friend receives proper care, Xia Lei declared. Then took the bed card to settle the payment. Ma Xiaoan's eyes glistened with tears. Lazy, that is the tuition money you set aside for Xia Shui. However, Xia Lei had already exited, not bothering to glance back. Chapter 5. Call me sister. By the time Xia Lei returned home, it was late into the night. As he stepped into the living room, his sister Xia Shui emerged from her room. At 18, Xia Shui bore a resemblance to Xia Lei. Standing tall at 1 meter 70, her long legs and graceful stature making her a beloved figure. Brother, where have you been these past few days? When I called you this afternoon, your phone was off, and I couldn't locate your construction site. I was so worried. Xia Shui chided her brother. Though her every word was laced with concern for him, Xia Lei smiled slightly. Still awake at this hour? Were you waiting for me? Isn't that obvious? How could I sleep soundly with you not home? Xia Shui pouted slightly. Xia Lei was her only family in this world, her sole support. How could she not care for him? It's nothing. Just overtime at the site, Xia Lei replied. Have a seat. I have something to tell you. What is it? Xia Shui inquired, sitting beside him, her curiosity piqued. Xia Lei retrieved his wallet and placed a bank card in her hand. This card contains 30,000 yuan. Use it for your tuition. 30,000. Xia Shui was taken aback. Brother, where did you acquire such a sum? Have you done something illicit? Xia Lei feigned a stern expression. What are you saying, you girl? Do you think your brother would engage in wrongdoing? The truth is, I fortuitously saved someone today, and they generously rewarded me with 50,000 yuan. I believe our mother is watching over us. Take this without overthinking it. Brother, who did you save? Xia Shui, perceptive as ever, found Xia Lei's explanation plausible, yet remained skeptical. Xia Lei was well aware that his sister was not easily pacified. He had long been prepared for this moment. He produced the business card that Long Bing had given him and handed it to Xia Shui. Here, this is her card. She is from Kyoto. If you encounter any troubles over there, you can give her a call. Only then did Xia Shui believe her brother's words. She sighed in relief and then chuckled. Brother, she's a woman. Is she beautiful? The striking visage of Long Bing flashed in Xia Lei's mind, and he casually replied, Yes. Quite beautiful. Oh, so you're already praising her. She even left her number for you. That is a hint. Xia Shui laughed. Brother, you're not getting any younger. Be proactive. Invite her out for tea or a movie. Hurry up and get me a sister-in-law. Get a sister-in-law? Don't joke about me like that. Xia Lei maintained his serious demeanor. Moreover, You should stay at school for the next few days and not come back. Why not? Xia Shui protested. Xia Lei replied, well. Xia Shui burst into laughter. I see. You want to invite my future sister-in-law home and don't want me to be a third wheel, right? Fine. I understand. I'll stay in the dorm with my classmates tomorrow. Xia Lei was initially unsure how to persuade her, but her own reasoning simplified matters for him. Qin Chuanhu would not let him off easily, and he too would not spare Qin Chuanhu. Having Xia Shui stay at school for a few days was indeed a safeguard. Brother, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll go make you a bowl of noodles. Xia Shui began to show concern for her older brother's well-being. Upon hearing her words, Xia Lei's stomach suddenly rumbled. Since returning from Macau, he realized he hadn't consumed even a drop of water, and he was indeed quite famished. Forget it, I didn't ask. I'm off to make you noodles, Xia Shui said as she rose and headed to the kitchen. Xia Lei reclined on the sofa, finally allowing himself to relax. His gaze fell upon a family portrait atop the television cabinet, showcasing his mother, father, himself, and his sister, all with faces pressed together, radiating happiness. Dad, where have you gone? Do you know how I've been these past few years? Xia Lei silently voiced this question in his heart. After eating the noodles, Xia Lei returned to his room to rest. Having used his perceptive abilities continuously throughout the day, he was utterly exhausted. He fell asleep as soon as he lay down, not waking until the afternoon of the following day, unaware of when Xia Shui had left. On the dining table lay a bowl of congee, a plate of stir-fried greens, a glass bottle, and a note pressed beneath the bottle. The glass container held a single white capsule, and upon seeing it, Xia Lei immediately thought of his father, Xia Chang'e. Xia Lei vividly remembered that 5 years ago, the year before his father went missing, his father had brought home a bottle of medication containing only 12 white capsules. He had instructed Xia Lei to take one each month. The medicine proved effective. After taking the first capsule, his health significantly improved. Later, when he consumed the 11th pill, his father had vanished, and the last pill was nowhere to be found. Now, this bottle of pills reappeared before Xia Lei. The 12th capsule lay quietly within the glass container. Xia Lei picked up the note pressed beneath the bottle, which bore a message from Xia Shui. Brother, while cleaning Dad and Mom's room this morning, I discovered this bottle along with the unfinished pills. But you are strong now, so you probably no longer need these. They are a keepsake left for you by Dad. Perhaps you should hold on to them as a memento. This girl, how kind she is. I wonder which fortunate fellow will marry her in the future. As her brother, I must ensure her well-being. Xia Lei smiled softly, placing the note and the pills behind the family portrait on the TV cabinet before returning to the dining table to enjoy his breakfast and lunch. After his meal, Xia Lei stepped outside. Upon descending the stairs, he immediately spotted Jiang Rui, lost in thought on the balcony. A flicker of emotion stirred within him as he approached her. Jiang Rui was oblivious to Xia Lei's presence, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at the cup on the table, seemingly lost in dreams of delectable food or perhaps a handsome gentleman. Robbery. A gruff voice suddenly pierced the air. Jiang Rui jolted in surprise, and upon looking up, she saw Xia Lei standing outside the railing. Are you trying to scare me to death? She exclaimed, her eyes wide. She reached out to hit Xia Lei, but he deftly dodged. Rui, I have a favor to ask, Xia Lei said. What is it? Jiang Rui inquired. Well, you work at the police station, right? Do you know someone named Li Qihua? He's our chief. How could I not know him? Jiang Rui scrutinized Xia Lei, probing further. What do you need him for? I have a matter to discuss with him. Could you tell me where he lives and his phone number? Jiang Rui interrupted. Why do you need that information? Xia Lei chuckled. Do you think I'm up to no good? Even if I were, I wouldn't be foolish enough to approach the police, would I? A friend of mine has a situation. He wishes to seek some connections. You know how it is. In this world, one must have connections for everything. Ah, I see. Jiang Rui said, reaching into her pocket for her phone. She opened her contacts and leaned against the stainless steel railing, handing her phone to Xia Lei. Xia Lei glanced at a photograph of Li Qihua, along with his phone number and home address. He memorized the details, then returned the phone to Jiang Rui, saying, Thank you. Jiang Rui tucked her phone away, her lips curling into a smile. No need to thank me. That's too kitsch. Just call me sister. Her smile was enchanting. And Xia Lei, initially intending to leave, found himself captivated by her once more. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward her waist and hips. An uncontrollable desire ignited within him, transforming her uniform skirt and blouse into a nearly imperceptible veil, which then vanished entirely. The secret landscape of Jiang Rui was laid bare before his gaze, revealing her graceful curves, that enchanting bosom, and those long, delicate legs, pale and tender. His heart raced, and his breath quickened. How inappropriate of me, he thought. Xia Lei shook his head vigorously, then lightly slapped his own face, attempting to dispel the cloud of impure thoughts that had enveloped him. What are you doing? Zhang Rui inquired, her curiosity piqued. Nothing, Xia Lei stammered, feeling utterly embarrassed. In a moment of panic, he blurted, "It was a mosquito. I was swatting a mosquito." At that precise moment, a mosquito did indeed land on Zhang Rui's slender waist. Whether to validate his fib or to prevent Zhang Rui from being bitten, Xia Lei raised his hand and swatted her waist. The sound resonated sharply, causing her body to quiver slightly, the fullness of her form responding in kind. Zhang Rui froze, her face flushing a deep crimson. She stared at Xia Lei, her lips parted, yet no words emerged. Xia Lei extended his hand toward her, palm open, revealing a squashed mosquito. Zhang Rui shot him an indignant glare. "It's just a mosquito," Xia Lei clumsily explained. "It's all right now. I've killed it." Yet, at that moment, another mosquito buzzed past Zhang Rui and settled leisurely on her posterior. She glanced at the mosquito resting there, then back at Xia Lei, though she remained silent. Her fierce gaze seemed to convey a message. "You claim to enjoy swatting mosquitoes? Here's another. Will you dare to strike? If you do, I shall retaliate." Xia Lei raised his hand but ultimately refrained from striking, merely waving it to shoo the insect away. He could manage the one on her waist. But the one on her backside was an entirely different matter, too sensitive a region for a man to strike a woman. "Well, I must take my leave. Until next time," Xia Lei said, feeling the urgency to depart. Director Li enjoys his tea at the Jushanuan Tea House. He particularly favors Taiwanese Dong Ding Oolong tea. Tell your friend that if he wishes to request a favor from Director Li, he should bring along some quality oolong tea. Today is the weekend, so your friend may find him there, Zhang Rui instructed. "Understood," Xia Lei replied, waving as he walked away. "You haven't called me sister yet. Are you trying to be cheeky?" Zhang Rui's voice called out from behind. "Sister," Xia Lei replied with a wry smile, quickening his pace. "Remember, Dong Ding tea." Zhang Rui's voice echoed after him. In his heart, Xia Lei mused, "Oolong tea? That scoundrel Li Qinghua. I might as well invite him for urine." Chapter 6. The stalker wolf. Before the sky had fully darkened, the Jushanuan Tea House, located adjacent to an upscale community, had already lit its lanterns. The lights were reminiscent of ancient palace lanterns, complementing the quaint elegance of the courtyard and pavilions, rendering it a scene akin to a royal estate from a bygone era. Exuding an air of opulence, such a place is not one where ordinary folk can afford to indulge. A taxi halted by the roadside, its door swung open, and Xia Lei, clad in a sharply tailored suit, alighted from the vehicle. Standing at 6 feet tall with a tall, athletic build and striking features, he embodied the essence of a corporate elite, exuding an exceptional charisma. Xia Lei stepped through the entrance of the Jushanuan Tea House. Upon entering, he ordered a modestly priced cup of Piaoxiwei tea and chose a secluded table to settle down. The tea house was bustling with patrons, some seated in the main hall while others occupied private rooms, creating a lively atmosphere. Xia Lei scanned the surroundings but could not spot Li Qinghua. Thus, he activated his left eye's X-ray vision, beginning his search for Li Qinghua's silhouette in the private rooms adjacent to the hall. The private rooms were adorned with wooden walls, their doors draped with opaque bamboo curtains. Under normal circumstances, one would be unable to discern the interior of these chambers. However, for Xia Lei, the walls and curtains appeared as mere illusions, revealing the scenes within at a mere glance. After a minute, his gaze settled upon the Yulan Hall not far from him. Inside, he discerned a man, seemingly in his 40s, portly in stature, exuding an unmistakable air of authority. Accompanying him was a woman, likely in her late 20s, possessing both beauty and poise. Xia Lei quickly recognized the man as Li Qinghua, though the identity of the woman remained unknown to him. She appeared visibly anxious, her demeanor restrained, suggesting an unwillingness to be in Li Qinghua's company. In contrast, Li Qinghua exuded a casual ease, a smile gracing his face, his gaze unabashedly wandering over the woman's curves, betraying his desires. At that moment, Li Qinghua reached out, grasping the woman's hand gently, caressing it, and uttering something that elicited a flush upon her cheeks as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Although Xia Lei could not hear their conversation, he surmised that this scenario likely involved Li Qinghua exploiting his position to take advantage of a subordinate or a woman in need of his favor. If this were indeed the case, it presented an excellent opportunity, and Xia Lei's mind began to formulate a plan. A few minutes later, the bamboo curtain of Yulan Hall was abruptly lifted, with Li Qinghua emerging alongside the woman, who silently trailed behind him, often with her head bowed. Avoiding the gazes of others, Xia Lei departed from his table, making his way to the cashier, and after settling his bill, he swiftly exited the tea house. Beneath the streetlights, Li Qinghua wrapped his arm around the woman's slender waist as they strolled westward along the sidewalk. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Lei followed closely behind. his hand brazenly gliding over the woman's waist as he whispered flirtatious remarks. The woman, torn between desire and modesty, allowed Li Qinghua's unwelcome advances to roam over her. Moments later, they entered a hotel room together. Upon crossing the threshold, Li Qinghua could hardly restrain himself, eagerly embracing the woman and showering her with affection. Director Li, there's no need to rush. Allow me to take a bath first, and then I shall attend to you properly, the woman purred enticingly. Li Qinghua chuckled in response. So obedient. Rest assured, I will take care of your husband's matters. It's merely a change of position, nothing more. You truly are wonderful, she cooed, planting a kiss on his lips before shedding her clothing and heading towards the bathroom. Li Qinghua, in turn, disrobed and reclined on the bed, completely oblivious to the young man standing outside the door, who was fixated on the entrance. For Xia Lei, the door was non-existent. He not only beheld Li Qinghua sprawled on the bed, but also caught sight of the unfolding scene in the bathroom. The glass door was slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of the woman bathing, water cascading over her as it traced the contours of her body, flowing down her waist and thighs, leaving a tantalizing trail. At this sight, Xia Lei closed his eyes. This time, utilizing his ability of perception did not lead to hallucinations. He had discerned a pattern. As long as he refrained from prolonged use of this ability within a specific time frame, avoiding excessive depletion of his physical and mental energies, he would remain grounded in reality. While Li Qinghua waited, Xia Lei too bided his time. A few minutes later, the woman emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Her porcelain skin and voluptuous curves, partially obscured by the towel, ignited Li Qinghua's desires. Darling, I can hardly contain myself, he exclaimed, leaping from the bed and tearing the towel away, knocking her onto the bed before pouncing upon her like a ravenous wolf. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the door burst open, and Xia Lei stormed into the room, his phone recording the scandalous scene unfolding before him, the image vivid enough to evoke blushes. The woman was the first to notice Xia Lei, letting out a piercing scream. Ah, someone's here. Li Qinghua whipped around, bewildered by the intrusion. Who are you? Who let you in? Stop filming, he bellowed. Xia Lei remained undeterred by Li Qinghua's furious outburst, continuing to capture the moment on his phone. At that instant, Li Qinghua and the woman were still entwined in their compromising position. Do you have any idea who I am? Li Qinghua shouted, leaping from the bed to snatch the phone from Xia Lei's grasp. In that moment, panic gripped him. Before Li Qinghua could reach him, Xia Lei swiftly delivered a kick to his abdomen. With a piercing scream, Li Qinghua fell heavily to the ground. The woman on the bed hurriedly grabbed the telephone from the bedside table, seemingly intending to call for help. However, after pressing the first digit, she found herself unable to continue. The reason for her hesitation was simple. Li Qinghua was the chief of police. If someone had the audacity to kick the chief of police to the ground, calling the authorities would only serve to exacerbate her predicament. At that moment, Xia Lei disabled the camera function on his phone and tucked it into his pocket. He had obtained the information he sought. Continuing to film would serve little purpose. As Li Qinghua regained his breath, he anxiously regarded Xia Lei and inquired, Who are you? What do you want? Xia Lei moved a chair and seated himself opposite Li Qinghua's companion, responding leisurely. Earlier, you asked if I knew who you were. Allow me to answer. I am aware of your identity. You are Li Qinghua, the chief of police in the Beigong district of Haizhu City. Am I correct? Li Qinghua neither confirmed nor denied the assertion, his gaze filled with loathing as he speculated on Xia Lei's motives. Xia Lei continued, I am here because you compelled me to be. My actions are a direct result of your provocations. Suddenly perceiving the fury in Xia Lei's eyes, Li Qinghua swallowed the retort he had been about to utter and instead said, What nonsense are you spouting? I do not even know you. How could I have compelled you? Hand over your phone, and we can negotiate. I can pretend this incident never occurred. Xia Lei let out a cold laugh. Li Qinghua, I believe you have misunderstood the gravity of the situation. The current anti-corruption efforts are exceedingly rigorous. Can you imagine the consequences if I were to submit this video to the prosecutorial authorities or the media? What do you want? Li Qinghua attempted to mask his growing panic. Xia Lei replied, I seek no monetary compensation. I only desire justice. Justice? Li Qinghua regarded Xia Lei with skepticism. What justice? You have a fine nephew named Shin Chuanhu. I worked on his construction site, where an arc flash burned my eyes. He provided me with a mere 10,000 yuan for medical expenses, but the treatment will cost 200,000. And the doctor has indicated a 90% chance of permanent blindness. Your eyes appear unscathed, Li Qinghua remarked. I was fortunate. My eyes have not gone blind. But my vision is now less than 1/3 of what it once was. Xia Lei fixed his gaze on Li Qinghua. Tell me, is 10,000 yuan sufficient? Li Qinghua nodded in reluctant agreement. No, it is insufficient. A slight smile appeared on Xia Lei's lips. I had no intention of pursuing Chen Chuanhu for trouble. I settled my hospital bill myself, and after his 10,000 was deducted, I kept the remaining 9,000 for ongoing treatment. However, your esteemed nephew sent men to demand compensation for his welding machine and transformer. Would you not agree this is excessive? Li Qinghua nodded again. Indeed, that is excessive. Xia Lei continued. I am grateful I left the hospital early. He did not find me, but he severely injured my friend, who is still lying in the hospital. The hospital expenses amounting to 8,000 were initially covered by me. How should we address this matter? Li Qinghua, a cunning individual, remains uncommunicative on critical issues. Regarding this situation, Director Li, what solution do you propose? Xia Lei inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qinghua responded, I will have someone apprehend him. None of those who resorted to violence will escape justice. You need not return the 9,000 to him, nor will you be liable for the welding machine and transformer. As for your friend's medical expenses, I shall generously contribute 10,000. Does that seem acceptable? Xia Lei shook his head. That is unacceptable. A flicker of anger flashed in Li Qinghua's eyes, although he masked it well with a semblance of a smile. My young brother, do share your thoughts. How do you wish to resolve this? Chapter 7. Not bowing. Yet bowing Lei interjected, I can overlook my eye situation and refrain from pursuing him, provided he does not pursue me. However, my friend has sustained severe injuries, and this matter cannot simply be dismissed. I demand that Chen Chuanhu kneel and apologize to my friend. He should do so at the hospital and send me photographic evidence. Additionally, I require a total of 50,000 to cover my friend's nutritional expenses, mental distress, lost wages, and medical fees. Have your esteemed nephew prepare this sum to bring to the hospital. Once this is accomplished, we can consider our affairs settled. Li Qinghua scoffed, my young brother. You are still quite youthful, and there are many nuances of society that you do not yet comprehend. I advise you to not be too extreme. One ought to leave some leeway in all matters. After all, leaving a way for future encounters is wise, as you may have heard. I have heard, but I have no desire to meet you. Xia Lei replied. If you are unwilling, I shall upload the video I recorded earlier to the forum this very moment. Li Qinghua immediately grew anxious. Let us not be hasty, my young brother. While the monetary issue is negotiable, I implore you to waive the requirement for kneeling. After all, Tianyi is a person of some standing. Asking him to kneel in a hospital setting and provide photographic proof would be rather difficult for him. I would rather post it on the forum. While fiddling with his phone, Xia Lei added, additionally, I shall contact the anti-corruption hotline tomorrow. Li Qinghua swallowed back a curse that rose to his lips, then rose from the ground. My young brother, do not act impulsively. I will call that scoundrel right away, instructing him to bring 50,000 and to kneel before your friend and send you the photographs. Will this satisfy you? Though Li Qinghua's voice dripped with malice, Xia Lei remained unfazed. He was acutely aware that even if he did not demand Chen Chuanhu's kneeling or the 50,000 in medical fees, Li Qinghua would not let him off easily. The reasoning was straightforward. A vengeful individual like Li Qinghua would never tolerate anyone encroaching upon his territory. Xia Lei was no fool. As Li Qinghua picked up his phone to call Chen Chuanhu, he swiftly navigated his phone interface, uploading the recorded video to his cloud storage. With such a backup in his possession, he felt secure against any potential retaliation from Li Qinghua. Li Qinghua dialed Chen Chuanhu's number, and Xia Lei commanded, put it on speaker. Li Qinghua cast a glance back at Xia Lei, his eyes betraying a simmering rage, yet he complied. The voice of Chen Chuanhu emanated from the phone. Who is this? Speak quickly. It's your uncle. You scoundrel. Li Qinghua's temper flared, and he let loose a torrent of invective. Uncle, is that you? I'm driving and didn't see the caller ID. What is it you need? The tone of Chen Chuanhu took a sudden, dramatic turn. I ask you, did one of your workers suffer an eye injury from an arc flash? Yes, uncle. But why do you concern yourself with such trivial matters? That lad's name is Xia Lei. He's nothing but a fool. Did he run to you to complain about me? If it's a complaint, then that is good. Complaint my foot. Li Qinghua vented his anger towards Chen Chuanhu. Let me ask you again, did you injure his friend, who is still hospitalized? Uncle, what has gotten into you today? You never cared about such matters before. You scoundrel. Answer me. Yes or no? Yes. Chen Chuanhu seemed to sense Li Qinghua's ire and realized something was amiss. I am giving you 20 minutes. Bring 50,000 yuan to that hospital and kneel to apologize. Uncle, I really don't want to do this. If you wish to continue in this line of work, you will do as I say. Li Qinghua's voice resonated with menace. And while you're at it, take a photo of your apology and send it to me. I want to see it. There was a silence of nearly 10 seconds on the other end before Chen Chuanhu responded. Uncle, have I angered some powerful person's son? Did that lad come to work at my site to experience life? Experience my foot. Hurry up. 20 minutes. Li Qinghua shouted into the phone. I'm on my way. I'm on my way, Chen Chuanhu replied before hanging up. Li Qinghua turned to Xia Lei and extended a hand. Are you satisfied now? Hand me the phone. Xia Lei smiled slightly. Director Li, I don't trust you. Let us wait until your esteemed nephew has completed his necessary tasks. You need to think carefully about what you are doing. Li Qinghua was evidently unaccustomed to such indignation, and Xia Lei was the first to dare provoke him. Xia Lei shrugged nonchalantly. I think you should put on some clothes first. It's quite unusual for me to see you like this. Li Qinghua glared coldly at Xia Lei, his gaze as frigid as that of a serpent poised to strike. A woman concealed beneath the covers wore a complex expression. 20 minutes later, Chen Chuanhu's phone rang, and he answered without waiting for Xia Lei's prompt, this time on speaker. Uncle, I'm at the hospital now, and I've given 50,000 yuan to that young man as friend. But, Chen Chuanhu tentatively ventured, do I really have to kneel and apologize? Do you think I'm jesting with you? Li Qinghua shouted into the phone. Do as I say. Very well, damn it, I'll kneel. Chen Chuanhu, with great reluctance, knelt down, and soon his voice echoed from the phone as he apologized to Ma Xiaoan. Brother, I, Chen Chuanhu, have been blind to my own faults. Please forgive me for my offenses. Here is 50,000 yuan for your medical expenses. Please accept it. Faintly, Ma Xiaoan's voice could be heard responding. And although he was not in the hospital room, Xia Lei could easily surmise Ma Xiaoan's astonishment at the unfolding scene. A minute later, Li Qinghua's phone received a multimedia message. Here is what you wanted. Take a look. Are you satisfied? Li Qinghua handed his phone to Xia Lei. On the screen, Chen Chuanhu was kneeling beside the hospital bed, where Ma Xiaoan lay, with 5 bundles of cash resting on the pillow, exactly 50,000 yuan. Ma Xiaoan's expression was peculiar, a blend of shock and delight, yet he restrained himself from fully expressing it. Chen Chuanhu's demeanor was equally compelling. He appeared unwilling and furious, yet he remained on his knees. Xia Lei chuckled softly. All right, let us leave it at that. Hand me your phone. Li Qinghua replied coldly. Very well. Xia Lei shrugged and relinquished the device to Li Qinghua. After deleting the video Xia Lei had just captured, Li Qinghua, still unsatisfied, hurled the phone to the ground, trampling it repeatedly until it lay in ruins, irretrievable by any means. Xia Lei approached him. Instinctively, Li Qinghua stepped back. What do you intend to do? Xia Lei bent down to retrieve his card, smiling. Don't be anxious. I merely wish to reclaim my card. I'll overlook your damage to my phone. Farewell. Director Li, you've got guts. We shall see about this, Li Qinghua replied ominously. As Xia Lei reached the door, he turned back, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Director Li, if you harbor thoughts of revenge, I advise you to abandon them. I can deal with you once, and I can certainly do it again. You might escape the first time, but the second will not be so easy. I will make sure you regret it. Li Qinghua regarded Xia Lei with a stony expression, only breaking his silence after Xia Lei had exited and vanished from view. Dare to have designs on me? You're finished, kid, if I don't bring you down. I'm not Li. Li Qinghua then picked up his phone and dialed a number as he exited the hotel. The fury and grievances he had felt evaporating in an instant, while Xia Lei walked away feeling utterly unburdened. An hour later, Xia Lei arrived at Ma Xiaoan's hospital room, holding a mobile phone box. He had contemplated purchasing a new phone for Ma Xiaoan since returning from Macau, and now he was fulfilling that promise. Upon seeing Xia Lei, Ma Xiaoan immediately became animated. Lazy, do you know? Xia Lei smiled, interrupting him. I know, it's exhilarating. Ma Xiaoan replied. You should have seen Chen Chuanhu kneeling before me, apologizing. Wait, this is your doing? I assenti it? Xia Lei gently patted Ma Xiaoan's shoulder and said, do not inquire further, knowing the outcome is sufficient. This is the mobile phone I purchased for you. Take a look, it's an extravagant gold. Haven't you always desired one? It was then that Ma Xiaoan noticed the Apple packaging in Xia Lei's hand. He was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head and exclaiming, have you lost your mind? Your sister's tuition is still uncertain, and you buy me a phone? I was just about to call you to bring me the money. By the way, I'll keep 20,000 from this 50,000. You take 30,000 to pay for Xia Shui's tuition. With that, he began to retrieve 3 bundles of cash from beside his pillow to hand to Xia Lei. Xia Lei firmly grasped his hand and chuckled. If I were short on funds, would I be able to buy you a phone? Not only have I purchased this for you, but I have also acquired one for myself. He brandished a brand new Xiaomi 4 before Ma Xiaoan, saying, see this? I have one too. I am not fond of Apple phones. They are cumbersome to use. Otherwise, I would have bought one for myself as well. Ma Xiaoan was left speechless, staring blankly for a while before finally managing to utter, Lazy, how did you suddenly come into money? Xia Lei smiled and replied, do not concern yourself with that. Focus on your recovery. Keep this money and spend it on whatever you wish. I have already taken care of my sister's tuition, so you need not worry. Did you rob someone? Ma Xiaowen's eyes widened as he looked at Xia Lei. Xia Lei playfully slapped the top of Ma Xiaowen's head. What nonsense are you spouting? Ma Xiaowen winced in pain, but felt a surge of happiness within. At that moment, Xia Lei's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen and noted that the caller ID displayed an unknown number. After the third ring, he ended the call. Who was that? Why didn't you answer? Ma Xiaowen inquired. Xia Lei replied, an unknown number, likely a telemarketer or something of that nature. I couldn't be bothered to answer. Now, it's getting late. I must head back. I will visit you again tomorrow. Lazy, I cannot accept this phone. Take it back and give it to Xia Shui. Ma Xiaowen insisted. Xia Lei shot him a glare. Do you wish to receive another slap? Ma Xiaowen promptly closed his mouth, secretly vowing, once I am discharged, I shall buy Xia Shui an Apple laptop to take to Kyoto University. Humph. Upon exiting the hospital, a police car approached. Seeing the officers, Xia Lei felt a slight heaviness in his heart, but he quickly dismissed the notion. Even if Li Qinghua sought revenge, it wouldn't happen so swiftly, would it? It was likely just a patrol vehicle. The police car sped past him and halted at the hospital entrance. Xia Lei reassured himself that it was not sent by Li Qinghua and moved towards the roadside. Just then, the police car suddenly accelerated in reverse, and an officer leaned out of the window, shouting, "Halt!" Xia Lei paused, inwardly cursing his luck. It was him. The officer peering from the window glanced at the printed image he held, visibly agitated. Xia Lei, he is the one that Director Li wants to apprehend. The police car came to a sudden halt beside Xia Lei, and the door swung open. Four officers stepped out and immediately surrounded him. At that moment, Xia Lei felt an unexpected calm wash over him. He composedly asked, "What do you want? Are you Xia Lei?" The leading officer inquired. Xia Lei nodded. "I am indeed Xia Lei. What do you seek from me?" "What do we seek? Here is a warrant for your arrest," the officer declared, brandishing a document with a smirk. "Xia Lei, you are suspected of extortion. Come with us." Xia Lei retorted, "Surely, you must be mistaken. Who have I extorted?" The officer responded with a sharp slap to the back of Xia Lei's head, glaring fiercely. "You know very well whom you've extorted. How audacious of you to target our chief. Prepare yourself for incarceration. Your future days will be quite grim. Take him away." Xia Lei, infuriated yet defiant, replied. "You can try to arrest me, but you may end up regretting it." "Still defiant, are we?" "Cuff him," commanded the leading officer. An officer promptly produced handcuffs and secured them around Xia Lei's wrists, then pushed him into the police vehicle. Xia Lei made no attempt to resist as he climbed inside. Half an hour later, he was brought to the Beigong District Police Station and confined to an interrogation room, where his phone, wallet, and other belongings were confiscated. A young officer entered, slamming his notebook onto the table before taking a seat across from Xia Lei. "Confess now to save us some trouble," he demanded. Xia Lei remained unperturbed, replying coolly, "What do you wish me to confess?" "You know very well. Confess to the extortion of our chief Li." The young officer slammed his hand on the table. "Very well, I will confess," Xia Lei said. "This evening, I encountered Chief Li Qinghua at the Jushinyuan tea house with a woman, and then they went to a hotel room." "What nonsense are you spouting?" The young officer interrupted. "If you continue with these fabrications, I will not be so lenient. Let me remind you, this is slander, and that is a crime as well." "Do you wish to add to your charges?" Xia Lei shrugged. "Isn't that what you wanted me to say? I speak merely the truth." At that moment, the young officer glanced at the window and gestured toward a camera in the corner of the room. His silence spoke volumes. He was signaling for someone outside to turn off the camera. Indeed, the indicator light, which had been glowing, extinguished after he waved his hand. This young officer was clearly an associate of Li Qinghua. Xia Lei's gaze shifted to the officer's badge, revealing the name Hu Bin. He then turned his attention to the glass wall of the interrogation room. This wall was one-way transparent, allowing those outside to see in, while those inside could not see out. However, for Xia Lei, this posed no obstacle. Through his left eye, he spotted Li Qinghua and Chun Chuanhu standing beside him. Li Qinghua and Chun Chuanhu were engaged in hushed conversation, with Chun Chuanhu nodding incessantly, appearing utterly subservient. It was evident that Li Qinghua was instructing Chuanhu on how to frame him and Ma Xiaowan. Xia Lei averted his gaze, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Initially, he intended to let the matter rest. However, he had not anticipated Li Qinghua's insatiable desire for vengeance, which led to an immediate attempt to apprehend him that very night. At this moment, he silently rejoiced for having discreetly uploaded the incriminating video to his Baidu cloud storage while at the hotel. With that video in his possession, he felt no trepidation. "Let you revel in your triumph for a while," Xia Lei mused inwardly. At this juncture, a police officer named Hu Bin spoke up. "Let us commence. Tell me, how much did you acquire from the extorted 50,000 yuan?" Xia Lei replied, Allow me to clarify. That was not extortion, but rather a sum encompassing medical expenses, lost wages, nutritional support, and compensation for emotional distress. I did not take a single cent. My friend was assaulted by Chen Chuanhu. Should not this amount be borne by him? Medical expenses? Hu Bin scoffed. Save that for the courtroom. If the judge believes your words, I shall write Hu in reverse. Our information indicates that you extorted Chen Chuanhu. Oh, and by the way, your eyes were not initially injured. Yet you managed to extort 10,000 yuan from him under the pretense of an eye injury. Do you concede? Xia Lei yawned. I am fatigued and wish to rest. Write whatever you like. Regardless of what I say, you will not believe me, and you will ultimately craft my statement as per Director Li's directive. Thus, why squander further time? Well, you certainly possess an audacious spirit. Does this imply your acknowledgement of the extortion? Do you have any evidence? Hu Bin, infuriated, rose abruptly, preparing to strike Xia Lei. However, Xia Lei showed no inclination to evade. Armed with the video, he felt no fear of Hu Bin. At that moment, Hu Bin's police communicator suddenly buzzed, prompting him to lower his hand. He retrieved the device, pressed the answer button, and Li Qinghua's voice resonated through the speaker. Detain him for the night. We shall take his formal statement tomorrow. Not even heaven can save him this time. Understood, Director Li. I will confine this brat to the detention room, Hu Bin replied, his tone laced with obsequiousness. Xia Lei was escorted to the detention room, which contained a bed but lacked bedding. The floor and walls were grimy. A faint odor of urine pervaded the air, causing Xia Lei to grimace. In such squalid surroundings, he found sleep elusive. Initially, he contemplated strategies to deal with Li Qinghua, but soon turned his focus to honing the abilities of his left eye. Practice makes perfect. And this age-old adage proved equally applicable to the unique capabilities of his extraordinary left eye. It was through that night of exploration and practice that Xia Lei discovered his left eye's ability to see through objects was far from trivial. Through mastery, he could transform his ability of perception into a far-reaching vision, akin to the time in Macau when he spotted the sniper on the rooftop of the adjacent building, while Long Bing remained oblivious. By controlling this power, he could also convert his perceptive ability into a microscope-like vision, enabling him to discern minute particles invisible to the naked eye, such as dust suspended in the air. These revelations filled him with exhilaration, and he practiced tirelessly until exhaustion finally claimed him in a deep slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, Xia Lei received his first visitor, Jiang Rui. Clad in a summer uniform, her figure was exquisitely delineated, accentuating her delicate waist and curvaceous hips, while her bosom appeared voluptuous and full. Her allure was unmistakable, captivating to behold. Upon first laying eyes on her, Xia Lei could hardly resist the urge to awaken his perceptive powers to indulge in her beauty. However, he ultimately quelled that impure thought, suppressing it with resolute determination. The previous night as practice had borne fruit, and he was now more adept at controlling his perception. What can I possibly say about you? Jiang Rui exclaimed with indignation. I asked you yesterday, and you claimed it was a friend of yours seeking connections, which is why I informed you of Director Li's whereabouts. Who would have thought you would resort to blackmailing him? I truly misjudged you. Xia Lei offered a wry smile. Is this truly how you perceive me? It is not how I see you, but rather the illegal acts you have committed, Jiang Rui retorted, her anger intensifying. Have you considered what will happen to Xia Shui if you end up in prison? Of course, I have contemplated that, which is precisely why I would never engage in unlawful activities, Xia Lei replied. Rui, let me ask you, have you ever witnessed me commit any wrongdoing throughout our lives? She shook her head. In her memory, Xia Lei was not that type of person. Xia Lei continued. Think again. Do you truly believe I am a foolish individual? What do you mean by that? Jiang Rui inquired. My point is, since I am neither a villain nor a fool, would I be foolish enough to blackmail a police chief? In Haizhu City, there are countless millionaires. If I sought to acquire wealth in such a manner, why would I target a police chief instead of the wealthy? After a moment of silence, Jiang Rui responded, I simply cannot comprehend this, which is why I came to see you. Please, enlighten me about the situation. If you have not engaged in any illegal activities, I will surely assist you. Xia Lei recounted his injury on the construction site, the incident involving Chen Chuanhu injuring Ma Xiaoan, and ultimately, the matter of seeking Li Qinghua, who instructed Chen Chuanhu to compensate Ma Xiaoan with 50,000 yuan and offer an apology. Wait a moment, Jiang Rui suddenly realized. You asked me for Director Li's contact information yesterday because you intended to confront him, didn't you? Xia Lei nodded. You confronted him. And he had Chen Chuanhu give your friend 50,000 yuan? Xia Lei nodded once more. Did you not threaten him? Jiang Rui inquired, her expression one of disbelief. Xia Lei replied, when I sought him out, he was in bed with a woman, and I happened to capture it on video. Goodness, Jiang Rui's expression was exaggerated. Xia Lei continued, "It seems that woman is the wife of one of your colleagues, pleading with Li Qinghua for a change of position or something. Unbelievable." Jiang Rui leaned closer to the railing, a flattering smile on her face. "Is that video still available? Let me see it." Xia Lei responded, "Lend me your phone for a moment. I need to make a call, and then I will tell you where to find the video." Jiang Rui glanced around, ensuring no one was approaching, then swiftly handed her phone to Xia Lei, asking, "Where is that video?" "It's on Baidu Cloud. The account is my name and pinyin. And the password is my birthday. That material is very important, so please do not delete it." Xia Lei reminded her, then dialed a number. Chapter 9. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Who are you calling? Xia Shui or Ma Xiaoan? Jiang Rui was curious about who Xia Lei would contact at this moment. "A friend, someone you don't know?" "Don't ask," Xia Lei replied, waiting for the call to connect. There was no ringing. The phone connected after 5 seconds. "Hello? Who is this?" A woman's voice coldly echoed from the phone, filled with suspicion and caution. "It's me, Xia Lei," he said. "Do you remember me?" "Of course, I remember. I called you last night, but you didn't answer." Xia Lei recalled receiving a call from an unknown number while at the hospital. He had assumed it was a telemarketer and had chosen not to answer, not realizing it was Long Bing trying to reach him. "I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you calling, so I didn't pick up," he explained. Long Bing responded, "Why are you using someone else's phone to call me now?" "Well, it's like this," Xia Lei hesitated. "I've encountered a bit of trouble, and I'm unsure if you could assist me." "Where are you?" "At the Beigong District Police Station in Haizhu City." "Wait for me. I'll be there in 15 minutes. With that, Long Bing hung up. Xia Lei remained in the position of holding the phone, lost in thought for quite some time. He had expected Long Bing to inquire about the nature of his trouble, yet she merely asked where he was and stated she would come. This seemed to imply that, in her eyes, whatever trouble he faced was inconsequential. Xia Lei's decision to call Long Bing was impulsive, sparked by Jiang Rui's presence, which reminded him of her. Her composure and calmness during the shooting were qualities not typical of an ordinary woman. More importantly, she showed no fear of the police when they arrived. She even urged him to leave quickly, indicating she was not a wrongdoer. Based on these 2 points, he could ascertain she was not an ordinary individual and might indeed be of assistance, which prompted his call. At present, it appears that the call was indeed correctly placed, and she is in Zhuhai. Otherwise, she would not mention arriving here in a mere quarter of an hour. Who could it be, shrouded in mystery? Jiang Rui cautiously inquired. Xia Lei handed the phone to Jiang Rui, smiling as he remarked, "I have already mentioned, it is a friend whom you do not know." Jiang Rui shot Xia Lei a disapproving glance, teasing, "So you're playing the mysterious game with me? I was considering how to use that video to extricate you, but it seems I was overthinking it. I shall refrain from assisting you and let you remain here." Xia Lei replied, "For now, refrain from involving yourself in this matter. You work here, and Li Qinghua may make things difficult for you. You are simply too kind-hearted. Despite your situation, you still worry about others? People like you will be eliminated by society," Jiang Rui retorted, though inwardly, she felt a surge of happiness. At that moment, Hu Bin approached, his voice booming from a distance. "Jiang Rui, what are you doing here?" Jiang Rui turned to glance at Hu Bin, then quietly assured Xia Lei, "Don't worry. I will rescue you." "Jiang Rui, I am inquiring about your actions here. Did you not hear me?" Hu Bin's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Only then did Jiang Rui turn to face him, greeting with a smile. "Oh, it's Captain Hu. Good morning. What are you doing here?" Hu Bin eyed Jiang Rui and Xia Lei suspiciously. Jiang Rui replied, "Nothing much. I know him and was merely inquiring about his situation." "You know each other?" Hu Bin expressed surprise. Jiang Rui explained, "This was over a decade ago. He seemed familiar, and upon questioning, it turns out we attended the same school." Suddenly, Hu Bin noticed the phone in Jiang Rui's hand, and his expression darkened. "Did you call him on that phone?" Jiang Rui felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. No. How could I have called him? I didn't." Hu Bin shot her a glare. "You had better not act foolishly. What are you still doing here? Get back to work." Jiang Rui glanced at Xia Lei before lowering her head and departing. Hu Bin swung open the door to the detention room, gruffly stating, "You, come along." "Where to?" Xia Lei inquired. "Did I authorize you to ask questions? Behave yourself. Move." Hu Bin growled, shoving Xia Lei forward. Xia Lei was once again escorted to the interrogation room he had visited the previous night. As soon as they entered, Hu Bin slammed the notebook he held onto the table, declaring, "Last night, directly showed mercy and did not wish to take action against you. Be sensible. Confess your crimes, sign the statement, and nothing further will occur between us. Should you persist in your obstinacy?" Xia Lei interjected. "Are you implying that if I do not confess and refuse to sign the statement, you will resort to torture? It seems you will not learn your lesson until you experience hardship." Hu Hu Bin turned and gestured toward the glass wall. The surveillance cameras embedded in the wall swiftly powered down. Xia Lei's gaze shifted to the glass wall, awakening the power of his left eye, causing the wall to vanish from his sight. He beheld Li Qinghua standing behind it, along with a police officer responsible for recording the proceedings. Li Qinghua observed the interrogation room, a hint of a cold smirk gracing his lips. Suddenly, Hu Bin launched a kick at Xia Lei. Taken by surprise, Xia Lei was swiftly knocked to the ground. However, Hu Bin was not inclined to relent. He pounced forward and aimed a kick at Xia Lei's abdomen. Xia Lei rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the blow. As he scrambled to his feet, he realized he was backed against a wall. Damn it! Are you still trying to hide? Hu Bin swung a punch towards Xia Lei's cheek. In that critical moment, Xia Lei's left eye inexplicably twitched. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. In his left eye, Hu Bin's fist appeared to move in slow motion, revealing its trajectory and the precise point of impact on his face. Everything was within Xia Lei's control. He slightly leaned to the side, effortlessly dodging Hu Bin's punch. Damn it! You really dare to evade? Hu Bin, infuriated, unleashed a sweeping punch aimed at Xia Lei's head, followed by a left hook targeting his chin. Yet again, Xia Lei managed to evade the blows. Hu Bin, on the verge of rage, pursued Xia Lei, his fists flying toward him. Regardless of how swift or cunning Hu Bin's strikes were, he could never land a blow on Xia Lei. In the midst of Hu Bin's relentless assault, Xia Lei appeared to sway like a drunken man, yet each movement was perfectly timed, allowing him to gracefully avoid the attacks. Hu Bin was a police officer trained in professional grappling and combat, while Xia Lei resembled a seasoned boxer. Although Xia Lei was neither a boxer nor had he undergone any martial arts training, he relied solely on the prowess of his left eye. Had it not been for his left eye's ability to anticipate Hu Bin's punches, he would have undoubtedly been reduced to a battered mess by now. Faster, faster, even faster. Xia Lei taunted while evading. Did you skip breakfast this morning? This remark nearly sent Hu Bin into a fit of rage. Renowned for his skill at the Beigong District Police Station, having even secured third place in the Haizhou City Police Combat Competition, Hu Bin now felt like an inept child in a scuffle against Xia Lei. Outside the glass wall, Li Qinghua trembled with fury, bellowing, "Get someone here. This brat has gone too far. If we don't take him down today, he'll think this is a playground." Soon, several officers stormed into the interrogation room, cornering Xia Lei against the wall. Li Qinghua entered the room, casting a cold, piercing gaze at Xia Lei. "I don't know where you found your audacity, but I can assure you, you will leave this place on a stretcher." A group of officers surged forward. "Stop!" A crisp voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. As Jiang Rui appeared at the entrance of the interrogation room, Li Qinghua turned to glance at Jiang Rui, his expression dark and brooding. Hu Bin, along with several assisting officers, regarded Jiang Rui with astonishment. In their eyes, she was merely a clerical officer stationed in the file room, devoid of status and authority in this tense situation. How dare she command Director Li to cease his actions? Had she truly lost her senses? For a fleeting moment, Jiang Rui felt a pang of panic, but she quickly regained her composure. Summoning her courage, she declared, "What do you intend to do? As law enforcement personnel, how can you inflict harm on a suspect? This is unlawful. What are you doing here instead of remaining in the file room?" Hu Bin was the first to strike back. "Leave. This is not a place for you to speak. I, Jiang Rui, am crimson with indignation. I cannot allow you to proceed with this." "Jiang Rui," Li Qinghua interjected sharply, reprimanding her. "You are suspended. Return to reflect on your actions. Come back only when you have gained clarity. On what grounds do you command me to leave? I have committed no dereliction of duty, nor have I engaged in any illegal activities." Jiang Rui's voice grew louder, challenging the very authority of those around her. "It is rather some of you who are abusing your positions for personal gain. What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Qinghua, struck at his core, reacted with fury. "Get out. I will not leave. I will stand my ground here. Take her away," Li Qinghua ordered. Hu Bin and another officer advanced toward Jiang Rui, preparing to resort to force. Instinctively, Jiang Rui took a step back, but then resolutely returned to her original position. Hu Bin reached for the collar of Jiang Rui's blouse. Suddenly, a hand thrust through the doorway, seizing Hu Bin's wrist, followed by a high-heeled foot delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. With a thud, Hu Bin's body was propelled from the ground, crashing heavily onto the floor. All eyes converged at the entrance of the interrogation room. Beside Jiang Rui stood a woman, tall and commanding, her presence eclipsing Jiang Rui's. Dressed in a black gown, with flowing black hair and high-heeled shoes, she exuded an aura of mystery and elegance. Her arrival was reminiscent of a frigid Siberian wind, instantly freezing the atmosphere within the room. 15 minutes, Long Bing had informed Xia Lei, and her timing was impeccable, neither a moment more nor less. Chapter 10. The Director? A single kick to the ground. Long Bing's sudden appearance ignited excitement within Xia Lei, yet also startled him profoundly. Within the interrogation room, a throng of officers was present, and without uttering a single word, she had incapacitated the captain of the criminal investigation team. Li Qinghua momentarily froze, quickly regaining his composure. Enraged, he bellowed, "This is outrageous. Seize her." Several officers surged toward Long Bing. In an instant, she lifted the hem of her black gown, revealing her alabaster thigh, where a handgun nestled within. In the blink of an eye, it was trained upon Li Qinghua's forehead. A few police officers preparing to apprehend her suddenly froze, and the blood drained from Li Qinghua's face. Long Bing coldly remarked, "Arrest me? You are not worthy." At this point, her tone shifted to a fierce intensity. "All of you retreat. Release the person. May I inquire who you are?" Li Qinghua, not a fool, recognized that a woman bold enough to brandish a gun in a police station could not be ordinary. She undoubtedly held significant power. Until he understood her true identity, he refrained from acting impulsively, altering his demeanor instead. Long Bing showed no appreciation for his caution. "You are not entitled to know my identity," Li Qinghua responded. "That complicates matters. This individual has committed the serious crime of extortion. Regardless of any backing he may possess, he must still respect the authority of the law. Do you intend to whisk a criminal away from the police station without a word?" Long Bing turned her gaze to Xia Lei. "Have you truly committed extortion?" Xia Lei replied, "He is lying. I am innocent. It is he who exploits his position for illicit transactions. Furthermore, he permits his nephew, Chun Chuanhu, to commit crimes, such as project coercion and illegal demolitions, all of which are economic offenses." "You are talking nonsense." Li Qinghua exploded in anger, seizing a chair and hurling it toward Xia Lei. "Stop!" Zhang Rui suddenly shouted. "What Xia Lei says is true. I have seen the video of you with that woman." Li Qinghua froze on the spot, the chair he had raised hanging in midair. Xia Lei looked at Zhang Rui in astonishment, realizing that her actions had jeopardized her career and future. Long Bing's lips curled into a peculiar smile. "No wonder you sought to apprehend him. You wanted that video, didn't you?" "Utter nonsense." Li Qinghua desperately concealed his seething rage and panic, glaring menacingly at Zhang Rui. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Where did you see this video?" In a moment of panic, Zhang Rui had spoken out when she saw Li Qinghua about to strike Xia Lei. Now, under Li Qinghua's fierce gaze, her courage faltered, and she hesitated to continue speaking. Li Qinghua lowered the chair and pressed on. "Zhang Rui, think carefully. You are an officer of the Beigong District Police Department. Do you truly wish to align yourself with criminals?" Zhang Rui lowered her head, unable to meet Li Qinghua's menacing eyes. Long Bing placed a hand on her shoulder. "Officer, is everything you said true? Do not be afraid. If what you say is accurate, I assure you that in 5 minutes, he will no longer be your chief, and you need not fear him at all." All eyes turned to Long Bing, astonished by the audacity of her claim that the chief of the Beigong District Police Department could be dismissed in merely 5 minutes. Zhang Rui glanced at Xia Lei, seemingly emboldened at that moment. "I saw it in Xia Lei's Baidu cloud. He is being wronged." Zhang Rui, Li Qinghua, humiliated and furious, lunged forward and slapped her across the face. With a swift motion, Long Bing raised her hand. The gun in her grasp pressed firmly against Li Qinghua's forehead. "Move, and you'll regret it." Li Qinghua, paralyzed with fear, dared not shift an inch, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. His mind raced with speculations about the identity of the enigmatic woman before him, yet he could not decipher her. At that moment, Long Bing retrieved her phone from her handbag, dialed a number, and spoke. "Uncle Li? Could you kindly contact the Anti-Corruption Bureau in Haizhu City and have them take care of the individual heading to the police station in Beigong?" She covered the phone with her hand, glancing at Xia Lei. "What was this fellow's name again?" "Li Qinghua, the chief of the Beigong District Police," Xia Lei replied. Long Bing lowered her hand from the phone. "His name is Li Qinghua. He is involved in power abuse, embezzlement, and other official crimes. We have evidence." After a brief pause, she added, "Please expedite this. I am pressed for time." A profound silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Xia Lei pondered silently, questioning her true identity. How could she demand the Anti-Corruption Bureau's assistance with such authority? She appeared too young to be a high-ranking official. Long Bing returned her phone to her handbag and looked at Xia Lei. 5 minutes. You will leave with me in 5 minutes. Understood. Xia Lei instinctively nodded, gratitude swelling within him. Suddenly, Li Qinghua erupted into laughter. "What airs are you putting on? 5 minutes. It takes half an hour for your so-called Anti-Corruption Bureau to reach here. Your true colors are showing. You aim to rescue Xia Lei, pretending to be a person of importance, aren't you? Humph. I see you as nothing but a petty thief, stirring the waters." Long Bing remained silent, merely glancing at her watch. What are you all waiting for? Arrest all three of them, Li Qinghua bellowed. The police officers exchanged uncertain glances, hesitant to act. Li Qinghua then turned to Jiang Rui, shouting, Jiang Rui, I command you to delete the video that falsely implicates me. Immediately. Yet, Jiang Rui remained unmoved. It was evident to all that while Li Qinghua maintained a facade of composure, he was, in fact, panicking and fearful. You said you would let me go in 5 minutes, did you not? Well, how many minutes have passed now? If I remain unscathed after 5 minutes, I assure you, you will regret this. No sooner had he finished speaking than a female police officer appeared at the door, holding a fax. The scene in the interrogation room clearly startled her. She paused momentarily before regaining her composure, shoving the fax into Jiang Rui's hands, her voice tinged with anxiety. Rui, this was just faxed from your machine. You, handle it please. Jiang Rui glanced at the document, a smile spreading across her face. It's from the Anti-Corruption Bureau. We need to. She pointed at Li Qinghua. The Anti-Corruption Bureau has ordered us to arrest him. This is the arrest warrant. She raised the fax triumphantly. Indeed, it was a legitimate arrest warrant, printed in black and white, complete with the official seal of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. In a sudden panic, Li Qinghua turned and bolted for the exit. Xia Lei delivered a powerful kick to Li Qinghua's back, sending him crashing to the ground. Li Qinghua glared at Xia Lei. But before he could utter a curse, Long Bing's foot struck his head, silencing him instantly. The chief had been knocked unconscious, yet several police officers feigned ignorance. And none stepped forward to assist Li Qinghua. As the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When Li Qinghua was still the chief, they catered to his whims. Now that he had transformed from chief to criminal, they swiftly distanced themselves from him. What is your name? Long Bing inquired, directing her gaze at Jiang Rui. Jiang Rui hesitated momentarily before replying. I am Jiang Rui. May I ask who you are? As she spoke, she stole a glance at Xia Lei, inwardly pondering how he had come to know such an unusual woman. Long Bing replied, Who I am is of little consequence. You possess great potential. Someone of your caliber should not merely be a clerk. Jiang Rui contemplated the meaning behind Long Bing's words. Long Bing glanced at her watch, noting that 5 minutes had elapsed. Xia Lei, come with me. Xia Lei offered a wry smile and followed Long Bing out of the interrogation room and into the sunlight. The warmth on his face and the newfound sense of freedom made him feel lighthearted. Thank you, Xia Lei expressed, his eyes filled with gratitude and sincerity. Long Bing replied, You assisted me, and I have returned the favor. We are even now. Xia Lei chuckled softly. All right, we shall consider it even. Nevertheless, I truly appreciate your help with what just transpired. Long Bing's brows furrowed slightly. Do you often express your thanks? Xia Lei felt a twinge of embarrassment and shrugged, uncertain about how to converse with her. Long Bing's demeanor was peculiar and challenging to navigate. Long Bing continued, I have reviewed your background. You have a sister who is about to attend university, yet you lack a formal job. Would you like me to assist you in finding one? I could help you secure a stable position far more reliable than working on a construction site. Xia Lei was taken aback, astonished that she had delved so deeply into his personal affairs. He believed that Long Bing had the capability to help him find formal employment. Yet he harbored his own plans. No, thank you. Are you still contemplating making money in Macau? You cannot win every time. Xia Lei chuckled. My last visit to Macau was my first, and likely my last. I never intended to rely on gambling for my livelihood. What are your plans? To pursue what I truly desire, Xia Lei replied confidently. He felt no anxiety about his future, with the abilities he possessed. He was certain he could carve out a path for himself. Long Bing fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, she said, I will return to Kyoto this afternoon. You know how to reach me. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call. Xia Lei nodded yes. I will contact you if the need arises. What if I require your help? Long Bing suddenly asked. Leighton was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly, saying, Just give me a call. I will certainly assist you in any way I can. However, someone as capable as you must have very few areas where you require help. Right? What exactly do you do? That night in Macau, how did you spot the sniper? Long Bing did not respond to Lei's inquiry, but instead posed a question of her own. Xia Lei fell into silence, while Long Bing refrained from disclosing her identity and profession. Both harbored doubts and yearned for answers, yet the other remained reticent. This seemed to create a peculiar loop between them. Just then, Jiang Rui appeared, calling out from a distance, Lei, could you come over? There's something I need you to clarify. Xia Lei replied, Sure, I'll be right there. He then turned to Long Bing. Let's continue this conversation another time. Goodbye. Long Bing's lips moved as if she wished to speak, but ultimately, no words escaped her. Chapter 11. A feast for the eyes. Li Qinghua was placed under investigation, and Chun, who was apprehended, The video Xia Lei had recorded regarding the illicit power transactions was merely a thread. The investigation team followed this lead, unveiling the criminal actions of Li Qinghua and Chen Chuanhu, both of whom now awaited the stern hand of the law. A week passed swiftly, and Ma Xiaoan emerged, having indeed purchased a computer for Xia Shui, which he delivered to Xia Lei's home. Xia Shui hesitated to accept it, but Ma Xiaoan insisted, forcefully placing the computer in her hands. "Brother, look at him," Xia Shui implored, glancing at Xia Lei. "Just accept it. It's already bought, and returning it would be troublesome." Xia Lei replied, "Thank you, Xiaoan." Xia Shui beamed, genuinely wishing for the computer. Xia Lei smiled, feeling a sense of joy. "You should whip up a few dishes. Let's have Xiaoan over for lunch. He must be quite famished after a week in the hospital." Xia Shui responded, "All right, I'll check what we have in the fridge. If it's insufficient, I'll head to the supermarket." Ma Xiaoan chuckled, "I've truly been craving good food. The hospital meals were dreadful. Xia Shui, you must make me some braised pork. It's my absolute favorite of yours. And you still crave braised pork, despite being so plump?" Xia Shui teased. "Nevertheless, I will make it for you," she added. Laughter filled the room. It had been a long time since such joy resonated within the home. Suddenly, Xia Lei's phone rang. It was Jiang Rui. "Lei, where are you?" she asked. "I'm at home." "What's up?" he responded. "Hurry down. I'm waiting for you at the entrance of the community. I need to discuss something with you." "All right, wait for me a moment. I'll be right down," Xia Lei said before hanging up. He remarked, "Jiang Rui says she has something to discuss. I'm going to check it out." At the entrance of the community, a police car was parked, with Jiang Rui standing beside it, clad in her police uniform, her figure strikingly attractive. For some inexplicable reason, every time Xia Lei saw her, he felt an urge to peer deeper, yet he did not harbor such thoughts in the presence of Long Bing. "Why is it taking so long?" Jiang Rui began to scold Xia Lei as soon as she saw him. "The sun is scorching. You made me wait for so long, and now my skin is tanned. Who will take responsibility for that?" Xia Lei managed a wry smile and replied, "Did you summon me just to discuss your skin?" "Of course. There is something of great significance," Jiang Rui said, opening the car door. "Get in the car. We can talk on the way." "What is it?" Xia Lei inquired. "Ma Xiao is still at my place. I mentioned I would treat him to a meal." Jiang Rui, however, pushed Xia Lei into the car, insisting, "You and Ma Xiao dine together frequently. Missing one meal is inconsequential. My matters are far more pressing. Today, you must accompany me." Xia Lei instinctively braced himself against the luggage rack above, feeling awkward. "Rui, what exactly is going on? Can't you tell me now?" "Get in the car," Jiang Rui commanded. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Xia Lei's waist, using all her strength to shove him into the passenger seat. Feeling the softness against his back, Xia Lei panicked. His grip on the luggage rack slipped, and he found himself unceremoniously forced into the passenger seat. For some reason, memories of their childhood flooded back, how Jiang Rui would often sneak up from behind, embracing him suddenly before toppling him to the ground or pushing him into a small river. Laughing joyfully. But that was a long time ago. They had grown up, and such antics seemed out of place now. Once inside the car, Jiang Rui started the engine and drove away from the neighborhood. It seemed impossible for Xia Lei to return and join Ma Xiao for dinner. He called Ma Xiao to suggest he dine with Xia Shui instead, assuring him he would not be back. He expected Ma Xiao to grumble, but to his surprise, Ma Xiao laughed heartily, a mischievous grin on his face, leaving Xia Lei puzzled about the source of his amusement. After the call, Xia Lei turned to Jiang Rui. "Now, can you tell me?" Jiang Rui reached into a handbag beside the driver's seat and pulled out a bundle of cash, placing it on Xia Lei's lap. The bundle contained 10,000 yuan, still sealed in its bank wrap. Xia Lei was momentarily taken aback and joked, "Rui, are you planning to support me?" "What? No way. Who would support you?" Jiang Rui's face flushed red. "I am the one waiting for someone to support me. I would never consider you." "Then what is the purpose of throwing 10,000 yuan at me?" Xia Lei asked. "This is my bonus for the cases involving Li Qinghua and Chen Chuanhu," Jiang Rui explained. Xia Lei replied, "I see, but this is your bonus. Why would you just give it to me? I can't accept your money." Jiang Rui shot him a glare. "Who said I was giving it to you? I have plans for this bonus. I intend to buy a set of L'Oreal cosmetics. A few beautiful dresses, Brazilian pine nuts, jerky, durians. I'm going to buy whatever I like." Xia Lei muttered. "Then what was the point of throwing it at me?" Jiang Rui smiled gently, expressing her gratitude. "I believe that your contributions have been instrumental in my securing this 10,000 yuan bonus. So I would like to treat you to a delightful meal." Xia Lei chuckled. "Sure, it's nice to see you have a conscience. Let us go to a relatively upscale Western restaurant. I've never had Western cuisine in my life." "You wish. The budget for this meal is only 200 yuan. Let us head to a Sichuan restaurant. Jiang Rui replied. With a playful nudge, Jiang Rui laughed. You're still so naive, believing everything I say. My invitation to dine out isn't solely due to my bonus. I have some monumental news to share with you. Xia Lei shot her a skeptical glance. It's not because you finally found a partner, is it? Jiang Rui immediately bristled. What do you mean finally? That's quite derogatory. Am I the kind of woman who can't find a boyfriend? I assure you, if I wanted to, I could have a battalion of suitors. All right, a battalion it is. Xia Lei shrugged. Now what's this monumental news? You probably won't believe it, Jiang Rui said, pausing for effect before continuing seriously. I've been exceptionally promoted to the position of chief of the Beigong District Police Station, succeeding Li Qinghua. Really? Xia Lei was taken aback, his mouth agape. However, there is a 3-month probation period. If I perform well, I will be made permanent, Jiang Rui added. Xia Lei reassured her, that's merely a formality. You'll have no issues. I have faith in you. Jiang Rui grinned. I do enjoy hearing you say such things. I suspect this might have something to do with your friend, don't you think? Xia Lei shook his head. I have no knowledge of the matter. It's hard to judge. If you think so, perhaps that's the case. Who could she possibly be? Jiang Rui inquired, glancing at Xia Lei. Could she be your girlfriend? Xia Lei chuckled wryly. A woman so remarkable would hardly look twice at a penniless fellow like me. Let us not kid ourselves. I'm actually not very acquainted with her. Not very acquainted? You mean to say she would risk entering a police station for you? Even brandishing a gun at the police chief? Jiang Rui exclaimed. It's not as you imagine. A week ago, I happened to assist her with something. And she merely returned the favor, Xia Lei clarified. What favor did you help her with? Jiang Rui asked, her curiosity piqued. She prefers to keep it private. Best not to pry, Xia Lei responded. Hiding something, are we? You must have an intriguing story, Jiang Rui teased. So, are you inviting me out to dine or interrogating me? Of course, I'm inviting you to dine, Jiang Rui replied as she parked the car beside a Sichuan restaurant. Are we really dining on Sichuan cuisine? Xia Lei remarked, somewhat speechless. Get out of the car. With a budget of 200 yuan, what else do you expect? Just be grateful I'm not treating you to rice noodles, Jiang Rui said as she exited the vehicle, stretching with evident delight. At that moment, Xia Lei's left eye twitched slightly, and standing in the sunlight, Jiang Rui transformed into a vision of fair beauty, her figure accentuated, embodying allure and grace. His gaze lingered inappropriately, akin to a bee resting in the heart of a flower, yearning to depart amidst the sweetness. Why do you look at me like that? Get out of the car, Jiang Rui urged, oblivious to how she had transformed in Xia Lei's eyes. It was only then that Xia Lei snapped back to reality. Diverting his gaze with a faint bitter smile, he could not fathom why he was so drawn to Jiang Rui. Locking the car, she proceeded toward the nearby Sichuan restaurant. While Xia Lei followed closely behind, unable to avert his eyes from the alluring curves encased in her uniform skirt, he feared he might succumb to temptation once more. The beauty before him was tantalizing, and Jiang Rui always ignited his appetite, an unsolvable dilemma. At that moment, an elderly man stood by the roadside, pasting a notice on a telephone pole. The pole was at least 20 meters away from Xia Lei, rendering the notice's text nearly invisible under normal circumstances. Yet, as his left eye twitched slightly, the notice appeared before him, its words becoming strikingly clear. It was a posting for the transfer of a mechanical processing shop. A spark ignited in Xia Lei's mind. He mused inwardly, having learned welding and lathe operation on the construction site, and with a bit of money at hand. Why not try opening my own shop? Working on a construction site all my life merely makes one a laborer. Owning a shop means I am the master of my own fate, regardless of profit. Moreover, my eyes possess a unique ability. I am certain I can excel beyond previous endeavors. With such thoughts stirring within, Xia Lei felt compelled to approach the elderly man for further inquiry. Lazy, what are you doing? Jiang Rui called out. Hurry and order, I'm famished. After we eat, you must accompany me to shop for clothes. Do hurry. Xia Lei sighed softly, silently noting down the contact information and address from the notice before entering the Sichuan restaurant. After their meal, Jiang Rui insisted on dragging Xia Lei along for a shopping spree. As he pondered how to decline, she received a call from the police station, summoning her to handle a case. What bad luck. I'm still on holiday. How can they call me back to work? Jiang Rui's displeasure was evident after the call. Xia Lei chuckled. You're the director now. You should address the case promptly. Work is paramount. And how will you return? She inquired. There's no need for that. It's not far. I can walk back, he replied. All right, I'm off then. Remember to accompany me tomorrow to shop for clothes, Jiang Rui instructed, pointing at him. No excuses, they want tea work. Chapter 12. Perfect welding. The afternoon sun poured down upon the streets, making every location feel like a steamy oven. Finally, under the glaring sun, Xia Lei located the mechanical processing shop advertised on the notice. It lay at the entrance of an old alley, directly facing a bustling main road, ensuring good traffic flow. The same transfer notice adorned the shop's entrance. During midday, an elderly man affixed a transfer notice to a utility pole while tidying up his shop. Oblivious to the figure of Xia Lei peering through the doorway, Xia Lei discreetly observed the shop's circumstances, noting that although the location was somewhat remote, it attracted a commendable flow of foot traffic. Inside, he spotted a Jinji brand 6140 lathe, appearing to be in good condition, about 60 to 70% new. He had previously operated one of these lathes during his tenure at a processing factory, which was designed for small machining tasks with commendable precision and practicality. Additionally, the shop was equipped with an electric welding machine and a gas-cutting torch, along with a comprehensive array of tools. Considering the state of the establishment, Xia Lei felt assured that with a little preparation, he could easily commence business. After assessing the equipment and the shop's overall condition, Xia Lei finally stepped inside the machining shop. It was then that the old man noticed him and cautiously inquired, "Young man, are you here to have something processed?" "No, I'm here to discuss something with you," Xia Lei replied. "I saw your transfer notice, and I happen to have some interest." A smile instantly graced the old man's face. "So, you are interested in taking over the shop? Very well, let us talk. Please, have a seat." "No need. We can speak while standing." Xia Lei preferred not to reveal his eagerness for the shop, knowing that such enthusiasm would likely disadvantage him during price negotiations. "All right then, standing it is. May I ask your surname?" the old man inquired. "Xia," replied Xia Lei. The elder chuckled. "I am surnamed Jiang. You may call me Uncle Jiang." "Uncle Jiang, why are you closing the shop?" Xia Lei asked. "You can see for yourself. I am quite aged, turning 60 this year. I can no longer manage it. My eyesight has deteriorated, and I often make mistakes while processing items. Continuing this way seems pointless. I wish to return to my hometown and enjoy some time with my grandchildren. After a lifetime of toil, I believe I deserve a few years of peace." Uncle Jiang said, appearing quite cheerful. "And how is the business?" Xia Lei inquired further. "It's fair. After deducting rent, utilities, and other expenses, I still manage to earn around 8 to 10,000 yuan a month. If it weren't for my poor eyesight, I would be quite reluctant to let go of it." Uncle Jiang replied, "Young man, if your skills are good, I believe business will improve even more." Xia Lei smiled and remarked, "If one possesses craftsmanship, then business will naturally thrive. Uncle, let us not beat around the bush. I wish to take over your shop. How much do you want for it?" Uncle Jiang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let us see." Just then, a man and woman unexpectedly entered, causing Uncle Jiang to close his mouth. Xia Lei assessed the newcomers. The man, clad in a sharp suit, appeared to be in his 30s with a robust physique. His face and gaze exuding a somewhat fierce demeanor that suggested an unfriendly disposition. The woman, seemingly in her mid-20s, exuded a mature sensuality. Upon entering, she immediately furrowed her brow, as though the environment and its inhabitants made her uncomfortable. The suited man spoke up. "Are you the owner here?" "I am," Uncle Jiang replied. "May I ask what brings you here?" The man in the suit remarked, "I possess an object that requires welding." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with the alluring woman beside him. She promptly opened a briefcase, revealing a red cloth pouch. As she unfolded the fabric, it unveiled a remarkably ancient cast iron key, approximately 7 inches in length, adorned with peculiar engravings. The key was fractured into 2 segments, displaying signs of age. Though the time of its breakage remained a mystery, "Can it be welded?" the enchanting woman inquired, her voice soft and melodious. "Let me take a look," Mr. Jiang approached, reaching for the cast iron key. Suddenly, the man in the suit grasped Mr. Jiang's wrist, asserting, "This object is of paramount importance. My requirements are not merely to weld it back together. The engravings must remain intact without any damage. The welding must be precise, not too much, not too little, neither too high nor too low. Do you comprehend my intent? If you possess the confidence, then you may undertake this task." Mr. Jiang paused before replying, "Sir, your demands are exceedingly high. I fear I may not be able to fulfill them. You should seek another." The man in the suit countered, "I have inquired around. Your craftsmanship is reputed to be the finest in this region. If you can meet my specifications for the welding of this key, I shall compensate you with 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan. Mr. Jiang was visibly taken aback. Operating his shop for a month, he could barely earn 8 to 10,000 yuan through strenuous efforts. The prospect of earning 5,000 for welding a key was indeed enticing. "Are you capable?" The man in the suit produced 2 cast iron plates from the woman's briefcase. "If you can manage, you may practice on these first. If you find it satisfactory, you may accept the task." The cast iron plates bore similar ornate patterns, intricate and convoluted in appearance. Mr. Jiang examined them briefly, but ultimately shook his head. "Your offered remuneration is substantial. However, your expectations are exceedingly lofty." Even if my eyesight were as sharp as in my youth, I would hesitate to accept this task. Now, in my advanced years, I cannot take on such a challenge. You should seek assistance elsewhere. To not even attempt it, what sort of shop are you running? The woman's gaze was filled with disdain. Though the remark was unflattering, Mr. Jiang silently endured it. I truly cannot assist you. Please look for someone else. The man in the suit scoffed. This establishment would be better off closing its doors. What kind of business is this? Mr. Jiang, known for his patience, bore the insult in silence. At that moment, Xia Lei spoke up. Allow me to take a look. Who are you? The man in the suit scrutinized Xia Lei, his expression tinged with suspicion. Mr. Jiang interjected. In truth, I do not intend to continue operating this shop. He is here to take it over. I am unable. But perhaps he can assist you. Would you consider him? The man in the suit remained skeptical of Xia Lei's abilities. Perceiving him merely as a youthful novice in his 20s, doubting his skill would be of any significant caliber, Xia Lei remarked. One must try to know whether it's feasible. I shall first weld these 2 cast iron plates. Observe, and then we shall discuss further. The suited gentleman exchanged a glance with the alluring woman, who then handed the 2 plates to Xia Lei. He scrutinized the patterns and thickness of the cast iron plates before proceeding to the welding machine, igniting it, and preparing a cast iron welding rod. Are you capable? If not, refrain from attempting, the attractive woman cautioned, her skepticism of Xia Lei's skills evident. Xia Lei remained silent, donning his protective goggles, and commenced welding. While welding cast iron plates is not overly complex, anyone with welding experience can manage it. The challenge lies in adhering to the intricate patterns on the plates with absolute precision. A task not easily accomplished by all. The difficulty is such that even seasoned welding engineers would hesitate to claim they could execute it flawlessly. The reason is simple. During the welding process, the intense light obscures the gaps and patterns from the human eye. While gaps can be filled through experience, patterns require direct observation to be accurately welded. For a conventional welder, this presents an insurmountable obstacle, yet for Xia Lei, it is a task effortlessly within his grasp. His left eye can penetrate the goggles, allowing him to see the patterns on the cast iron plates with clarity. With a series of sizzling sounds, a blinding light radiated from the welding torch, causing the suited gentleman, the attractive woman, and Mr. Jiang to avert their gazes. However, Xia Lei, through the diminished glare of his goggles, focused intently on the center of the luminous mass, the gaps and patterns on the cast iron plates vividly displayed before him. His hands deftly maneuvered the welding torch, skillfully sealing the gaps and aligning the patterns with precision. Is he really capable? The alluring woman murmured. I sense he is merely posturing. She added, he better not deceive me, her tone ominous, though the suited gentleman left his thoughts unspoken. Xia Lei feigned ignorance to their remarks. His motivation to engage was not merely the prospect of earning 5,000 yuan, but rather to test the application of his left eye's ability in a practical setting. Furthermore, he wished to ensure the reputation of this establishment, unwilling to let the duo disparage it upon their departure. Minutes passed, and Xia Lei finally set down the welding torch. The suited gentleman and the attractive woman leaned closer to examine the cast iron plates on the ground. The 2 plates were now seamlessly welded together, devoid of any visible scars, with every intricate pattern perfectly aligned. A subtle weld seam was discernible between the gaps. Remarkably smooth, no excess nor deficiency, as if they had been bonded with adhesive. Undoubtedly, this was a flawless weld. The suited gentleman, the alluring woman, and Mr. Jiang were rendered speechless, their astonishment palpable. Xia Lei inquired, I have completed the welding. Are you satisfied? The suited gentleman, regaining his composure, allowed a smile to break across his face, exclaiming, Ah, young master, your craftsmanship is commendable. Prior to coming here, I consulted a welding engineer who was uncertain about achieving a good weld. Yet I never anticipated discovering such talent in this modest establishment. How about this? You help me weld this key, and I will give you an extra 1,000 for your efforts. Xia Lei chuckled softly. I never claimed I would assist you in welding the key. I am merely here to weld these 2 cast iron pieces at no charge. The man in the suit immediately displayed a flicker of anger, yet he quickly suppressed it, forcing a smile as he replied, Why complicate matters, young master? If you find the compensation insufficient, we can negotiate further. Name your price. Xia Lei replied, As you heard, I am not the owner of this establishment. I am merely here to discuss some business. The alluring woman leaned closer to Xia Lei, her dulcet voice dripping with sweetness. Please, young master, do this favor for me, and I assure you, I shall not forget your kindness. Her beguiling voice and enticing figure were undeniably tempting. Xia Lei's left eye twitched slightly, as the woman's dress seemed to dissipate like morning mist, momentarily leaving him dazed and sweating. This woman was remarkably bold, wearing nothing beneath. Would you? She cooed, her hand resting lightly on Xia Lei's shoulder, gently swaying. Xia Lei stepped back and said, "I might consider it. But you must apologize to Mr. Jiang. What you said earlier was rather ungracious." The man in the suit's lips twitched slightly, yet he turned to Mr. Jiang, saying, "Mr. Jiang, we apologize for our earlier remarks. We were in the wrong." "Ah, it's nothing," Mr. Jiang chuckled, casting a grateful glance at Xia Lei. "Hand it over." Xia Lei extended his hand. The alluring woman then presented the cast iron key, wrapped in red cloth, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Xia Lei approached the welding machine once more, taking up the welding pliers and protective goggles. He was confident that he could weld the key as well as he had the 2 cast iron pieces earlier. With newfound experience, Xia Lei welded the key at an even swifter pace than before, completing the task in under 5 minutes, and with greater finesse. The man in the suit eagerly grasped the still-warm cast iron key, inspecting the welds and textures, then turned to the woman beside him, saying, "Give him 6,000. We shall take our leave." Without hesitation, the alluring woman produced 6,000 from her wallet and handed it to Xia Lei. Xia Lei extended the money toward old Jiang, who repeatedly waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no, young man, I cannot accept this. If I do, I shall lose face. This money is yours. Keep it." Xia Lei smiled. As they conversed, the man in the suit and the alluring woman had already departed without uttering another word. Mysterious indeed. One wonders what they were about, old Jiang mumbled. Xia Lei, too, found himself perplexed, silently speculating. This key must be several centuries old. Why was it broken? What brought these two to seek a welder in such a remote place? "Young man, let us continue our conversation," said the old man Jiang. Xia Lei smiled and responded, "Yes, sir, please be forthright with your asking price." The old man Jiang replied, "Initially, I intended to sell for 110,000. You have seen the equipment, the port here, and the 2 years of rent. This price is quite reasonable. However, having witnessed your skills, I genuinely admire you. In my lifetime in this business, I have never encountered anyone with such remarkable craftsmanship. Entrusting this shop, which has accompanied me for half my life, to you feels like destiny. Therefore, how about this? You give me 105,000, and we will have a deal." "Deal. Thank you, sir," Xia Lei responded with enthusiasm. As they finalized the paperwork, darkness began to envelop the surroundings. Xia Lei called over Ma Xiaoan and shared the news, leaving Ma Xiaoan utterly astonished. "My brother, where did you acquire such a significant sum? You bought this shop so suddenly." Ma Xiaoan's expression was one of exaggerated disbelief. "Do not concern yourself with the finances. I only ask if you are interested in joining me," Xia Lei inquired. "Of course. Wherever you go, I shall follow. We've always been together. Working for others pales in comparison to working for you," Ma Xiaoan cheerfully replied. "Then let us collaborate. You will not be my employee, and we will share the profits equally," Xia Lei proposed. "That is not acceptable. This shop belongs to you. How could I take half? True brothers must be clear about finances. Here's the deal. If we make a lot, you shall give me a larger share. If we earn little, my share will be smaller. If we incur losses, I will not demand any money from you," Ma Xiaoan insisted. "You rascal." "Very well, it is settled," Xia Lei agreed. "I will procure additional equipment and give the shop a simple renovation before we open." "Have you thought of a name?" Ma Xiaoan asked. Xia Lei pondered for a moment and said, "Well, my surname is Lei, and yours is Ma. Let us call it Lei Ma Studio." "That won't do," Ma Xiaoan replied. "Do you have a better suggestion?" Xia Lei inquired, curiosity piqued. Ma Xiaoan grinned and said, "Since your surname is Lei and our future sister-in-law's surname is Jiang, it should rightfully be called Lei Jiang Studio." "Get out of here," Xia Lei exclaimed, playfully swatting at him, but Ma Xiaoan had already dodged. With their own studio, both individuals felt a profound joy, akin to a wanderer finally discovering a home after a long journey. They tidied up the clutter in the shop and cleaned the space until Xia Shui called to remind them about dinner. The two then rode back on an old Xianjiang 125 motorcycle. That night, Xia Lei ordered several pieces of equipment and tools online, spending tens of thousands. The money he won in Macau was now nearly depleted. Strangely, as the funds dwindled, he felt a sense of reassurance. With his own studio, even if he did not earn vast sums, his work and income would undoubtedly be more stable than before. More importantly, with the ability granted by his left eye, should he carve out a reputation in this field, he might indeed achieve great success. On that night, Xia Lei enjoyed a restful slumber, during which he dreamt of Jiang Rui and Long Bing, exquisite and delicate figures whose secrets he savored to his heart's content. Awkwardly, he changed into a fresh pair of undergarments. The following morning, Xia Lei casually consumed a bowl of thin porridge before stepping outside. As he reached the ground floor, he encountered Jiang Rui, who was engrossed in her ascent. Had he not stepped aside, she would have surely collided with him. Rui, what troubles you? You appear quite disoriented so early in the day, Xia Lei inquired. Oh dear, I was just about to come find you, Jiang Rui responded, her face instantly brightening upon seeing him. Do not smile at me like that. Your smile brings nothing but trouble, Xia Lei warned. Let me make this clear. I am unavailable to accompany you shopping for clothes today. If you truly require company, I can send Xiao Shui with you. What is the point in buying clothes now? Even if I were to wear a dragon robe, I would still be unhappy, Jiang Rui replied, her brow furrowing once more. What has happened? Xia Lei asked. Jiang Rui, quick to speak, replied, yesterday, when we had lunch together, I received a call instructing me to go to a crime scene. It's a rather troublesome case, and the higher-ups have issued a strict order. Our precinct must solve it within a week, or I risk losing my position as chief. What kind of case is it? It can't be that serious, can it? Not serious, you say? Professor Zhang Buqing, a luminary in the field of archaeology in Haizhu City, was murdered in his home 2 days ago. His housekeeper discovered the body only yesterday upon returning from her hometown. The perpetrator exhibited a high level of skill, leaving no traces at the scene, and even the surveillance equipment has been removed. We have no leads to pursue. Jiang Rui lamented, her expression one of despair. Lazy, what am I to do? This situation is indeed troublesome, but I am not sure how I can assist you. Xia Lei replied. Who says you cannot help? I came precisely to seek your assistance, Jiang Rui declared. Xia Lei, taken aback, responded, Me? I am neither a police officer nor a private investigator. What could I possibly do to help? Do you not know a formidable woman? The one who pointed a gun at Li Qinhua? I pondered it all night, and I am certain her prowess and connections could aid me in overcoming this predicament. Jiang Rui pleaded, her grip on Xia Lei's hand tightening as she gently shook it, adopting a charming demeanor. Xia Lei, both amused and exasperated, replied, I am not particularly close to her. It's unlikely she would assist with such matters. Suddenly, he recalled something. Wait, you mentioned a lost artifact. What kind of artifact? It was a key. Xia Lei's heart raced as he urgently asked, What kind of key? It seems to be an iron key with several centuries of history. Jiang Rui stated, her gaze fixed intently on Xia Lei. Why do you ask? With a smile, Xia Lei replied, I happen to have seen that key. Jiang Rui was astonished. You have seen that key? How can that be? Xia Lei proceeded to recount the events of the previous afternoon. Hurry, come with me. Jiang Rui urged Xia Lei as she dashed towards the parking lot of the community. Where are you taking me? Xia Lei inquired. Jiang Rui, brimming with excitement, replied. To the police station. There's a photograph of the key in my office, along with some research materials from Professor Zhang. You can take a look. Most importantly, I need you to describe the physical features of those two individuals to me so that I can sketch them. Xia Lei quietly sighed, realizing that his initial intention to head to his studio would have to be abandoned. After half an hour, he followed Jiang Rui to the Beigong District Police Station. Upon entering, Xia Lei noticed that the officers were watching him and Jiang Rui, many of their gazes tinged with a sense of schadenfreude. It seemed they were eagerly anticipating some form of amusement at Jiang Rui's expense, especially if she were to be dismissed from her position as director within a week. It would certainly provide them with ample fodder for ridicule. Quickly, I can't stand these people, Jiang Rui whispered, urging Xia Lei to move faster. Xia Lei chuckled. You are the director, they are your subordinates. It's not customary for a superior to fear their subordinates. You should exude some authority. Let us deal with the immediate situation before discussing authority, Jiang Rui retorted, pushing Xia Lei's shoulder forward, seemingly unfazed by the peculiar stares from her colleagues. Once inside the office, Jiang Rui retrieved a folder and handed it to Xia Lei. Inside the folder were several photographs, images of the crime scene, photos of the corpse, and a picture of the key. Upon seeing the key in the photograph, Xia Lei was taken aback. The key depicted matched the one he had welded just the day prior, the dimensions, color, and patterns all in perfect alignment. Instantly, the images of the suited man and the alluring woman surged into his mind, their attire, height, faces, and expressions vividly replayed as though he had been transported back to the previous afternoon in Mr. Zhang's small shop, witnessing the two in person. What is happening? How can I remember so vividly? It's as if I were gazing at their photographs. Even with exceptional memory, such clarity seems implausible, Xia Lei pondered, astonished. Jiang Rui fixed her gaze on him. What are you thinking? But Xia Lei appeared not to hear her. Closing his eyes to recall the intricate patterns of the wrought iron key he had crafted, the image of the key resurfaced in his mind. Those elaborate designs manifesting with striking clarity, every detail etched as if he were looking at a photograph of the key itself. After half a minute, Xia Lei opened his eyes and studied the key's photograph. The patterns he had remembered matched perfectly with those in the image and in his recollection. He had not overlooked a single detail. Suddenly, a realization struck him. This was not mere memory, but rather an ability where his left eye seemed to retain every image he had ever seen. Whenever he sought to recall a specific image, his left eye would provide a visual as clear as a photograph. Unintentionally, he discovered a new ability of his left eye, an extraordinary photographic memory. Chapter 14. The Divine Window to the Realm. What have you discovered? Xia Lei's actions piqued Jiang Rui's curiosity. Xia Lei chuckled lightly. Nothing much. I am certain it is this key. Do you remember the appearance of that man and woman? Of course, I recall. Allow me to describe them. Can you sketch their likeness? Certainly. I learned to draw while at the police academy and even received an award. Jiang Rui fetched paper and pen. Settling across from Xia Lei. I am ready. Let us begin with the man. Xia Lei slowly detailed the features of the man in the suit, while Jiang Rui meticulously sketched. If only there existed a device capable of printing the images from Xia Lei's mind. Within a second, photographs of the suited man and the alluring woman would materialize. Alas, such technology was but a fantasy, as he described to Jiang Rui. Xia Lei's thoughts wandered to his newfound photographic memory. In truth, this ability transcended mere recall, for even with a photographic memory, one cannot remember everything seen, nor retain every characteristic and detail of an individual. Yet, his left eye could preserve all visual information as if captured in a photograph, allowing him to retrieve it effortlessly upon recollection. I possess this ability. If I were to self-study English or another language, memorizing vocabulary would pose no challenge for me. Why not give it a try? With this thought, Xia Lei felt a surge of eagerness. Jiang Rui completed 2 portraits, one of the man in the suit and the other of the alluring woman. Xia Lei compared the 2 images, noting an impressive resemblance exceeding 95%. Is this them? Let me confirm, Jiang Rui inquired, gazing at Xia Lei. He nodded, affirming, these are the 2 individuals. Please wait here. I shall promptly have their portraits added to the Skynet system for tracking. Jiang Rui departed with the sketches in hand. May I examine the information regarding this key? Xia Lei asked. Of course, feel free to look, Jiang Rui replied as she exited the office, holding Professor Zhang Buqing's research materials. Xia Lei perused half a page before suddenly exclaiming, why not test my left eye's new ability? Through prior contemplation, he had discerned that this capability was not merely a function of his brain's memory, but rather the left eye's ability to retain images. With this realization, Xia Lei abandoned conventional reading, instead scanning rapidly across page after page of material. What would typically require 10 minutes to review, he accomplished in under a minute. Then, he closed his eyes to recollect the contents. Suddenly, segments of text and images surged forth in his mind, each word intact. Even punctuation marks like commas and periods were flawlessly recalled. The images in the materials are remarkably clear, exhibiting a perfect match. The iron key depicted in Professor Zhang's research is an artifact from the Ming Dynasty, over 6 centuries old. According to his studies, this key likely served the purpose of unlocking the storeroom door. The intricate patterns on the key are not only crucial for its function, but may also represent a portion of a map, shrouded in mystery. Reflecting upon all this, Xia Lei found it difficult to contain his excitement, bursting into laughter in disbelief. What was he waiting for? He ought to visit a bookstore to procure materials for learning English, as well as German, French, Japanese, and Russian. Surely, there was no foreign language in this world he couldn't master if he set his mind to it. He remained unaware of the untapped potential of his left eye. But what had already been discovered, aside from his ability to see through objects, was this remarkable capacity to preserve images. Acquiring knowledge typically demands a considerable investment of time, effort, and passion. However, with such an ability, the challenges of learning seemed trivial. His left eye had opened a divine window into the world of academia, revealing not a mere beam of sunlight, but the entirety of the sun itself. What are you laughing at? Have you lost your mind? Jiang Rui entered the office, her curious gaze fixed upon Xia Lei. He snapped back to reality, chuckling. Indeed, I have lost my mind, and quite severely at that. Jiang Rui approached him, reaching out to touch his forehead. You're not warm. You don't have a fever. Are you truly going mad? She stood close, the delightful fragrance of her perfume enveloping him, accentuated by the delicate curve of her neckline. In that fleeting moment, Xia Lei nearly succumbed to the temptation of utilizing his ability to see through her. He averted his gaze and rose to his feet. All right. I've sketched the portraits of the 2 suspects. I suppose I'm no longer needed here. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have preparations to make for the opening of my shop. I truly wish to see your little store, Jiang Rui remarked with a smile. It's far better to manage your own shop than toil away at a construction site. Tell me, where did you acquire the funds to open a store? Is my savings not sufficient? Xia Lei replied with a smirk. Enough of this idle chatter. I'm off. Farewell. And with that, he departed. Lazy. If we solve the case, I'll treat you to a meal, Jiang Rui called after him. Xia Lei glanced back. Are we going to that Sichuan restaurant again? Jiang Rui shook her head. No, we'll try a different one. At that moment, a middle-aged police officer appeared at the office door, inadvertently blocking Xia Lei's path. He politely stepped aside, casting a glance at the officer's badge. The officer, Huang Changhai, held the rank of first-class inspector, equal to Jiang Rui's current rank. As the deputy chief of the precinct, he had anticipated ascending to the chief position following Li Qinghua's downfall, only to be taken aback when the higher-ups exceptionally promoted Jiang Rui, the young upstart. Among the ranks of the Beigong precinct, he was the most resentful of her elevation. Huang Changhai cast a glance at Xia Lei before striding into Jiang Rui's office. He slammed 2 printed images onto her desk, exclaiming, "Director Jiang, how can you issue a wanted notice without any evidence? This is utterly improper." Startled by his fierce demeanor, Jiang Rui's delicate shoulders trembled slightly as her voice quavered. "What more evidence does Director Huang require? My friend witnessed it firsthand. There can be no mistake." "Your friend?" Huang Changhai turned to look at Xia Lei, suddenly recalling that this youth was the very one responsible for Li Qinghua's downfall. Jiang Rui gestured to Xia Lei. "Lei, please share with Director Huang what you know." A wry smile crept upon Xia Lei's lips as he thought to himself, "This director is quite pathetic. Before me, she is like a ferocious tigress. Yet in the presence of others, merely a timid rabbit." However, he maintained his composure and replied, "Indeed, these 2 suspects approached me yesterday, and I assisted them in welding the key, the very key to Professor Zhang's stolen belongings. What do you know? Who are you? Did I inquire of you?" Huang Changhai abruptly lashed out at Xia Lei. Taken aback, Xia Lei retorted, "Am I addressing you? Who do you think you are? I am speaking to Director Jiang. What business do you have here? I only converse with the director. Titles like yours hold no interest for me." Huang Changhai's face flushed crimson with fury. He detested being referred to as the deputy director, yet this young man seemed to revel in pricking that particular wound. Jiang Rui interjected awkwardly, "Lei, please don't be like this." Xia Lei continued, "And you, Director Huang, how can you allow someone of your position to come here and unleash your ire? By what right?" Huang Changhai jabbed a finger at Xia Lei. "You better show some respect." Xia Lei replied with a cold laugh, "I only respect those deserving of it. You certainly do not qualify. Don't think I am oblivious to your motives. You fear that Director Jiang will uncover the case within a week, securing her position as head director while you remain in your current post. Am I right?" Huang Changhai's lips twitched, but he could not retort. Xia Lei had indeed discerned his thoughts. Upon Jiang Rui drawing the suspect's likeness, he had panicked, thus storming into her office to disrupt her progress. Xia Lei chastised, "You draw a salary from the state, yet choose to impede the investigation for your own selfish interests. I truly feel ashamed for someone like you. If you are unwilling to solve the case, why do you even remain a police officer? Do you understand why the higher-ups chose Jiang over you? With your mindset, you shall never ascend to the position of head director." "Very well, we shall see." Huang Changhai spat. "Jiang Rui, you may pursue the case on your own." He snatched the images he had slammed onto the desk, crumpled them vigorously, and tossed them into the wastebasket. Fuming, he stormed out of the office, casting one last venomous glare at Xia Lei. The office was left with only Jiang Rui and Xia Lei, and the atmosphere turned decidedly heavy. "Lei." After a prolonged silence, Jiang Rui finally broke the stillness, expressing her surprise at the sharpness of his tongue, questioning how he consistently lost arguments. Xia Lei managed a wry smile, pointing out the unfavorable circumstances surrounding her and questioning her ability to jest amidst such adversity. "How is this unfavorable for me?" Jiang Rui inquired, her expression one of confusion. Xia Lei replied, "Did you not hear what Huang Changhai just said? He mentioned that you would tackle the case alone. Do you not grasp the implications of that statement? It will be exceedingly difficult for you to command the personnel in this precinct. Even if you lead them in the investigation, they will merely go through the motions and lack genuine effort." Jiang Rui stood there, momentarily stunned. Xia Lei sighed, lamenting her naivety. "You are too innocent, allowing yourself to be exploited while assisting those who deceive you. Consider this. You were abruptly elevated from an office clerk to the position of director. How many within this precinct truly respect you?" Following Li Qinghua's downfall, the influential voice here is that of Huang Changhai, not yours. He possesses the prestige he has cultivated over the years and the loyalty of those he has mentored, while you have yet to establish anything. Additionally, the personnel in this precinct believe that within a week you will be dismissed, with Huang Changhai slated to replace you. Tell me, will they heed Huang Changhai or you? Jiang Rui shook her head defiantly, asserting, "I refuse to believe that. Work is work. There must be those who uphold principles, right? Even if I am to be dismissed within a week, I am still the director of this precinct for now, and I will not concede that I cannot command them. Come with me. I shall prove you wrong." Xia Lei chuckled bitterly, having seen the ways of the world through years of struggle, declaring that he had no need for proof. I have done all I can beyond this. I cannot assist further. I must take my leave. It won't delay you for long. With determination, Jiang Rui seized Xia Lei's hand, leading him toward the officer's work area. Chapter 15. I saw nothing upon entering the officer's work area. Jiang Rui was taken aback. The space was nearly empty, populated only by a few female officers engaged in administrative tasks. Approaching one of the officers, she inquired, Xiao Wang, what is going on? Where is everyone? The officer known as Xiao Wang replied, they've all been dispatched by Director Huang. Dispatched for what purpose? Jiang Rui pressed. Xiao Wang explained, some are investigating old cases. Others are on patrol, and a few are handling a recent burglary report that came in just a few minutes ago. Jiang Rui's face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, this is absurd. A directive has come down from above mandating that we solve this case within a week. How can they be off chasing petty thieves at such a critical time? Clearing his throat, Huang Changhai entered the officer's work area, holding a well-crafted Yixing teacup, a smirk of schadenfreude playing upon his lips. Xiao Wang, go and brew me a cup of tea. Of course, Xiao Wang complied, rising to prepare the tea. Her demeanor noticeably more subservient than it had been with Jiang Rui. Jiang Rui, visibly frustrated, confronted Huang Changhai. Director Huang, what do you mean by this? You've sent everyone away. Who is left to investigate Professor Zhang's case? Huang Changhai languidly remarked, as for me, I am conducting an investigation. I am personally leading a team of elite members from our bureau to address the case of Professor Zhang's untimely demise. Pausing briefly, he added with a smile, Director Jiang. You have never led a case before and lack experience in this realm, so you might as well remain comfortably in your office and await my good news. I shall depart after finishing this cup of tea. Are you doing this on purpose, Huang Changhai? Jiang Rui trembled with indignation. I will report this to the higher authorities. Huang Changhai chuckled, suit yourself. I am personally heading the investigation into Professor Zhang's case. What more do you desire? If you are capable, why not pursue it yourself? Jiang Rui was rendered speechless by his provocations. What's the matter? Surely you do not lack even the slightest capability to solve cases? Huang Changhai's tone dripped with taunting insinuation. Xia Lei, who had initially refrained from interjecting, could no longer remain silent. He spoke up, Huang Changhai. Do you truly believe that your interference can prevent Rui from cracking the case? Let me assure you, it is futile. The suspect's profile has already been established. The case is, in fact, half solved. Huang Changhai scoffed. Those two so-called suspects' profiles were provided by you, were they not? How could a mere laborer like you possibly encounter the murderer of Professor Zhang? How credible are your assertions? Do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims? I suspect you are merely trying to get close to Jiang Rui by fabricating two fictitious suspects. Xia Lei chuckled lightly. Do not rejoice too soon. If Rui is dismissed after a week, then you may have cause to celebrate. However, should she solve the case and secure her position as the director, I believe it will be you who should be concerned. Initially intending to return to his tasks at the shop, he found Huang Changhai insufferable and declared, Rui, I have decided to assist you in solving this case. He looked at Jiang Rui and continued, but you must promise me that at some point, you will assign this fellow to guard the bike shed. Agreed. I promise. Jiang Rui replied with a heavy nasal tone, her face breaking into a smile. She looked at Xia Lei with gratitude, feeling a sense of vindication. Humph. I shall see who ends up guarding the bike shed. Huang Changhai's smile had vanished entirely. Xia Lei, no longer inclined to engage with Huang Changhai, smiled and said, Rui, let us be on our way. As they exited the police station, Jiang Rui halted Xia Lei, saying, Ray, thank you for your support just now. Had it not been for your intervention, I would have lost all face. Xia Lei responded, if someone bullies you, I must naturally lend my assistance. A charming smile graced Jiang Rui's lips as she tentatively inquired, did Huang Changhai truly say that you were interested in me? Xia Lei appeared startled, as if someone had stepped on his foot. What nonsense. I would never pursue you. Ever since you reported to our homeroom teacher in 3rd grade that I was eating candy in class, I have harbored no illusions about you. Jiang Rui playfully punched Xia Lei, exclaiming in irritation, you still remember that incident from 3rd grade? You truly are petty. Xia Lei deftly evaded her 2 punches, chuckling as he remarked, all right, no more jesting. Let us shift our focus back to the case at hand. Rui, what are your plans? Jiang Rui's spirits sank once again. I am at a loss as to what to do. Huang Changhai was quite right. I truly lack experience in solving cases. She cast a glance at Xia Lei and asked, do you think I am utterly useless? Xia Lei offered her words of comfort. Do not underestimate yourself. Your appointment as director was made with great consideration, indicating that there are qualities in you that are valued. Although I have yet to discern your strengths, Your superiors undoubtedly have. Jiang Ruei shot him a skeptical look. Are you complimenting me or mocking me? Certainly. I am complimenting you, he replied. Now, lead me to Professor Zhang's residence. I promise to assist you in cracking this case, and I shall keep my word. Jiang Ruei furrowed her brow. The crime scene has already been processed by the technical team, and nothing was uncovered. Our visit would be futile. Xia Lei countered. Perhaps the technical team overlooked something. Let us investigate. With a stroke of luck, we might uncover a clue. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Ruei conceded. All right, let us go take a look. Besides, I have no idea where to find those two rascals. Xia Lei hopped into Jiang Ruei's car, and during the ride, he placed a call to Ma Xiaoan, instructing him on his tasks. Ma Xiaoan chuckled. Rest assured, I can handle a few minor matters. You enjoy your date with the future sister-in-law, but remember to be cautious. Haha, watch your mouth. Xia Lei muttered under his breath before decisively ending the call. Jiang Ruei glanced at Xia Lei, who was seated in the front passenger seat. Who did you call? What did he ask you to do? Ma Xiaoan, he nearly let slip. Thinking quickly, he added, he reminded me to bring some money. Bring money? For what purpose? Jiang Ruei's face brightened with a charming smile. Lazy, are you inviting me out for a meal? Let us dine at a Western restaurant. I know a place renowned for its excellent steak. Xia Lei rolled his eyes in exasperation. No way, just drive your car. Cheapskate, Jiang Ruei muttered. Sister is teaching you how to woo women. With such stinginess, how do you expect to win them over? Professor Zhang Boqing's residence was situated within an upscale community. A standalone villa. His wife had passed away a year prior, and without any children, the house had become a desolate shell since his demise. Jiang Ruei tore open the seal and ushered Xia Lei inside. Under normal circumstances, police seals are not to be breached. However, as the director, she held that authority, especially in the pursuit of solving a case. The living room was impeccably tidy, with all items arranged in perfect order. Was this place cleaned up afterward? Or was it like this before the incident? Xia Lei inquired. Jiang Ruei remarked. When we received the report and arrived here, it was just as described. The maid who reported the incident said she intended to awaken Professor Zhang before tidying up, only to discover him lifeless in his bedroom. She immediately alerted us. She claimed that thereafter, she did not touch anything. Lead me to the bedroom, Xia Lei requested. Jiang Ruei guided him to a room on the second floor. The bedroom did not appear particularly disheveled, and there were no conspicuous bloodstains on the floor. One corner of the quilt was slightly turned back, as if the occupant had just risen to leave. The items within the room appeared normal, undamaged, and not carelessly strewn about. It felt as though the former resident had merely stepped out for a moment, perhaps to water flowers or take a dog for a walk, with the expectation of returning shortly. The only discordant element was a human figure drawn in marker on the pine floor, positioned near the window, likely indicating where Professor Zhang had met his demise. Jiang Ruei sighed softly, pondering how this could possibly resemble a crime scene. I cannot fathom how those two suspects managed to leave no trace behind. Xia Lei replied, even the slightest breeze stirs up dust, let alone the presence of a person. It is impossible for the suspects to leave no evidence. It is merely that your team has overlooked it. Jiang Ruei countered. The technical team comprises experts with specialized equipment. They have thoroughly examined the villa, inside and out, and found no evidence whatsoever. What else can we possibly discover? Xia Lei chose not to argue further on this point and inquired, by the way, with no signs of homicide, how did you ascertain that Professor Zhang was murdered? Naturally, it is the body. His neck was cleanly twisted. If not for this particular feature, we might not even be able to determine whether this case constitutes a homicide. Jiang Ruei explained. Let me take another look, Xia Lei said, moving to the window to scrutinize the figure drawn on the floor. He crouched down for a closer examination. And after a minute, he even lay flat against the floor to inspect the gaps between the boards, his face nearly touching the ground. The technical team's experts have tools like magnifying glasses and fluorescent powder, but he possessed only his keen eyesight. If he wished, he could perceive even the dust suspended in the air. His eyesight was far more effective than the technical team's investigative equipment. Curiously watching Xia Lei, Jiang Ruei asked, Lazy, what are you doing? Searching for clues, Xia Lei replied, positioning his left eye near a gap in the floorboards. I see you resemble someone looking for ants. Jiang Ruei commented, discreetly lifting a foot, preparing to playfully kick him. Suddenly, Xia Lei turned his head and caught sight of Jiang Ruei raising her foot to kick him. Her leg was elevated quite high, and she was wearing a skirt. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of a delicate purple lace trim. A glimpse of a mature landscape instantly entering his vision, slightly translucent, with indentations and shadows. In that instant, his gaze snapped to attention, and a surge of warmth surged within him. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Ruei suddenly realized that Xia Lei was intently staring at the hem of her dress. her face instantly turning the hue of a ripe persimmon. She hurriedly closed her legs tightly, fearful that something might intrude. Xia Lei felt equally awkward. He cleared his throat and murmured, "I didn't see anything." "Don't say that." Jiang Rui, mortified, wished she could vanish into a crack in the ground. Xia Lei fell silent, yet inwardly he mused, "If I wished to see you, no amount of clothing would suffice. You just remain oblivious." The atmosphere in the room grew tense, and ultimately, Xia Lei could no longer withstand Jiang Rui's murderous glare, rising to approach the window. He examined the area around the window before finally opening it. Through the ajar window, one could glimpse a corner of the community in the distant street beyond. Bustling with vehicles and unfamiliar faces, people constructed a city, yet within it, they became lost. "Lazy, have you discovered something?" Jiang Rui, growing impatient, inquired. Xia Lei shook his head. "Not yet, but I sense something is amiss." "What seems off?" He replied, "It's too pristine here. There isn't even a speck of dust in the crevices of the floor, as if it had been vacuumed." "But didn't the professor's maid say she hadn't cleaned?" Xia Lei remarked. "The maid may not have cleaned, but what of the hands that might have? If someone was concerned about leaving traces after eliminating Professor Zhang, it would be quite normal for them to clean the area thoroughly, ensuring your forensic team finds no evidence." Indeed, such a possibility existed. However, Jiang Rui regarded Xia Lei with skepticism. "The floor crevices are so narrow. How could you even discern the dust within?" Xia Lei deftly sidestepped her query. "Where's the vacuum cleaner?" "Lead me to it. In the storage room, I'll take you there." Jiang Rui did not press further about how Xia Lei had discerned the condition of the floor crevices. She guided him to a storage area within the villa. The storage room contained cleaning tools, mops, vacuums, and buckets, along with other assorted items, all meticulously organized. "Has your forensic team examined this place?" Xia Lei asked. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Rui replied, "A colleague came by, but he only took a cursory glance, not a thorough inspection." Xia Lei approached the mop, his left eye twitching slightly. The wooden handle of the mop suddenly magnified in his view, with every detail of the wood's surface coming into sharp focus. He had not employed a magnifying glass, yet he perceived it with greater clarity than if he had. The handle of the mop was remarkably pristine, devoid of any fingerprints. And not a single water stain marred its surface. Summer Lei's conviction grew stronger. He was certain that the perpetrator had meticulously cleaned the scene, even wiping down the very cleaning tools used in the process. This was the only plausible explanation, for had the maid at Professor Zhang's residence undertaken the cleaning, her intention would surely have been to rest, rather than to polish the mop's handle. "Lei, you seem rather peculiar today. Earlier, you were crouched on the floor examining the crevices, and now you are scrutinizing the mop. Are you assisting me in solving the case?" Jiang Rui's curiosity intensified. "Enough of that," Summer Lei replied as he approached the vacuum cleaner. Jiang Rui pouted in discontent. "You appear to be a detective, but have you ever done this before? Are you even capable? If you find nothing, let us venture outside. If fortune smiles upon us, we may encounter those two suspects. Hey, are you listening to me?" She was certainly not one to be silenced, yet Summer Lei remained silent, having completed his inspection of the vacuum cleaner's handle during Jiang Rui's chatter. The outcome was the same. The handle of the vacuum cleaner had also been wiped clean, as if it had just left the factory. His gaze suddenly fell upon the vacuum's dust container, where the black plastic seemed to vanish from sight, revealing its contents. The dust container had not been emptied, still containing various debris, dust, and fibers from the carpet. A small piece of a nail and a hair strand lodged within the nail's crack suddenly caught Summer Lei's attention. And to his astonishment, he discerned a faint dark red bloodstain upon the nail. Although the murderer was cunning and meticulous, they had still left behind evidence. But who, other than Summer Lei, with his extraordinary vision, could uncover such clues? A smile crept onto his lips. Though he was not a detective and possessed no experience in the field, his remarkable ability in his left eye rendered him a natural sleuth. "What are you smiling about?" Jiang Rui inquired, her mind filled with questions. Summer Lei remained silent, removing the dust container from the vacuum and stepping outside. "What are you doing?" Jiang Rui chased after him into the storage room. Summer Lei returned to the living room, procured a newspaper, and proceeded to empty the contents of the dust container onto it. He then carefully sifted through the dust and carpet fibers, revealing the small fragment of the nail hidden within. "Why don't you say something?" Jiang Rui, oblivious to the small nail piece, could not comprehend Summer Lei's actions. Summer Lei delicately wrapped the nail fragment in a tissue and presented it before Jiang Rui, smiling as he said, "Do you see? This is the evidence left behind by the perpetrator." "Is this?" Jiang Rui stared in disbelief at the nail fragment within the tissue, remarked, "The bloodstain on this nail must belong to the murderer, and there is a strand of hair as well. With these two pieces of evidence, You can identify the culprit and uncover their true identity from your police database. Armed with such proof, you can file a comprehensive report. You now possess both eyewitness and material evidence. This case is bound to be solved. Jiang Rui, momentarily taken aback, suddenly embraced Xia Lei and planted a light kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "I knew it. I knew it. Ha ha, Lazy, you truly are my lucky star." The warmth of her embrace and the gentle kiss left Xia Lei momentarily frozen, as if struck by a spell. Given Jiang Rui's allure, such intimate contact would elicit a reaction from any man, regardless of experience. Within mere seconds, he felt an undeniable response, feeling something peculiar pressing against her. Jiang Rui glanced down and abruptly pushed Xia Lei away, a rosy blush blooming on her fair cheeks. "What on earth are you thinking?" she exclaimed. Xia Lei awkwardly turned away, stammering, "Nothing, nothing. Do you think I'm blind? You naughty boy, you must have ulterior motives," she retorted, spitting in disgust, her face growing even redder. Xia Lei quickly sought to divert her attention. You should focus on what you need to do." Jiang Rui retrieved her phone. "I'll call the tech team right away. With such crucial evidence, identifying the suspect will be much simpler." Suddenly, Xia Lei turned and grasped her hand. "Are you foolish? If you call back, Huang Changhai will meddle again. With just a few tricks, he can delay the tech team. A week from now, you could be dismissed, and he will take the credit for solving the case with the evidence we found." Furrowing her brow, Jiang Rui asked, "What should we do then?" Xia Lei suggested, "Call your superior and ask them to send someone over. You can also share your grievances and report Huang Changhai's misdeeds. He has been a constant thorn in your side. Don't you wish to retaliate? This is the perfect opportunity." Giggling, Jiang Rui replied, "Lazy, I never realized you could be so cunning. I'll call Director Su right now." With a smile, she dialed another number. Xia Lei watched Jiang Rui as she made the call. His left eye twitched uncontrollably, and through its gaze, he noticed her uniform subtly lose its form, revealing a breathtaking view. Her bosom was full and firm, exuding an irresistible allure. Her waist was slender and supple, with a smooth, flat abdomen that possessed a hint of youthful softness, enchanting beyond words. Her long legs were both elegant and voluptuous, exuding an exquisite charm. One could never tire of admiring such beautiful limbs. Moreover, the alluring and mysteriously charged curves of her figure left Xia Lei parched and restless, as if a flame resided within his abdomen, causing discomfort throughout his being. If this continued, he feared he might lose his composure and act inappropriately. He pinched his thigh, attempting to dispel the wicked thoughts, yet the effect was minimal. "I shall retreat to the study," he murmured, daring not to gaze upon Jiang Rui any longer, and swiftly turned towards the adjacent study. The study was adorned with an ancient desk crafted from golden Nanmu wood, accompanied by 2 grand bookshelves, also of the same exquisite wood. The material shimmered splendidly, casting shifting shadows, revealing its immense value as collectible furniture. Surely, the desk and bookshelves must be worth several 100,000. Professor Zhang truly possesses great wealth, Xia Lei pondered as he approached the bookshelf. The shelves held a plethora of books, encompassing archaeological texts, literary masterpieces, and various miscellaneous writings, a diverse assortment indeed. Professor Zhang had met his demise over a key. How immensely valuable could that key be to warrant such a heinous act by the 2 suspects? The materials Rui had shared with him suggested that the key might unlock some storied door, with the engravings possibly forming part of a map. It was inconceivable that Professor Zhang had left behind only a modicum of research material. Xia Lei's thoughts swiftly shifted to the case at hand. In truth, if he could uncover the evidence left by the murderer, he could conclude his task. However, he found himself irresistibly intrigued by the cast-iron key. Reminiscing about the moment it was forged, and the faces of the suited man and the alluring woman standing in Professor Zhang's study, an odd feeling enveloped him, as if the professor might have concealed something significant that had eluded both the authorities and his assailants. Having promised to assist Rui, he resolved to see it through to the end. He would seek out leads to help her apprehend the culprit. After all, he had already glimpsed the truth. He chuckled at his own self-deprecation and then felt a slight twitch in his left eye. Suddenly, the entire study transformed into a transparent realm. Chapter 17. The wrathful matriarch activating the X-ray vision of his left eye. Everything within the study, whether in plain sight or hidden from view, became discernible. Soon, his gaze settled upon a volume titled Archaeological Discoveries. Yet, it was not the book itself that captured his attention, but rather a piece of notepaper nestled within its pages. Xia Lei withdrew Archaeological Discoveries from the shelf and unfolded the meticulously folded note. The notepaper bore a striking message. "I examined the map brought by that individual. The path on the key indeed corresponds to a section of the map, combining both elements. I deduced that the sunken ship should be located near Juwei Island in the East China Sea. He sought to collaborate with me, but I declined his offer. The artifacts aboard the ship belong to the nation. No one can claim them as their own. Tomorrow, I shall report to the Bureau of Cultural Relics, and efforts to search for the sunken ship should commence promptly. I believe, if all proceeds smoothly, this will be yet another momentous event that astonishes the archaeological community. Jiwei Island. Xia Lei's heart stirred at the realization that the man and woman had murdered Professor Zhang and stolen the key. He had assisted in welding the key for them, and they were likely at this very moment searching for the sunken ship near Jiwei Island. They could never fathom that I would so swiftly aid the police in uncovering their trail. At that moment, Jiang Rui entered from the study, her face alight with joy. Lazy, I called Director Su and informed him that I have uncovered crucial evidence. Oh, and I casually reported to Huang Changhai as well. Just thinking about it brings me satisfaction. Xia Lei chuckled. How do you plan to thank me? Jiang Rui approached, gazing intently at Xia Lei with a smile. What do you wish for my gratitude? I think I'll pass. I no longer desire Sichuan cuisine, Xia Lei conceded. Jiang Rui laughed. That's the best you could think. I saved 200 yuan. Xia Lei handed her the note paper left by Professor Zhang, saying, Though you are as stingy as a miser, I shall see this good deed through to the end. This note contains an address. Taking it to your team should lead you to apprehend those two suspects. Jiang Rui promptly opened the note to examine its contents. Xia Lei remarked, My assistance can only extend this far. The rest is up to you. There is no purpose in my lingering here, so I shall take my leave. Should you require further assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. Wait, Jiang Rui called out, her expression one of astonishment. How did you come by this note? Such a significant item, and our forensic team failed to discover it. Xia Lei gestured toward the bookcase. I initially intended to find a book to read and stumbled upon this note within one of them. What a coincidence! Jiang Rui exclaimed, visibly astonished. Xia Lei smiled. Did you not say I am your lucky star? It was merely a case of a blind cat finding a dead mouse. Yet Jiang Rui continued to gaze at Xia Lei with suspicion, her mind brimming with questions. The forensic experts had found nothing, yet Xia Lei's arrival had yielded evidence and even leads to capture the criminals. When had he become so remarkably adept? It was as if he were a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, followed by Huang Changhai's voice. Jiang Rui, as the director, you should know better. This is a crime scene. How could you bring an unrelated person in? Both Xia Lei and Jiang Rui were taken aback, astonished at the unexpected arrival. What is that bothersome fellow doing here? Xia Lei queried. Rui, are you certain you dialed the right number for Director Su? Jiang Rui nodded, of course. How could I be unclear about whom I called? Director Su said he would send someone to assist me. Wouldn't he possibly send Huang Changhai to assist you? Would he? Surely not. I believe he holds a poor opinion of Huang Changhai. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been appointed as director? Jiang Rui stamped her foot in frustration. But how did that fellow end up here? As soon as her words fell, Huang Changhai appeared at the study door, accompanied by several police officers. They averted their gazes from Jiang Rui, clearly uncomfortable in her presence. Huang Bureau, what brings you here? Jiang Rui queried, feeling diminutive in Huang Changhai's imposing presence. A wave of unease washing over her. Huang Changhai let out a cold laugh. Director Jiang, surely you are aware of the gravity of this location? How could you bring this young man here? You are jeopardizing the integrity of the scene. Just as Jiang Rui was about to respond, Xia Lei, who stood behind her, pinched her thigh forcefully, causing her mouth to form a silent O in shock. Leaning closer to her ear, Xia Lei whispered, If you wish for him to steal your credit, then by all means, disclose the evidence and the notes I uncovered. Are you trying to get me killed? That hurts. Can't you find a less sensitive spot to pinch? Jiang Rui whispered through clenched teeth, audible only to Xia Lei. Are you referring to my backside? Xia Lei dared not touch that area. Why are you so afraid of him? Are you a fool? No matter how hard I try, you never seem to learn. He's your subordinate. And you still hold the evidence and leads to crack this case. Why not assert yourself a little more? Jiang Rui paused momentarily, contemplating, indeed, why shouldn't I? I am the director. Director Jiang, are you not hearing my inquiries? Huang Changhai pressed, his tone aggressive. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Rui suddenly exclaimed, What explanation do you seek? Huang Changhai, silence yourself. Huang Changhai was momentarily taken aback, and the study fell into a profound silence. The eyes of several officers were fixed on Jiang Rui, undoubtedly astonished to witness their director's authority, a sight that would leave them speechless for quite some time. Huang Changhai attempted to speak, but Jiang Rui interrupted. Did you not hear me tell you to be quiet? I am the director. You are merely my subordinate, a backup. It is not your place to dictate here. What is wrong with my bringing personnel for the investigation? Look at you. All you do is complicate matters. What else can you contribute? Her words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage from a machine gun, her spittle resembling bullets being unleashed. Jiang Rui pointed sternly at the study door and declared, Huang Changhai, you are to return to the bureau and stay there. The rest of you will remain to handle the case. The officers exchanged glances with Huang Changhai, seemingly awaiting his cue, or perhaps gauging the situation to choose their allegiance. It was then that Huang Changhai regained his composure, letting out a chilling laugh. Jiang Rui, it is not within your temporary authority to command me. Suddenly, a deep male voice resonated from outside. What audacity! If she cannot command you, then allow me to take the reins. As the voice faded, a tall and slender officer appeared at the study door, adorned with the silver olive branch insignia indicating the rank of second-class police inspector. He maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an air of authority without displaying anger. Although Xia Lei had never encountered this individual before, the police insignia on his shoulder hinted at his identity as Director Su, as referred to by Jiangyi. Indeed, he soon spotted the name on his badge, Su Jingyi. Su Jingyi was not alone. He was accompanied by several officers, including technicians carrying toolboxes and detectives armed with firearms. Upon their arrival, the officers from the Beigong district branch at the study door promptly made way, positioning themselves at a distance. Upon seeing Su Jingyi, Mr. Huang Changhai momentarily froze, then approached with a beaming smile, extending his hands in a fawning manner, saying, Director Su, you have come to guide our work, haven't you? However, Su Jingyi walked past Huang Changhai without shaking his hand. Huang's face flushed with embarrassment as he withdrew his hand. Director Su, I just discussed the case's progress with Director Jiang. I have acquired crucial intelligence regarding the suspect's physical description. Look, this is the sketch of the suspect. Huang produced the sketches of the two suspects drawn by Jiang Rui. Jiang Rui exclaimed, Huang Changhai, have some decency. Those sketches are based on Lei's description, and I personally drew them. When did they become your intelligence? Huang shamelessly retorted. Director Jiang, I understand your eagerness to achieve results, but some matters cannot be rushed. Jiang Rui was left speechless in frustration. Xia Lei interjected, Director Huang, since you claim to possess significant intelligence, you must know the true identities of these two suspects as well as their current whereabouts and intentions. Huang Changhai found himself at a loss for words. Su Jingyi's gaze shifted to Xia Lei, surprisingly imbued with an air of encouragement. Xia Lei continued, Director Huang, your focus lies not on solving the case, but rather on how to delay Director Zhang's progress to facilitate her downfall, doesn't he? You speak nonsense. Huang Changhai could no longer maintain his composure. A faint smirk appeared on Xia Lei's lips. What you are unaware of, Director Jiang is already aware of. In fact, Director Jiang has already cracked this case. How is that possible? Su Jingyi appeared astonished. Jiang Rui promptly placed the evidence discovered by Xia Lei onto the desk and began to explain, Director Su, this is evidence left by the suspects. This nail has traces of blood and hair. We can analyze it to ascertain the suspects' true identities. Furthermore, this note left by Professor Zhang indicates possible locations of the suspects. Time is of the essence. We should divide our efforts to analyze and compare the suspects' identities while simultaneously executing the arrest. Su Jingyi examined the nail resting on the tissue and then glanced at Professor Zhang's note, a joyous smile spreading across his face. Rui, well done. How did you think to return to the scene to search for evidence? Jiang Rui cast a glance at Xia Lei, and a faint smile involuntarily graced her lips. I believe that regardless of how secretive and meticulous the perpetrator was, there will undoubtedly be traces left at the scene connected to him. The last time we failed to uncover them was due to our lack of diligence. This time, I searched thoroughly and indeed discovered a nail in the vacuum cleaner's dust container. Additionally, I uncovered a note left by Professor Zhang within a book. Excellent. I truly did not misjudge you. Su Jingyi beamed with delight. Jiang Rui glanced at Xia Lei again, her beautiful eyes brimming with gratitude and joy. Xia Lei felt elated as well. He had no qualms about Jiang Rui taking the credit, as he had no personal stake in it, but it was of paramount importance for her future. Su Jingyi regarded Huang Changhai with a tone that was anything but amicable. Huang Changhai, you may return for now. I will speak with you once this case is resolved. Huang Changhai's head drooped immediately. It was evident that Su Jingyi's forthcoming discussion would not bode well for him. As Su Jingyi made a call to summon personnel, while several technicians processed the evidence, Jiang Rui sidled up to Xia Lei and playfully pinched him on the rear. Startled by her sudden action, Xia Lei gritted his teeth and exclaimed, What are you doing? You pinch me once, I'll pinch you back, and we'll be even. Jiang Rui chuckled softly, turning back to say, Sister will treat you to Western cuisine, and this time it's genuine, absolutely not the budget Sichuan meal. Then, she pinched him firmly again. Xia Lei winced in pain, tempted to retaliate and pinch her in return. Surely, it would be delightful to squeeze that soft spot of hers. Yet, he refrained from acting on his impulse. To his dismay, he realized that Jiang Rui's playful pinches had stirred something within him, the fabric failing to conceal its assertiveness. On the very night evidence was discovered, the police apprehended 2 suspects on Nine-Tailed Island. Jiang Rui sent Xia Lei the crime scene photos via WeChat, featuring the suited man welding the key and the alluring woman from that day. With this development, the case could be deemed solved, and Jiang Rui's position as director was firmly established. As for the precious artifacts within the sunken ship, their nature remained a mystery. Xia Lei, however, was wholly unconcerned, his thoughts entirely absorbed in his studies. Upon returning from the Lei Ma studio that afternoon, he visited a bookstore and purchased thousands of yuan worth of books. He acquired a bilingual dictionary, English grammar, contemporary university German, Japanese for beginners, French, and other language learning materials. He also procured a welding manual, a welding engineer's handbook, and precision machinery texts, among other specialized technical literature. Furthermore, he obtained introductory books on computers, languages, and programming manuals. All these volumes were dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge, filling 2 large boxes with dozens of tomes. For an ordinary person to learn and master this material would require a decade or more of dedicated effort. Xia Lei, however, did not require the lengthy span of over 10 years. Within an hour of viewing the photographs sent by Jiang Rui, he had already perused an entire English-Chinese dictionary. His reading style was distinctly characterized by a lack of urgency in grasping the meanings of words and phrases. Instead, he swiftly scanned the pages with his eyes, absorbing the content with mere glances. Upon closing the book, Xia Lei shut his eyes, and instantly, the material he had encountered unfurled in his mind. Each article, every paragraph, each sentence, and even every punctuation mark vividly materialized in his thoughts. The most challenging aspect of learning a foreign language lies in memorizing vocabulary. In just 1 hour, he had committed the entirety of the English-Chinese dictionary to memory. With such progress, what need had he for years or decades to master the English language? "Brother, your light is still on. What are you doing so late?" came the voice of Xia Shui from outside the door. Xia Lei glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table and realized it was already past midnight. "I'm reading," he replied. "Get some rest. You have to go to the store early tomorrow. Don't tire yourself too much," Xia Shui said with concern. "All right, I'll go to sleep now. You should too," Xia Lei responded, turning off the light. "Brother, I'll go help out at the store tomorrow," Xia Shui suggested. "No need. There is not much to do at the store. It's sufficient with just me and Shaoan," Xia Lei replied. "Then I'll go to school for extra lessons," Xia Shui said as the sound of her slippers echoed away as she returned to her room. Lying in bed with his eyes closed, Xia Lei found it impossible to drift into slumber as his mind continued to revisit the contents of the English-Chinese dictionary. He was exhilarated and utterly unable to sleep. The following morning, Xia Lei brought several books to the Lei Ma studio, only to find that Ma Xiao and was already hard at work in the studio. "What brings you here so early?" Xia Lei inquired, somewhat surprised. "I couldn't sleep, so I came in early to work. The sooner we get started, the sooner our studio can open," Ma Xiaoan replied with a smile. "I can't wait for that day to arrive." Xia Lei chuckled. "I feel the same way. With our combined efforts, the Lei Ma studio is bound to succeed." Ma Xiaoan's gaze fell on the large stack of books in Xia Lei's hands. Curiosity piqued. "Why did you bring so many books? What are they?" "They're reference materials, welding engineer's handbook, precision machining, and the like. I want to take a look when the renovation workers arrive," Xia Lei explained. "Can you finish reading all of those?" Ma Xiaoan questioned, his eyes filled with skepticism. Typically, 1 book would suffice for an individual. Who would bring so many at once? Xia Lei merely smiled, saying nothing. In his heart, he silently mused. "If only you knew I memorized the entire English-Chinese dictionary and the grammar book last night, would you still think the same?" After a while of busily preparing, a renovation worker arrived on a 3-wheeled cargo bike, bringing tools and materials for the project. According to Xia Lei's plan, the walls of the shop are to be repainted, and the ceiling will be replaced with new plasterboard, creating an overall impression of cleanliness and tidiness. Tools and supplies will be reorganized to optimize the use of space. In essence, the shop will be elevated to a new level, transforming from a mere roadside establishment into a sophisticated and stylish studio. Opening a studio merely to repair old welding carts or fix rice cookers lacks purpose. Xia Lei aspires to secure higher-end orders, such as intricate welding and precision machining of mechanical components. This ambition underpins the establishment of Lima Studio. Once the renovation workers commenced their tasks, Xia Lei settled on a chair at the entrance to read, while Ma Xiaoan, with nothing to do, eventually joined the workers to assist them. The afternoon slipped away, and Xia Lei managed to read through 2 substantial professional books. Just as Xia Lei and Ma Xiaoan were preparing to invite the renovation workers to a nearby eatery, A red Volkswagen pulled up to the roadside. Jiang Rui stepped out of the car, clad in a white short-sleeved round-neck shirt and a fitted black skirt, complemented by nude stockings and black high heels. Her presence was akin to a refreshing summer breeze, a sight that delighted the senses. However, Xia Lei perceived more than just this. He also caught a glimpse of black lace trim and a purple bra. These fleeting images vanished from his sight, evoking an image of Jiang Rui, like a maiden from a primitive tribe, emerging from the shade, ready to gather leaves to modestly conceal her form. A sense of tension stirred within Xia Lei, prompting him to avert his gaze. Yet, the lingering impression of her exquisite beauty remained in his mind, particularly the allure of her figure, a conclusion he had drawn from several furtive glances. Why can I never control my desire to observe her? This question arose once more in Xia Lei's thoughts, leaving him perplexed. Ma Xiaoan, in a hushed tone, exclaimed his admiration, "Your sister-in-law has an incredible figure. It seems you want to be joining us for dinner. Go on, pursuing your future sister-in-law is the priority. I'll handle the renovation workers." Your sister-in-law indeed. How many times must I say it for you to believe me? There is nothing between us, Xia Lei replied, somewhat exasperated. Ma Xiaoan chuckled. I wouldn't believe you even if you said it 1,000 times. Xia Lei, lazy. Jiang Rui approached, her face adorned with a sweet smile. So, this is your studio? Quite impressive. Just passable, Xia Lei responded. Don't you have work today dressed like this? I solved the case. And they granted me a 3-day leave. I'm currently enjoying my time off. Don't you think I look good like this? She replied. Xia Lei smiled. You do look good, but it hardly resembles the attire of a police chief. Jiang Rui shot him a playful glare. Who wears a uniform when off duty? When I'm not at work, I am a vibrant and youthful woman, and naturally, I must wear beautiful clothes. My figure deserves nothing less. Don't you agree? Summer Lei thought to herself. It's just you being vain. Ma Xiaoan wore a flattering smile. Sister-in-law, good day, Jiang Jia. Jiang Rui smiled back. Ma Xiaoan. Weren't you just saying you'd invite the renovation workers to dinner? Why are you still here? A few seconds later, Ma Xiaoan vanished from Jiang Rui and Summer Lei's sight, accompanied by the workers. Summer Lei then asked, why did you send her away? Jiang Rui replied with a smile, if I didn't how could I invite you to dine at a Western restaurant? Having one more person would mean spending so much more. Summer Lei was momentarily taken aback. I was just saying it casually. Are you really inviting me to a Western dinner? Of course, do you think I'm joking? Jiang Rui linked arms with Summer Lei. Come on. I've already booked the table. Summer Lei felt a bit uneasy. I'm dressed so beautifully, but I'm in work attire. Isn't that inappropriate? Don't worry. I brought your clothes. They're in my car for you to change into, Jiang Rui assured her. What? How do you have my clothes? I went to your house to get them. Your sister was home. Otherwise, how would I know where your studio is? Jiang Rui gently nudged Summer Lei forward. Reluctantly, Summer Lei got into the car, and indeed, there was a suit and even dress shoes waiting for her. Jiang Rui was truly a thoughtful woman. Hurry and change. Why are you still dawdling? Jiang Rui urged. Summer Lei awkwardly said, how can I change with you watching? I've seen you in your birthday suit. What is there to be shy about? That was when I was a child. Summer Lei's face flushed. Wasn't that body still yours? Jiang Rui shot him a glance. Summer Lei looked at her speechlessly. He wanted to say that his childhood self was like a green bean. But now it was far more developed. Oh dear, you're such a hassle. Fine, I want to look all right. Just hurry up. Jiang Rui turned her head away. With a sigh, Summer Lei began to remove his sweat-soaked shirt. Jiang Rui, being honest, didn't turn back during the process. However, just as he had stripped down to his underwear, Jiang Rui unexpectedly turned her head and stared intently at him. Haha. Jiang Rui laughed joyfully, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Her gaze fell upon a certain area, which seemed to ignite something sensitive within her. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. With a playful scoff, she remarked, did all your nourishment go there? How vulgar. Summer Lei, slightly annoyed, decided to take a bold step. He tugged at the elastic waistband of his underwear and said, you must have brought my underwear, right? If you want to see, I'll change in front of you. Uft. I'm not interested in seeing that. Whoever looks gets a needle SI. Jiang Rui, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned her head away. Xia Lei chuckled, sensing that he had perhaps discovered Jiang Rui's vulnerability. Then, his left eye twitched slightly, and all of Jiang Rui's garments evaporated like mist, revealing a smooth and alluring figure, her slender waist and ample bosom captivating. With a gaze that seemed to transgress, how could he not reciprocate? Chapter 19. The disrespectful youth. Half an hour later, Jiang Rui arrived at a seaside Western restaurant. The lunch crowd was sparse, with only a handful of patrons scattered within. Jiang Rui and Xia Lei settled at a table adjacent to the floor-to-ceiling windows, through which they could behold a pristine beach and the azure sea. The view indeed splendid. As it was Xia Lei's first experience with Western cuisine, he appeared somewhat clumsy. But he quickly acclimated. Lazy, I truly appreciate your help this time. Jiang Rui lifted her wine glass, saying, let me toast to you. Xia Lei replied with a smile. If you genuinely wish to thank me, then perhaps add a lobster to the order. Suddenly, Jiang Rui removed her high heels and playfully kicked Xia Lei between the thighs. Taken aback, Xia Lei hastily clamped his legs together, nervously exclaiming, what are you doing? This is a restaurant. Jiang Rui withdrew her foot, yet Xia Lei, apprehensive of her mischief, dared not relax. They were caught in a comical tug-of-war, each unsure of the other's intentions, resulting in an excruciatingly awkward tension. After a few moments of this standoff, Xia Lei unexpectedly released his grip, and Jiang Rui's foot, propelled by inertia, struck him in a most sensitive area. The collision, devoid of sparks or explosive sounds, felt akin to an intense chemical reaction, freezing both their bodies in that instant. Xia Lei's mouth fell agape, rendered speechless. The contact had not induced discomfort. Rather, it was an overwhelming sensation of pleasure and stimulation that left him at a loss for words. Jiang Rui's face flushed crimson, her cheeks betraying no unembarrassed space. Startled, she quickly retracted her foot, avoiding Xia Lei's gaze. Bowing her head, she secretly relished the extraordinary feeling from that fleeting touch, akin to an electric shock, sending tingles throughout her body. Oddly, images of certain fruits and vegetables, such as bananas and cucumbers, floated through her mind. At the height of their awkwardness, a young man clad in a sharp suit approached their table. With a handsome, refined visage, he exuded an uncommon charm and an enchanting smile, his voice resonating with magnetic allure. Rui, is that truly you? You've become so beautiful that I hardly recognized you just now. Jiang Rui, gazing at his striking features, suddenly recalled something and exclaimed joyfully, Su Lang, is it really you? Where have you been assigned? After graduation, I was assigned to a government agency in Kyoto, but I've returned this time. Su Lang maintained a charming smile on his face. Upon my return, I heard that you had solved a significant case and become the director of the North Gong District Bureau. Impressive. How come we never noticed such prowess during our time at the police academy? Xia Lei gathered from their conversation that this young man, Su Lang, was a classmate of Jiang Rui. As classmates reunited, he felt somewhat out of place beside them. Just as he glanced at Jiang Rui, preparing to excuse himself, Su Lang extended his hand towards him. You must be Rui's boyfriend, right? Su Lang said graciously. Hello, I am Su Lang. May I inquire your surname, sir? Standing, Su Lei felt it inappropriate to remain seated. Out of courtesy, he also rose and shook Su Lang's hand, responding, I am honored. My surname is Xia Lei. He then smiled and added, however, I am not Rui's boyfriend. We are childhood friends, having grown up together. Ah, I see. It's a pleasure to meet you. Su Lang released his grip, offering polite words, yet his gaze shifted to Xia Lei's hands. Xia Lei was no pampered young master. His profession did not involve the ease of an office job, and his palms bore thick calluses. A keen observer could easily deduce the nature of his work and infer his social standing and income. It seems Su Lang had grasped this, as his brow furrowed slightly. The subtle change in expression did not escape Xia Lei's keen eye. He noticed Su Lang's glance at his hands followed by a frown, and he immediately understood. In the years of struggling within society, he had encountered many disdainful looks. Su Lang had initially been courteous, but upon noticing the calluses on his hands, he frowned. Was this not a sign of disdain for blue-collar workers like him? Nevertheless, Xia Lei was unperturbed. He possessed a magnanimous spirit. Let us sit down and converse. Jiang Rui invited Su Lang to take a seat. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let us dine together. It's my treat. Su Lang chuckled. If anyone should treat, it should be me. It's improper for a lady to pay. However, he added, I am not alone. I'm waiting for my uncle. Your uncle? Jiang Rui pondered for a moment. I remember now. Is your uncle not Director Su Jingyi? Is he coming too? Where is he? Just then, Su Jingyi entered through the restaurant's main door. Su Lang waved at him, and he approached. Director Su, Jiang Rui, stood to greet Su Jingyi. Su Jingyi waved his hand dismissively and quietly remarked, in non-work settings, refrain from addressing me by my title. It creates an unfavorable impression. Jiang Rui smiled awkwardly as she moved a chair for him. Su Lang continued, Uncle, I didn't expect to encounter Rui here. We were classmates at the police academy. We should sit together. Su Jingyi nodded and took a seat, casting a glance at Xia Lei, though he did not greet him. Xia Lei had intended to acknowledge him, but realizing that their previous encounters had been minimal, he decided against it. He is, at his core, a proud man. Whether Su Jingyi holds the title of director or even governor, he would never stoop to ingratiating himself. Su Lang gestured, and a server approached, carrying a menu. Sir, May I take your order? The server inquired politely. Su Lang replied, I would like 3 servings of lobster and a bottle of 5-year-old red wine, preferably from Ifei Castle. Certainly, I will note that, the server acknowledged. Su Lang then turned to Xia Lei and said, Mr. Xia, as this is our first meeting, I am unsure of your culinary preferences. What would you like? I can order for you. Xia Lei responded coolly, Thank you. But I have just eaten and do not require anything further. Su Lang, undeterred, told the server, Then let us proceed as such. Very well, sir. I will inform the kitchen, the server replied. Jiang Rui called out to the departing server, Wait, please remove 1 serving of lobster. I have also had my fill and no longer wish to eat. She added with a smile, If I eat more, I fear I may gain weight. In truth, had Su Lang ordered 4 servings of lobster and Xia Lei not declined, she would not have objected. Su Lang's gaze toward Xia Lei was somewhat peculiar. While he maintained a courteous demeanor, he was not blind to the fact that he looked down upon Xia Lei. This realization left Jiang Rui somewhat displeased. Su Lang, feeling a bit awkward, said, Rui, it has been 2 years since we last met. I have been transferred back from Kyoto, and we shall be colleagues from now on. Surely, you can extend me this courtesy? Let us indulge a bit more and share some wine. Jiang Rui glanced at Xia Lei, who was lost in thought, contemplating an excuse to leave. At that moment, Su Jingyi interjected, Indeed, Rui, Su Lang will be working in the technical department upon his return, and you two will inevitably have dealings in the future. It's a rare occasion for us to gather. Do not dampen the mood. Jiang Rui felt compelled to acquiesce to Su Jingyi's request and nodded. Xia Lei had formulated his excuse to depart, stating, I have some matters to attend to at my shop. Please enjoy your meal, and I shall take my leave. Jiang Rui hesitated, reluctant for Xia Lei to go. Su Lang smiled and said, Then I shan't see you off, perhaps next time. Su Jingyi merely cast a glance at Xia Lei, having not uttered a single word to him throughout. Just then, a woman sauntered down the aisle, dressed in a black gown, black low-heeled shoes, black sunglasses, and a handbag. She possessed the height and elegance of a cinematic femme fatale, exuding an air of aloofness and danger. Her gaze, upon her entrance, was fixed solely on Xia Lei, seemingly disregarding the presence of everyone else in the restaurant. Though the sunglasses concealed her eyes and part of her face, Xia Lei recognized her instantly, Long Bing. How could she possibly be here? Xia Lei was perplexed and momentarily forgot his intention to leave. Su Lang, oblivious to Long Bing's arrival, glanced at Xia Lei with a hint of displeasure and remarked, Mr. Xia, weren't you planning to leave? As Xia Lei regained his composure and was about to speak, Long Bing had already reached the edge of the dining table. Long Bing fixed her gaze upon him, causing the words he intended to utter to become lodged in his throat. It was at this moment that Su Lang, Su Jingyi, and Jiang Rui finally noticed Long Bing. Jiang Rui's expression shifted to one of complexity, for she had encountered Long Bing before and was aware of the enigmatic and formidable nature of this woman. She wished to greet Long Bing, but found that the latter's attention remained solely on Xia Lei, neglecting to spare her a glance. May I inquire who you are? Miss? Su Lang asked, astonished, as a flicker of admiration glimmered in his eyes. Just then, Su Jingyi abruptly rose, his demeanor tense. Miss Long, what brings you here? Long Bing finally glanced at Su Jingyi, her voice icy as she responded. Director Su, I have matters to discuss with Xia Lei. Uncle, you two are acquainted? Su Lang chuckled. Why not introduce us? He stood up, extending his hand with an air of sophistication. I am Su Lang. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I ask your surname? However, Long Bing did not reach for his hand. Instead, she pulled out the chair next to Xia Lei. Xia Lei, puzzled, asked, What are you doing? Long Bing replied, I haven't dined with anyone in 3 years. Today, I wish to treat you to a meal. Please, have a seat. Xia Lei hesitated, unsure whether to sit or not. Su Lang's face flushed crimson, and a hint of anger brewed within him, suggesting he was on the verge of an outburst. At that moment, Su Jingyi discreetly kicked him under the table and shot him a warning glare. Su Lang, not lacking in perception, quickly comprehended the situation. A woman who could evoke such a nervous reaction from his uncle was not someone he could afford to offend, regardless of her identity. Yet, he found himself baffled. How could such a mysterious and significant figure treat a calloused youth with such deference? Excuse me, may I request that you change tables? I wish to speak with Xia Lei alone, Long Bing stated. Su Jingyi, whose face was already crimson with embarrassment, managed to maintain a facade of cordiality. Of course, you two take your time. We shall not intrude, and will find another table. Long Bing resumed her quiet gaze at Xia Lei. Please, have a seat. Xia Lei forced a smile and reluctantly sat down, pondering the purpose of Long Bing's visit, though he could not fathom what it might be. In the corridor, Su Lang whispered, Uncle, what is the background of this woman named Long? Su Jingyi lowered his voice. I am not certain, but she can command the Anti-Corruption Bureau to dismiss Li Qinghua within 20 minutes with just a phone call. And she can easily point a gun at the police chief's head. What does that tell you about her? After a pause, he leaned closer to Su Lang, lowering his voice further. Moreover, Jiang Rui's position as director is rumored to be under her influence. Be cautious, and do not provoke her. Su Lang felt an icy chill run down his spine. Chapter 20. The compass of indeterminate purpose. The restaurant's waiter cleared the table, replacing even the tablecloth with a fresh one. Despite the exquisite lobster and fine red wine before him, Xia Lei felt no appetite. Long Bing's gaze made him somewhat uneasy. Her eyes possessed a unique quality, as if they could pierce through his very soul and uncover all his secrets. Are you not from Kyoto? What brings you back to Haizhu? Xia Lei broke the silence that hung between them. I returned to find you, Long Bing replied. Is there something you need? Xia Lei seemed influenced by her demeanor, his words becoming succinct. Long Bing opened her handbag and produced an ancient cast-iron key. Xia Lei was momentarily taken aback, for the key she held was the very one he had meticulously welded, a Ming Dynasty key. Did you weld this? Long Bing's unwavering gaze fixed upon Xia Lei. He nodded. Yes, I did. But how did it come to be in your possession? Long Bing stated. I have been keeping an eye on you. I am aware of all your endeavors. Xia Lei's brow furrowed. You have been monitoring me? She neither confirmed nor denied this, but shifted the topic. The police in Haizhu City have apprehended the 2 criminals responsible for Professor Zhang Buqing's murder, and they have recovered this key. An expert examined the welded key and deemed it a miracle. He remarked that such welding technique is beyond the capabilities of even a seasoned welding engineer with 10 years of experience. How did you accomplish it? Is that the sole reason for your visit? Xia Lei inquired, testing the waters. That question may seem naive, but my curiosity about you has grown substantially. Long Bing's eyes glinted with sharpness and suspicion. Xia Lei could not help but chuckle. Well, I too am becoming increasingly intrigued by you. If you reveal your true identity, I shall divulge how I achieved that. It cannot be a one-sided inquiry, Long Bing stated. Now is not the time for you to learn. Do not raise this question again. When the moment is right, I shall inform you. How lacking in sincerity, Xia Lei anticipated her response. Nonetheless, although you have not answered my question, I am willing to respond to yours. I welded the key using welding pliers and cast iron rods. Long Bing's expression faltered slightly, and for the first time, she smiled. Do you take me for a child? Xia Lei found her smile enchanting, but he dared not voice such sentiments. They shared a drink. Long Bing set down her glass. In truth, my primary purpose for coming here is to request your assistance. What do you need me to do? Xia Lei asked, sensing the matter was still connected to Professor Zhang Buqing's case. Long Bing continued. The archaeological experts have located the sunken ship and found an iron chest within it. They used this key to unlock the chest, which contained not the exquisite porcelain or treasures one might expect, but merely a compass. A compass? Yes, a compass, an exceedingly peculiar one. Long Bing described it as a remarkably intricate instrument, akin to a finely crafted watch. The compass possesses a needle, however, due to the deterioration of certain components. It has ceased to function. I would like you to assist in soldering the damaged parts and reproducing those that are irreparable, thereby restoring the compass. Xia Lei chuckled and replied, I am not a watchmaker. Soldered components would only add weight and compromise the compass's accuracy. If I were to machine new parts, would they seamlessly integrate with components that have existed for centuries? Moreover, do you truly trust me enough to entrust such a significant artifact into my hands for restoration? Long Bing responded assertively, I seek no excuses, only answers. Simply provide me with a response. Will you assist or not? She was always so domineering. Xia Lei sighed in resignation. If you have such faith in me, it would be rather inappropriate to refuse. Where's the compass? I must examine it first. Long Bing rose. Then let us be on our way. Xia Lei cast a reluctant glance at the untouched lobster on the table, feeling a twinge of frustration. It's a lobster, and I haven't even tasted it before leaving. Had I known, I wouldn't have ordered it. What a waste. Though he thought this, Xia Lei hurried to the front desk to settle the bill. The meal cost him over 1,000 yuan, leaving an ache in his heart. By chance, he spotted Jiang Rui dining at another table, who shot him a fierce glare. Xia Lei returned the gesture with equal intensity. Yet, as he did, his left eye twitched slightly, and in that moment, Jiang Rui appeared to lose her attire in his sight. Her breasts, hips, waist, and long legs were all laid bare before him, unencumbered. The sight of her derriere resting on the chair resembled a massive jelly, evoking an indescribably delicate allure that stirred him. Long Bing looked at Xia Lei with curiosity. Shall we go over and greet her? I can wait for you. Xia Lei snapped back to reality and hastily diverted his gaze. No, that won't be necessary. Let us proceed. Upon leaving the restaurant, Xia Lei boarded Long Bing's vehicle, and arrived at the Archaeological Bureau of Haizhu City. It was an aged institutional compound, featuring a four-story brick and concrete building alongside a row of single-story structures. As they entered the office building, Xia Lei could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Miss Long, since Professor Zhang's case has been resolved, the nature of this matter has shifted to archaeology. Why do you still concern yourself with it?" Long Bing struck him as a person who operated amidst gunfire and chaos, and he had speculated about her identity, pondering if she were a high-ranking operative. Such a figure, he thought, would not seek him out to solder a compass. If anyone were to request his assistance, it should be someone from the Archaeological Bureau, not her. Long Bing replied, "This case is more complex than you might imagine. However, you are neither a member of the police nor one of us, so I cannot divulge too much. Please refrain from inquiring about matters related to the case. Just help me restore that compass." Xia Lei shrugged with a wry smile. "Very well, lead me to see it." Long Bing guided him into a display room. In the exhibition room, there stood an elderly gentleman and a young woman. The man, around 60 years of age, had graying hair and wore a pair of clear glasses, exuding a scholarly demeanor. The woman, in her 20s, was tall and slender, with an oval face, also adorned with clear glasses, giving her an air of elegance and refinement. The two were engaged in a discussion, and on a display table beside them lay an iron compass, accompanied by several shattered components. Xia Lei's gaze was drawn to the compass, which captivated him instantly. The compass, resting on the table, resembled an oversized timepiece, intricate in design. It was truly a marvel that such a compass could be crafted using the manufacturing techniques of the Ming Dynasty. A question arose in his mind. What was the purpose of this compass? Long Bing approached, greeting, "Hello, Professor Huang, Dr. Ning. I have brought the technician to restore the compass." The elderly man and the young woman turned their attention to Long Bing and Xia Lei, recognition flashing across their faces. However, their expressions shifted to surprise upon seeing that the technician Long Bing had brought was so youthful. Long Bing continued, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Professor Huang Weiguo, a distinguished figure in the field of archaeology in our country. And this is Dr. Ning Jing, a prominent disciple of the late Professor Zhang Buqing." She gestured towards Xia Lei, saying, "This is Xia Lei, the master who has repaired the compass, and the owner of the Lima studio." Such an introduction left Xia Lei feeling somewhat embarrassed. He was not a technician. In reality, he was merely a laborer who had previously held a welding certificate. His Lima studio was merely a small shop he had recently acquired, lacking any notable reputation. Long Bing's introduction seemed to intentionally elevate his status. Nevertheless, Xia Lei maintained his composure and politely greeted, "Hello, Professor Huang, Dr. Ning." Professor Huang Weiguo extended his hand to Xia Lei, smiling as he remarked, "Master Lei, after seeing the key you welded, I was eager to meet you. Before your arrival, I assumed you were in your 40s or 50s, yet I am surprised to find you so youthful. Truly impressive." Xia Lei chuckled, replying, "Thank you, Professor Huang. You flatter me." Standing beside Huang Weiguo, Ning Jing smiled and remarked, "Let us dispense with the formalities and address the matter at hand." Ning Jing had a gentle and pleasant appearance, her voice soft and melodious. She possessed a unique charm typical of an educated woman. Xia Lei found both Huang Weiguo and Ning Jing agreeable, feeling at ease as he approached the display table to examine the compass closely. At that moment, Ning Jing leaned closer to Long Bing and whispered, "Miss Long, is it truly him who welded that key at such a young age?" Long Bing replied, "Dr. Ning, you are of a similar age, yet you have also become a significant figure in the field of archaeology." Ning Jing lowered her voice further. "My situation is different from his. Excelling in his line of work requires many years of experience." Long Bing, however, chose not to respond. Xia Lei had indeed overheard the conversation between Ning Jing and Long Bing, yet he remained indifferent to Ning Jing's skepticism. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the compass before him. The compass was comparable in size to the feng shui compasses used by wandering Taoist priests, but it was divided into 3 distinct layers, upper, middle, and lower, resembling a circular sandwich cookie. The surface of the compass featured a needle that appeared to be crafted from gold, though it had ceased to rotate. Intricate and symmetrical patterns adorned the surface, yet their significance eluded interpretation. As Xia Lei's left eye twitched slightly, the conditions within the compass's inner layer became starkly apparent to him. The middle layer contained hundreds of gears and axles of various sizes, with some crevices still harboring fine grains of sand barely visible to the naked eye. Finally, upon examining the underside of the compass, he discerned 4 Chinese characters, Yongla Dadi. Chapter 21. Ning Jing's little belly Yongla Dadi refers to the illustrious Ming Qingzu, Zhu Di, a historically significant figure. His reign marked the zenith of the Ming dynasty, often celebrated as the Yongla prosperity. However, with only this rudimentary knowledge gleaned from history textbooks, Xia Lei could not fathom the connection between this compass and Yang Ladati. Nor could he deduce its purpose. Master Lei, can you repair this compass? Huang Weigua's voice interrupted Xia Lei's contemplation. It appears to be somewhat troublesome, Xia Lei replied. But I can certainly attempt it. Huang Weigua insisted. This compass holds immense importance, and its value is beyond measure. I seek not a vague response, but rather a definitive answer. Master Lei, do you have confidence in this? Initially, Xia Lei felt no pressure, but Huang's words instilled a sense of gravity within him. He inwardly mused on the compass's significance, recognizing that it was likely the only one of its kind in the world. A mistake on his part could lead to dire consequences. Should he refuse or comply? At that moment, Ning Jing interjected, Master Lei, you must think this through. Miss Long recommended you. Do not bring her any trouble. If you can do it, then proceed. If not, then do not. We require a guarantee of 100%. 99% is simply unacceptable. It dawned on Xia Lei that his presence here was entirely due to Long Bing's endorsement. Long Bing had recommended him to Huang Weigua and Ning Jing, and there might be some form of assurance between them. Should he falter, it was likely that Long Bing would bear the repercussions. He couldn't help but glance at Long Bing, curious as to why she had put forth his name. Her expression remained impassive, her demeanor perpetually aloof. How about this, Master Lei? Ning Jing proposed. I shall grant you half a day to contemplate and assess the feasibility before providing us with a response. She seemed reluctant to believe that someone as young as Xia Lei could possess exceptional skills, much less repair the compass. This female doctor was indeed quite unfriendly. Xia Lei's gaze shifted to Ning Jing. Perhaps believing her demeanor to be unfriendly, his left eye twitched slightly. In an inexplicable manner, the garments adorning Ning Jing seemed to evaporate like mist. This female PhD appeared demure and slender, yet her physique was remarkably alluring, particularly in the contours of her bosom and derriere, which possessed an enticing firmness, their proportions being quite fitting. On her voluptuous backside, there resided a birthmark shaped like a maple leaf, its color and form astonishingly lifelike, yet it was not a tattoo, but rather a natural blemish. This birthmark left a profound impression, revealing her to be a woman of hidden depths, truly unexpected. Who else, besides myself, could perceive this intriguing mark? A subtle smile graced Xia Lei's lips. He discerned Ning Jing's punitive thoughts towards him. Having endured the punishment, his spirits lifted somewhat. What are you smiling about? Ning Jing inquired, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Xia Lei averted his gaze. Nothing. I sense your skepticism, and I understand your concerns. How about this? You may procure some similar components for me to demonstrate my skills. If you find me competent, I shall accept the task. If not, feel free to seek another. Huang Weigua and Ning Jing exchanged glances, seemingly communicating through their eyes. Xia Lei observed silently, having gathered a comprehensive understanding of the situation. He surmised that prior to Long Bing's recommendation, Huang Weigua and Ning Jing had likely consulted the most esteemed welding engineers, all of whom hesitated to undertake the job. Long Bing had referred him due to his previous success in welding that key, instilling her with a degree of confidence. However, Ning Jing and Huang Weigua, perceiving his youth, doubted his capabilities and sought to dissuade him. Xia Lei harbored his own thoughts. Though the task was formidable, it presented an excellent opportunity. Repairing the compass would equate to establishing a reputation, naturally leading to future prospects. Refusing the offer would not only squander this golden opportunity, but also betray Long Bing's goodwill. Thus, he resolved to accept the assignment. Huang Weigua and Ning Jing seemed to have reached a consensus through their silent exchange. Huang Weigua spoke, Master Lei. Let us proceed as you suggest. I will fetch the welding machine and some small parts for you to try your hand at, after which we shall determine whether to entrust the compass to you for repair. Xia Lei nodded, very well. Huang Weigua departed from the exhibition room, and Long Bing approached Xia Lei's side, inquiring, is everything all right? Xia Lei replied, no concerns, rest assured. Long Bing nodded, good. Please wait a moment. I shall step outside to make a phone call. All right, Xia Lei responded, watching Long Bing exit the exhibition room. Her silhouette was strikingly beautiful, yet he maintained a sense of reverence towards her, never once feeling the urge to use his left eye to scrutinize her. Ning Jing approached Xia Lei, a faint smile adorning her face. Master Lei, how old are you this year? Xia Lei regarded her. I am nearly 24. And you? He is merely a little over 23, yet for reasons unknown, he seems to yearn to appear older than his age. You are only 24. I am 2 years your senior, Ning Jing remarked with a smile. At the age of 26, she had already attained a doctorate in archaeology, truly a remarkable woman. However, it appears that much of her youth has been devoted to her studies and work. Her candidness about her age reveals her simplicity, as it is common for women to downplay their years. Xia Lei, uninterested in the topic of age, deftly shifted the conversation. Dr. Ning, what is the purpose of this compass? He inquired tentatively. Ning Jing replied, to be frank, we are unsure, having only discovered it yesterday. Its excavation has challenged our understanding of the manufacturing capabilities during the Ming dynasty. However, the true purpose remains elusive until you, my young master, restore it. At this, she gazed intently at Xia Lei and asked, Master Lei, can you truly fix it? Xia Lei chuckled softly. If I were a man in my 50s or 60s, bearing a stack of professional credentials, would you then believe I could mend this compass? Ning Jing clarified, Master Lei, I mean no offense. I simply calculated that if you manage to restore this compass, I shall present you with a banner of commendation. Indeed, her naivety as an academic was evident. Most would offer a meal or a thoughtful gift in such a scenario, yet she contemplated a banner instead. Her thought process distinctly diverged from that of most women. Xia Lei suddenly recalled the maple leaf-shaped birthmark on her shapely posterior, and a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps that was her most unique attribute. I am serious, she added when Xia Lei remained silent. He replied with a smile, thank you. If you give me a banner, I shall proudly hang it on the wall of my studio, where it will be the first thing anyone sees upon entering. Ning Jing seemed to envision the banner adorning the wall, a smile gracing her lips once more. By the way, Dr. Ning, Xia Lei ventured cautiously. Do you know what Miss Long does? I do not. I just asked you that very question, Ning Jing responded. Xia Lei internally sighed, disappointment washing over him. The identity and profession of Long Bing had become a source of torment for him, an ailment that could not be cured until he found the answers. At that moment, Ning Jing's brow suddenly furrowed, and she crouched down, clutching her abdomen. Xia Lei quickly reached out to grasp her arm, preventing her from collapsing. Dr. Ning, what is the matter? He asked anxiously. My stomach hurts so much, she groaned painfully, her complexion draining to a pallor devoid of color. Dr. Ning, are you ill? I will call for an ambulance immediately. Hold on, do not be afraid. Xia Lei, alarmed by her distress, retrieved his phone to summon help. Serenity grasped his hand, urging him to abandon his old habits, lest he succumb to slumber again. Xia inquired with genuine concern. You are in this state, yet you claim to be fine? You ought to visit a hospital. Allow me to make a call. No need. I assure you I'm fine. Professor Huang will be back shortly. And I wish to see you demonstrate your skills, she replied. Though her words suggested she was untroubled, a frown creased her brow as she bit her lip, displaying an expression of considerable discomfort. What holds greater significance, health or work? Xia Lei contemplated persuading her to seek medical attention. Both are important, she asserted, slowly rising while clutching Xia Lei's arm. Yet, halfway up, she sank back down, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. With a wry smile, she implored, please assist me. Help me to the sofa for a moment. Xia Lei encircled her slender waist with one arm, while the other deftly supported her from behind her knees, lifting her effortlessly. He proceeded toward a set of sofas nestled in the corner of the exhibition room. Although Ningjing appeared delicate, she felt surprisingly weighty in his arms, likely weighing between 100 to 110 pounds. This weight further confirmed that she was the type of woman who concealed her remarkable essence beneath her attire. Ningjing seemed taken aback by Xia Lei's actions, resting in the crook of his arm, feeling the strength of his chest and biceps pressing against her tender skin, along with the masculine scent that enveloped him, inducing a sense of tension within her. The pain she experienced began to fade, and a hint of color returned to her pallid complexion. Xia Lei gently placed Ningjing upon the sofa, his concern palpable as he asked, do you feel any better? Avoiding his gaze, she replied, I'm feeling somewhat improved. It's just an old ailment, truly nothing to worry about. A brief rest will suffice. Xia Lei pressed further. What old ailment? Have you consulted a doctor? It's a woman's issue, you wouldn't understand, she responded, her embarrassment evident. Upon hearing her mention it was a woman's concern, Xia Lei hesitated to pry further, simply stating, I still believe you should seek medical attention. Your earlier demeanor was genuinely alarming. Delaying treatment could prove disastrous. A faint smile graced Ningjing's lips. You are quite attentive and caring. Are you always this considerate toward women? Xia Lei chuckled awkwardly. I have a younger sister whom I often take care of. Perhaps that is the reason. I am not your sister, she retorted playfully. Just as they conversed, a sharp pain gripped Ningjing's abdomen, causing her to curl up on the sofa, her hands clumsily and feebly massaging her belly. Her expression more agonized than before. If only my mother were here, her soothing touch would alleviate the pain. Xia Lei paused, summoning his courage to reach out. Chapter 22. The penetrating gaze of the abdomen in their first encounter. It was indeed an awkward situation for a man to touch a woman's belly. Yet given the circumstances, Xia Lei could not bear to witness her suffering any longer. He yearned to do something to alleviate her distress. The tranquil abdomen was exquisitely soft, a delicate layer of fabric veiling the tender skin beneath, which emanated a gentle warmth and a subtle fragrance. This sensation filled him with a sense of anxiety. When his hand grazed her belly, he found himself momentarily frozen. He had underestimated the complexity of the situation, only to realize, upon contact, that it was far more intricate than he had presumed. Ning Jing, too, was taken aback, her gaze fixed on Xia Lei in astonishment. "You might as well treat me like your mother," Xia Lei remarked, mustering the courage to gently massage her abdomen. Ning Jing did not decline. Yet she appeared even more anxious than Xia Lei. His hands seemed to possess an enchanting power, alleviating her discomfort while invoking a peculiar sensation within her. This extraordinary feeling left her quietly exhilarated and shy, as strange sounds emerged from her throat, low and indistinct. Her expression was equally perplexing, caught between anguish and delight. "Are you still in pain?" Xia Lei inquired with genuine concern. No," Ning Jing replied ambiguously. It was all due to Xia Lei's hands and his meticulous care that left her flustered. Her vague response heightened Xia Lei's worry, and an idea suddenly struck him. Could the ability of my left eye discern the condition within her abdomen and identify the source of her ailment? If her condition were severe, I would have no choice but to take her to the hospital, regardless of her consent. Penetrating the human body with one's vision is far more challenging than merely seeing through clothing. The act of seeing through garments is akin to sprinting on a track in running shoes, effortlessly reaching the finish line. In contrast, penetrating a person's body resembles trudging through a muddy swamp, fraught with difficulties at every turn. Thus, he needed to maintain acute mental focus. Any distractions from the alluring beauty would be detrimental. Resolute, Xia Lei awakened the power of his left eye without further contemplation. The fabric adorning Ning Jing swiftly vanished, revealing her form in its entirety. Though he was assuming the role of a physician, the sight before him, reminiscent of exquisite jade, stirred feelings within him. Stop! I am here to provide her with medical care. I must not let my gaze wander elsewhere." At this critical moment, Xia Lei vigorously shook his head, dispelling the tumultuous thoughts within. His singular obsession was to penetrate her abdomen and visualize its inner workings. Under the influence of this fixation, his left eye continuously drew energy from his body, enhancing its penetrating ability. His efforts soon bore fruit. The skin of Ning Jing's abdomen gradually thinned and became translucent, ultimately vanishing, and the interior of her abdomen became vividly clear within his sight. He beheld her small and large intestines, along with her kidneys, liver, and spleen. An astonishing spectacle that left him in awe. He had never fathomed that his eyes could perceive the inner workings of a human body like a medical device. Soon, his gaze settled upon the tranquil gallbladder, which contained several stones, and its inner wall appeared inflamed, albeit not severely. This seemed to be the source of Ning's abdominal pain, prompting Xia Lei to cease his left eye's probing ability. As this ended, he felt as though his body had been drained of energy, collapsing onto Ning, his face nestling into the softest part of her form. You were suddenly pinned beneath Xia Lei, his masculine scent enveloping you, causing Ning to feel an overwhelming sense of tension. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. "I am truly sorry. It was unintentional," Xia Lei stammered, hastily pushing himself up from her. He endeavored to appear composed, yet the exquisite sensation from a moment prior rendered him flushed and breathless. Ning's cheeks flushed deeper. She wished to reprimand Xia Lei but found herself at a loss for words. Strangely enough, after being so abruptly pressed down by him, her abdominal pain had abruptly vanished. She felt an odd curiosity but could not comprehend the reason. The air was thick with embarrassment and ambiguity, enveloped in silence. At that moment, a vision suddenly materialized before Xia Lei. The gentle and demure female doctor arose from the sofa, swaying gracefully as she performed an enchanting dance. Xia Lei vigorously shook his head, yet this time the illusion did not dissipate as he had hoped. Rather, it became increasingly vivid, even allowing for interaction. "Do not touch there," Xia Lei uttered in distress. "Do not touch where?" Zhang Rui gazed at Xia Lei, her face now flushed. I haven't moved at all. At last, Ning's voice jolted Xia Lei back to reality. He was ensnared in an illusion. He pinched his thigh sharply, eliciting pain, which finally dispelled the vision before him. "What is the matter?" Ning inquired, now concerned for Xia Lei. He inhaled deeply, allowing his mind to settle before responding. "It's nothing. I didn't mean that. I was merely at a loss for how to articulate my thoughts. By the way, Dr. Ning, you truly need to seek medical attention. Your gallbladder contains several stones and exhibits inflammation. If this persists, it could lead to complications." "How do you know I have gallstones?" Ning questioned, appearing astonished. Xia Lei paused, realizing the absurdity of his knowledge regarding her condition. He could not confess that he had seen through her skin to observe her gallbladder. After a moment's thought, he smiled and replied, I have a friend who also suffered from gallstones, and your symptoms mirror his. Thus, I presumed you might have them as well. Dr. Ning, this is a serious matter. You must go to the hospital without delay. Am I truly afflicted with gallstones? Ning still seemed skeptical. Xia Lei refrained from stating the obvious, instead saying, it's highly likely. Trust me, please go to the hospital. Ning acquiesced. All right. After you fix the compass, I will visit the hospital for an examination. She then smiled, adding, you sounded just like a doctor a moment ago. In his heart, Xia Lei mused, surely. No physician can identify a patient's affliction with such precision as I can, merely by the eye. If I were versed in prescribing medications, I could indeed become an exceptional doctor. At that moment, Long Bing and Huang Weiguo entered together, followed by a staff member from the Archaeological Bureau, who was dragging a wheeled micro-precision welding machine. Perched atop the machine was a shopping bag containing a sophisticated electronic scale. As the trio stepped inside, all attention turned towards Ning Jing and Xia Lei. What are you doing? Huang Weiguo inquired. Ning Jing, reclining on the sofa, hastily sat up, her expression flustered and awkward. And nothing, she stammered. Her reaction only fueled speculation. Xia Lei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rose and explained, Dr. Ning was experiencing abdominal pain. So I helped her lie down on the sofa for a moment. Long Bing observed Xia Lei and Ning Jing with a peculiar gaze. Fortunately, Huang Weiguo merely asked out of casual curiosity. He was unconcerned with the activities of the two on the sofa. He beckoned Xia Lei, saying, Master Lei, the equipment has arrived. Come and give it a try. Xia Lei nodded and approached. The Archaeological Bureau staff member powered up the precision welding machine and opened the shopping bag, extracting several small, intricate components, which he placed on the ground along with the welding pliers and rods. Xia Lei glanced at the components on the floor. They were made of cast iron, featuring gears, connecting rods, and axles, all fashioned rather crudely, as if salvaged from a water meter. Each piece bore signs of damage. Some exhibited cracks, while others were broken into halves or thirds. Is this all? Xia Lei remarked dismissively, having anticipated a more challenging task, only to find it rather simple. Welding these components posed no difficulty for him. Huang Weiguo replied, Indeed, this is all. However, Master Lei, do not underestimate this test. I have weighed these small parts. I need you to weld them, but their total weight must not exceed the original by more than 2 grams. Xia Lei furrowed his brow. Welding would inevitably add weight. Huang Weiguo's requirement that he not only weld the components but also control the weight increase to within 2 grams was somewhat daunting. Master Lei, are you up to the task? Huang Weiguo fixed his gaze upon Xia Lei, as if seeking an answer through his eyes. Ning Jing interjected, Master, it's all right. These are merely test components. I believe you can certainly manage. Huang Weiguo shot Ning Jing a surprised glance, bemused by her sudden encouragement after having previously questioned Xia Lei's competence. Xia Lei remained silent but squatted down, adeptly grasping the welding pliers and protective goggles. He first tested the performance of the pliers on a piece of iron plate, then examined the thickness of the weld marks left behind. After a moment, he selected a gear that had been broken into 2 parts, laying it flat and proceeding to weld it with precision. The blinding arc light illuminated the exhibition room, causing Long Bing, Huang Weiguo, Ning Jing, and the staff member to turn away, unable to gaze directly at the welding performed by Xia Lei. Yet, unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Xia Lei's left eye penetrated through the protective goggles and the arc light, reaching the very center of the welding point. No language can adequately express the marvel of this moment. The goggles shielded against the harmful arc light, while Xia Lei's eyes pierced through the goggles, allowing him to see the contact point between the welding rod and the gear with utmost clarity, leaving nothing overlooked. The challenge of welding lies in the invisibility of the contact point between the welding rod and the object being welded, but once it is visible, even magnified, what difficulty remains in welding? A flawless weld. Chapter 23. The first transaction. The blinding welding light flickered intermittently. After approximately 5 minutes, Xia Lei set down the welding pliers and, with his gloved left hand, grasped the newly welded gear, placing it onto the precision electronic scales tray. Huang Weiguo and Ning Jing quickly approached, followed closely by Long Bing and the Archaeological Bureau staff. For pairs of eyes were fixated on the gear Xia Lei had welded, first with curiosity, then astonishment, and finally, admiration. The gear was smooth and even, with not a single trace of a welding scar visible on its surface. What drew the most praise was that he executed not a full weld, but rather spot welds. 3 welding points were placed along a crack, 2 at the crack's origin and 1 at its midpoint, each spot meticulously controlled at approximately 0.8 millimeters in length, exceedingly precise. This was an astute approach. The 3-spot weld successfully repaired the fractured gear without significantly increasing its overall weight. Most importantly, the welded gear appeared remarkably sturdy, not resembling the flimsy, easily breakable nature of poor welds. Quick, weigh it. Huang Weiguo urged the staff member he had brought along. The staff member promptly activated the electronic scale, which displayed the total weight of the gear as 115 grams. Upon examining the gear's identification number, the staff member exclaimed excitedly, "Professor Huang, this gear previously weighed 100 grams, and now it has increased by 15 grams. Huang Weiguo's standard dictated that the weight increase post-welding should not exceed 2 grams. Xia Lei's welding resulted in a 15-gram increase, surpassing the standard with remarkable excellence. What was most astonishing was that he had welded 3 points, with each point weighing approximately 0.5 grams. His hands seemed to function with the precision of a finely tuned instrument. Thus, while it appeared as though he had merely welded a single gear effortlessly, the data revealed the exceptional skill Xia Lei possessed. Huang Weiguo, exhilarated, picked up the gear from the electronic scales tray. It was still warm to the touch, yet he could almost sense the heat radiating from it. He exerted pressure on the gear Xia Lei had welded, and it remained utterly immovable, remarkably solid. He raised the gear high above his head and then forcefully slammed it onto the ground, yet the gear remained intact, showing no signs of cracking whatsoever. Xia Lei smiled and said, "Professor Huang, what you have asked me to repair is a compass dating back several centuries, a precision instrument indeed. It cannot exert significant force during operation, which is why I have opted for spot welding. Were there no weight constraints, I could employ full welding, but that would undoubtedly increase the weight considerably. Such an increase would inevitably affect the compass's accuracy. Am I correct?" Huang Weiguo embraced Xia Lei, slightly overwhelmed with excitement. "Master Lei, your craftsmanship is truly beyond words. Your idea is excellent. The less weight we add, the higher the compass's accuracy will be, and our chances of uncovering the secrets of this compass will be significantly enhanced." Xia Lei inquired, "Professor Huang, are you suggesting that I proceed?" Huang Weiguo replied with a smile, "Certainly, there's no need for further testing. In fact, your ability to repair that key has already met our requirements. However, for the sake of thoroughness, Ning Jing and I have decided to put you to the test." At that moment, Ning Jing interjected, "Professor Huang, I have just thought of a better approach." Huang Weiguo turned his gaze toward Ning Jing, curious about her proposal. Ning Jing continued, "Doesn't Master Lei have a workshop? He could surely fabricate identical components. We could have him recreate the damaged parts while simultaneously restoring the original components. This way, we would have 2 options. We could use the original pieces or try the newly manufactured ones." Xia Lei pondered for a moment before interjecting, "Dr. Ning, are you suggesting that we process components of the same material with identical weight?" Ning Jing smiled knowingly, "Precisely." Huang Weiguo clapped his hands in delight, "Excellent. Let's proceed with this plan. Ning Jing, you will be in charge. Take the parts that need repairing to Master Lei's workshop, and as you suggested, restore the originals before fabricating the new components. With these 2 options at our disposal, we shall undoubtedly unravel the mysteries of this compass. Leave it to me." Ning Jing agreed readily. "Oh, by the way, Master Lei, how much remuneration do you require?" Huang Weiguo suddenly remembered this detail. Xia Lei smiled and replied, "Professor Huang, just a token will suffice." Huang Weiguo insisted, "That simply won't do. How about this? Upon the successful repair of the compass, the archaeological team will pay you 50,000. Does that sound agreeable?" "That works," Xia Lei responded with alacrity. While 50,000 may appear to be a substantial fee, Xia Lei was not taking undue advantage. If Huang Weiguo were to seek out a highly skilled welding engineer for similar work, that fee would likely be deemed insufficient. Moreover, even a top-tier welding engineer would struggle to achieve the level of perfection that Xia Lei could attain. Thus, it was the archaeological team, represented by Huang Weiguo, that was actually benefiting from this arrangement, rather than Xia Lei. Nevertheless, Xia Lei was not greedy. Having secured a 5,000 deal even before the official opening of Lei Ma Workshop, he felt quite content. His career had only just begun, and he had never thought it possible to achieve great success overnight. Huang Weiguo remarked, "Time is of the essence. Ningjing, please gather your things and head to Master Lei's studio." "All right." Ningjing responded promptly, immediately setting to work, placing the damaged components and compass into a briefcase. At that moment, Long Bing's phone rang, prompting her to swiftly walk to the door to answer it. Xia Lei observed Long Bing standing at the entrance, pondering silently. She appeared quite busy. What could she be occupied with? Was her recommendation of me to the Archaeological Bureau merely a casual gesture? "I'm ready, Master Lei. I shall take my leave now," Ningjing announced. Xia Lei nodded. "Very well, allow me to carry the briefcase." However, Ningjing replied, "No, I will carry it. I feel more at ease with it in my hands." Xia Lei chuckled. "What? Are you afraid I might run off with it?" Just as they were joking, Long Bing returned. walking directly up to Xia Lei. I have a pressing matter and want to be visiting your studio. Once you've finished what you're currently engaged in, I shall come find you. Very well, attend to your affairs, Xia Lei said. Long Bing offered no further comment and turned to leave the exhibition hall. As she disappeared from view, Xia Lei was left with a lingering question. What did she want when she said she would find me after this task? Since returning from Macau, it seemed she had taken an interest in me. What could her intentions be? Sighing, he thought, this is truly perplexing. Master Lei, she has left. Why are you still in a daze? Let us go, Ningjing urged. Xia Lei smiled awkwardly and followed Ningjing out of the exhibition hall. Ningjing drove to the Lei Ma studio, and upon stepping out of the car, she was taken aback by the sight of the small shop still under renovation. Master Lei, is this truly your studio? The quaint establishment before her was a stark contrast to the grand studio she had envisioned. Xia Lei replied, indeed, this is my studio. Does the sign not read Lei Ma Studio? He anticipated Ningjing might say something, but she fell silent. Ma Xiaoan emerged, glancing at Ningjing standing beside Xia Lei. Then at Xia Lei, before finally asking, Lazy, may I inquire who this young lady is? Xia Lei introduced, this is Dr. Ningjing from the Archaeological Bureau. He then gestured towards Ma Xiaoan, saying, this is my partner, Ma Xiaoan. Hello, Master Ma, Ningjing said, extending her hand for a handshake. Ma Xiaoan reached out, but then noticed his own hands were covered in grease and paint, while Dr. Ning's hands were pristine and delicate. He quickly retracted his hand, chuckling sheepishly. Ah, my hands are dirty. Perhaps we should skip the handshake. Ningjing withdrew her outstretched hand. Like any young lady, she preferred cleanliness, and had Ma Xiaoan shaken her hand with his soiled one, she would undoubtedly have found it quite unpleasant. She cast a sidelong glance at Xia Lei, saying nothing. Yet her eyes seemed to have already drawn a comparison. One master was dirty and plump, while the other was handsome and radiant, impeccably clean. Xia, please inform the renovation worker that we shall conclude for today. I need to use the machine tool. Let him return tomorrow, he instructed. All right, I'll relay the message to the worker. There isn't much left to do anyway. Ma Xiaoan turned and entered to discuss matters with the renovation craftsman. Ningjing remarked, Master Lei, with your exceptional skills, you ought to have a more suitable platform for development. This studio is too cramped and may stifle your talent. Oh, Xia Lei chuckled. A better platform for advancement? My circle is rather limited, Dr. Ning. Perhaps you could introduce me to someone? We are rather acquainted, aren't we? Please. No need to call me Dr. Ning. I am merely 3 years your senior. Call me Sister Ning instead. A gentle smile graced Ningjing's face, radiating warmth and charm. All right, Sister Ning, Xia Lei responded promptly. Ningjing laughed with delight, but added, though you address me as sister, I cannot be of much assistance in this matter, as I too know very few people. I merely suggested that there should be a better avenue for your growth. No one desires anything less than a better life, and Xia Lei had indeed contemplated a higher and better platform for development. However, given the current circumstances, such thoughts were futile. This world is undeniably pragmatic and intricate. Those with true capability do not always thrive, while those with mere connections often occupy prominent positions and lead comfortable lives. Nonetheless, he felt content. Life was significantly better than it had been before his eyesight faltered. He had his own life plans, believing in the importance of diligence and taking steady steps forward without haste. Ma Xiaoan soon concluded discussions with the renovation craftsman, who, too weary to gather his tools and materials, bid farewell and departed on his cargo tricycle. Xia Lei then ushered Ningjing into the Lei Ma studio, ready to commence work. Chapter 24. Foreign languages are actually quite simple. This flurry of activity lasted from the afternoon until dusk. Ma Xiaoan, feeling unhelpful and needing to prepare for the store opening early the next day, was permitted to leave. Xia Lei continued to process new components using the lathe. By afternoon, he had successfully welded all the damaged parts of the compass. Now, only one remaining component needed to be crafted to complete the order. With nothing to occupy her, Ningjing sat at Xia Lei's desk, perusing the books he had brought. She casually flipped through 2 professional texts before picking up a volume titled Contemporary University German. To her surprise, she exclaimed, Master Lei, are you still self-studying German? Xia Lei casually replied, yes, acquiring additional knowledge is beneficial. Suddenly, Ningjing uttered a phrase in German. Xia Lei's left eyelid twitched slightly as a flurry of relevant German vocabulary, phonetics, and grammar flooded his mind. It is quite peculiar. This was the first time he had heard someone speak German, yet he understood the meaning behind Ningjing's words. She had inquired, Sir, do you speak German? Ningjing repeated the question, her tone tinged with both provocation and skepticism. Clearly, she doubted that a welding master could possess knowledge of the language. Summer Thunder contemplated a phrase, and although no books were before him, A series of German words flickered in his left eye, accompanied by relevant grammar and phonetics in his mind. In mere seconds, these words coalesced into coherent sentences. A subtle smile graced Summer Thunder's lips as he replied, "Indeed, miss. I can speak German, though my spoken proficiency is not particularly strong." Ning Jing gazed at him in astonishment, momentarily speechless before exclaiming, "You truly do speak German? What inspired you to learn such a language?" German is a lesser-known tongue. If you were to study a foreign language, surely English would be far more practical. Moments later, Summer Thunder responded, "You?" Ning Jing could no longer remain seated. She stood up, wide-eyed and mouth agape. "Did you just say that in French?" Summer Thunder chuckled. "Yes. I mentioned that I also know a bit of French." "My goodness, you are remarkably talented. I understand English, but I don't grasp French. You surpass me," Ning Jing exclaimed, her gaze towards Summer Thunder shifting significantly. He humbly replied, "I am nowhere near your level. I merely learned a few simple phrases out of boredom. You, who have earned a doctoral degree at such a young age, are truly impressive. I greatly admire you." Ning Jing responded, No, it should be the other way around. I should admire you. You possess such remarkable skills at your age and have self-studied German and French, demonstrating that you are a very intelligent and ambitious individual. Your positive outlook on life is already something I aspire to emulate. Shall we continue this banter?" Summer Thunder laughed, then redirected his focus to his work. Nonetheless, Ning Jing continued to watch him, unable to divert her gaze. Internally, she mused, "How amusing. When I first saw him, I found him utterly unremarkable, even looking down upon him. Yet, few in this country can match his craftsmanship. Moreover, he has self-taught German and French. Aside from my additional diploma, what do I possess that surpasses him?" Alongside her admiration, a twinge of shame lingered in her heart. Little did she know that everything she admired in front of her was merely the beginning. The future of Summer Thunder is beyond anyone's estimation. At last, he declared, "All right. It is finally done." Summer Thunder shut off the machine and removed the processed gear, inspecting it under the light. Only then did Ning Jing gather her scattered thoughts. Moving closer to Summer Thunder to examine the gear. "Is this the final component?" she inquired. "Yes, it is the last one," Summer Thunder confirmed. Ning Jing remarked, "I never expected you to finish so swiftly. I thought it would take an entire night." At this point, she smiled slightly. "I was just about to ask where I would be sleeping tonight. You don't intend to spend the night here, do you? There isn't even a bed in this place. Even if I wished to stay, there would be nowhere to rest." Xia Lei was about to mention the presence of a cot, but he suddenly realized that this topic might lead to misunderstandings. He quickly changed his response, "Sister Ning, allow me to escort you home. Are you returning to your house or the Archaeological Bureau?" Ning Jing gazed at Xia Lei with a bright smile. "You would take me home, and then I would drive you back, right?" At that moment, Xia Lei recalled that he was without a car. He offered an awkward smile and decided to drop the subject of transportation. "Accompany me to the Archaeological Bureau, please. I require your assistance," Ning Jing stated. Xia Lei inquired, "Do you wish to assemble it tonight and bring it to life?" Ning Jing nodded. "It is a marvel. I can hardly wait to unveil its secrets." Without further contemplation, Xia Lei responded, "Very well. I shall accompany you to the Archaeological Bureau." He too was eager to discover the origins of this compass and the secrets it harbored. Half an hour later, Xia Lei followed Ning Jing to the Archaeological Bureau. This time, they did not visit the exhibition room. Instead, Ning Jing led him into a large archaeological workspace. The studio was filled with artifacts, such as porcelain and stone carvings awaiting processing, which made the area feel quite cramped. Ning Jing cleared the workbench to create space, and then carefully placed the compass alongside the restored components and those crafted with the lathe. Xia Lei asked, "Sister Ning, will you not call Professor Huang?" Ning Jing pondered for a moment and replied, "It's quite late. It can wait. He will come by early tomorrow morning." "Master Lei, I am not adept at machinery. Could you assist me in assembling this compass?" "Of course, it would be my pleasure," Xia Lei readily agreed. "I shall prepare you a cup of tea." Ning Jing responded, "That is not necessary, but thank you." Xia Lei smiled, "Sister Ning, there is no need for such formality. I shall brew you a cup to alleviate your fatigue. You focus on your tasks, and I will return shortly." As Ning Jing stepped outside, Xia Lei drew his gaze from her graceful figure and began to assemble the compass. This was likely his first experience with such intricate clockwork, leaving him without any prior knowledge. However, he possessed an advantage. Through his left eye, he could recall the precise placement of all the components. His left eye also enabled him to perceive areas unseen by others, allowing him to position the parts accurately. Thus, despite being a novice, he worked with surprising agility and proficiency. When Ning Jing returned to the studio, carrying a cup of pu'er tea, Xia Lei had already affixed the final component to the compass. Strangely, once the last piece was in place, The golden needle on the dial began to rotate and pointed directly north. Xia Lei clapped his hands and exclaimed, "It is done." Ning Jing approached briskly, her gaze fixed intently on the compass atop the workbench, exclaiming in surprise, "How did you finish so quickly?" Xia Lei chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. In truth, he had deliberately slowed his pace in assembling the compass for the sake of caution, had he wished to expedite the process. He could have completed it while Ning Jing was still boiling water. "It's operational. You utilized the repaired components, didn't you?" Ning Jing adjusted her glasses. Yet she still struggled to discern the nature of the parts Xia Lei had employed in the assembly. Xia Lei replied, "I used the refurbished components. I thought it prudent to first install the original parts for testing, followed by the components I modified, leaving the judgment of which outcome is superior to you. You are quite meticulous. Oh dear, I completely forgot to offer you tea." At that moment, Ning Jing remembered the pu'er tea in her hand, thrusting the cup into Xia Lei's grasp before eagerly returning to examine the assembled compass. Xia Lei, not particularly thirsty, took a sip before setting the cup aside and leaning closer to Ning Jing, observing her as she tinkered with the compass. The fragrant scent emanating from her was delightful. Unbeknownst to her, she remained oblivious to Xia Lei's presence and failed to notice the way her forward-leaning posture revealed a glimpse of a snowy, white décolletage. The brilliance of the lights, the youthful and beautiful female doctor, the enchanting aroma, the alluring beauty, and the mysterious compass. All these elements intertwined, stirring an inexplicable sensation within Xia Lei, as if something was stirring restlessly within him. "Master Lei, would you kindly assist me by replacing the modified parts? Perhaps we shall uncover a different outcome," Ning Jing suggested. "Of course," Xia Lei replied, swiftly replacing the components he had crafted, this time with even greater speed. However, upon installing the new modified parts, the compass remained utterly still. After a prolonged observation, Ning Jing remarked, "How strange. Why is this happening? Master Lei, could you please revert to the original components?" Xia Lei, equally perplexed, did not inquire further and simply replaced the original parts. This time, the compass sprang to life, its golden needle pointing resolutely northward. Ning Jing marveled, "I believe this compass appears to be crafted from cast iron, yet it must contain some special material inside. It is truly remarkable." Xia Lei smiled. "That is for you to investigate. My task here is complete." At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, revealing a familiar face before Xia Lei and Ning Jing. It was Long Bing, her expression devoid of emotion, her demeanor cold and unyielding. She cast a glance at Xia Lei and Ning Jing before her gaze fell upon the compass. "What brings you here?" Xia Lei broke the eerie silence. "You have completed your work, so I have come," Long Bing stated, stepping forward to grasp the compass, turning to exit. Ning Jing, alarmed, hurried to obstruct Long Bing's path. "Miss Long, what are you doing? You cannot take that compass," Long Bing coldly remarked. "Whether I can take this compass is not for you to decide, nor is it for your director to say. Step aside and do not hinder my work." "No, absolutely not. You must clarify your intentions." Ning Jing resolutely refused to yield. Suddenly, Long Bing struck Ning Jing on the neck with a swift motion. She let out a muffled grunt and collapsed backward towards the ground. Xia Lei hurriedly stepped forward to catch her, preventing her from falling. He exclaimed in astonishment, "How could you do such a thing? She posed no threat to you at all." Long Bing replied nonchalantly, "She will awaken in 15 minutes. Please take care of her. This collaboration ends here. I will contact you again when I require your assistance." Xia Lei, feeling frustrated, retorted, "You didn't even ask if I disagreed. Also, after you have me repair this compass, will you tell me what it is used for? Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Farewell." Long Bing turned and exited without leaving behind a single superfluous word. Xia Lei held the unconscious Ning Jing, gazing at the empty doorway, remaining motionless for a long while. Chapter 25. A fortunate encounter with a good woman. Long Bing arrived and departed, as fleeting as a shadow. Xia Lei seemed to have adapted to this trait of hers. With the compass in her possession, he was unconcerned about whether the Archaeological Bureau would seek her for an explanation. 3 days later, the Lei Ma studio opened. Business was not as prosperous as anticipated, yet it was satisfactory. Xian handled routine tasks while Xia Lei dealt with more complex ones, their responsibilities clearly delineated. After a day of work, they calculated their earnings. After deducting material costs, utilities, and rent, they netted a profit of 1,400 yuan, a somewhat modest sum. Xia Lei expressed his mild dissatisfaction. However, Xian was elated. "Lazy, be content. We earned 1,400 yuan without putting in much effort. Previously, we had to toil for an entire week on construction sites to earn this much. When they worked on the site, their average wage was 100 yuan per day, indeed requiring a week of labor to accumulate 1,400 yuan. Now, achieving such an amount in a single day marked a significant improvement. Reflecting on this, Xia Lei felt more at ease, stating, if the Archaeological Bureau disperses that 50,000 yuan to us, we will have earned over 50,000 yuan altogether. In the past, it would have taken us nearly a year to amass such an amount. The Archaeological Bureau is a government entity. They will not default on payments. They will settle it eventually, Xian affirmed. At that moment, a young woman appeared at the entrance of the shop. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with a round face and large, expressive eyes. She wore a short-sleeved plaid shirt, the ample fabric straining against her generous bosom, as if the buttons might burst at any moment. Her lower half was clad in inexpensive denim shorts that accentuated her shapely figure. Over her shoulder, she carried a bundle made of faded blue fabric, from which a corner of a white towel protruded, appearing rather dirty. Her attire immediately suggested her rural origins. Xia Lei cautiously inquired, "May I ask what brings you here?" The woman appeared somewhat anxious. "May I ask who the owner is here?" Her words carried a Sichuan accent, indicating that she likely hailed from that region. Before Xia Lei could respond, Ma Xiaoan pointed at him and chuckled, "Sister, this is our boss. What do you need him for?" Gathering her courage, the woman looked at Xia Lei and awkwardly bowed. "Boss, do you have any job openings? I can do anything washing dishes, serving food, cleaning, cooking." Xia Lei replied with a smile, "This is not a restaurant. We do not require anyone to serve food or wash dishes. Perhaps you should inquire at a restaurant." The woman bit her lip, refraining from further pursuit, and turned to leave. Xia Lei's gaze fell upon her feet. She wore a pair of liberation shoes, footwear seldom donned by women even in rural areas. Perhaps moved by her choice of shoes, Xia Lei's heart softened, and he called out, "Wait, can you tell me why you are seeking work?" The woman glanced at Xia Lei, then quickly averted her gaze, speaking cautiously. "My father is old and cannot work anymore. My younger brother needs to attend school, but we have no money. I do not want him to drop out. So I came out to find work." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. "However, I lack any skills. I have asked several restaurants, but they are all full. It is not the season for factories to hire, and I have spent all my money. I do not even know where I will stay tonight." Xia Lei interrupted her. "You can stay here. I will offer you 3,000 a month, with meals and accommodation included." The surprised exclamation did not come from the woman seeking employment, but from Ma Xiaoan. The woman looked at Xia Lei with gratitude, too overwhelmed to articulate her feelings. Ma Xiaoan pulled Xia Lei aside and murmured, "I say, Lei, why are you taking her in? I understand your sympathy for her situation, but there are far too many who need compassion in this world. With our limited resources, how many can we truly help? Furthermore, even if you decide to take her in, there is no need to offer such a high salary. A girl from the countryside like her would be satisfied with 1,500, including meals and accommodation." Xia Lei responded, "She needs to support her brother's education. If we earn a little less and provide her with more, her family will have a better life." "What is wrong with that?" Ma Xiaoan sighed, understanding that Xia Lei's sudden change of heart and generous offer stemmed from the similarity of their situations. While he disapproved of hiring someone to save costs, the studio's owner was Xia Lei, and he had made his decision. Finally, the woman spoke up, "Boss, brother, I can start working right away." "What would you like me to do?" Ma Xiaoan retorted, "Are you worried the boss will change his mind? Rest assured, your boss is a good man with a kind heart. Once he agrees to take you in, he will not dismiss you." The woman sighed in relief and quickly expressed, "Thank you, boss. Thank you, brother." Xia Lei smiled, "No need for such formalities. By the way, what is your name?" "My name is Zhou Xiaohong," she replied. Then she recalled something and added, "Hello, Boss Lei. Hello, Brother Ma." Initially, Ma Xiaoan felt somewhat uncomfortable, but as Zhou Xiaohong sweetly addressed him as boss and brother, her charming words eased his heart. After all, Zhou Xiaohong was a young and beautiful girl from the countryside. It would be unbecoming for him, a grown man, to be persistently critical of her. "Do you have nowhere to stay?" asked Xia Lei. Zhou Xiaohong lowered her head shyly and replied, I've run out of money, and the hotel owner kicked me out this morning." Xia Lei pondered for a moment and suggested, "Why don't you stay at the shop tonight? We have a wire bed here. I'll order you some takeout later. You can make do with that. Once you're settled, I'll help you figure out a plan." "Boss Lei, you are truly kind. Thank you. Thank you." Zhou Xiaohong repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Xia Lei chuckled. "You've done it again. Please don't be so formal in the future." Zhou Xiaohong smiled awkwardly and added, "No need to order takeout for me. Just give me a box of instant noodles." Xia Lei insisted, "That won't do. Xiaoan, go across the street to the Sichuan restaurant and get her some takeout. I'll make up the bed for her." "Oh," Ma Xiaoan replied, but then leaned closer to Xia Lei and whispered, "Don't you have a vacant room? Just take her there. Heh." Xia Lei promptly stepped on Ma Xiaoan's foot and rebuked, "What nonsense are you talking about? Get lost." Ma Xiaoan grimaced, but went off to order takeout for Zhou Xiaohong. He was merely joking, fully aware that Xia Lei was not that kind of person. He himself was not that way either. Otherwise, he and Xia Lei would not have become friends. Xia Lei unfolded the wire bed and spread cotton and blankets over it. This bed was left by the previous owner, Uncle Jiang, who had prepared new bedding, intending to occasionally stay overnight while working late. Little did he expect that on the very first day of opening the studio, a rural girl would come along, making it perfectly suitable for her use. "Boss Lei, how can I let you make the bed for me? I should do it myself," Zhou Xiaohong said, trying to take over as Xia Lei was arranging the bedding. Observing her nimble movements, Xia Lei contemplated what work to assign her the following day. Although the 3,000 yuan package included meals and accommodation, he felt sympathy for her. However, she needed to contribute labor in return. He secretly resolved that the task of receiving guests would certainly fall to her in the future. But merely doing that would be insufficient. It would be better to teach her a skill, being so young. She could learn quickly and would be capable of independent operation within 2 months. Yes, he decided to assign her tasks involving guest reception and cleaning. And during her free time, she could learn welding and lathe processing. "Boss Lei, these are all new. How can I sleep on them?" Zhou Xiaohong arranged the bed but seemed hesitant to lie down. Xia Lei smiled and reassured her. "What is there to be embarrassed about? You're staying here for now. We'll consider other arrangements when conditions improve." Boss Lei, you are truly a good person," Zhou Xiaohong then remarked. "I didn't say thank you." Xia Lei found her innocent gesture amusing and replied, "Even if you had, it wouldn't matter. I simply wish for you not to be overly polite." He continued, "By the way, I have an idea, and I'm curious if you would be open to it." "What idea?" Zhou Xiaohong felt an inexplicable tension rise within her. She instinctively tugged at her partially opened collar, as if attempting to conceal a secret. It was understandable for her to react this way, given that an unfamiliar man was suddenly proposing something and inquiring about her willingness. Xia Lei, however, found her increasingly intriguing and said with a smile, "I would like you to learn a trade, welding and lathe processing. If you dedicate yourself to learning, you will have a skill to sustain yourself. Even if you return to your hometown, would you be willing?" "Oh, is that what you meant?" Zhou Xiaohong exclaimed. "What did you think I was implying?" Xia Lei chuckled as he regarded her. Zhou Xiaohong's face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly replied, No, it's nothing. Of course, I am willing. I have always wanted to learn a trade but lacked the funds for tuition. My hometown is in the countryside, and we have no capable relatives. So I have yet to fulfill my wish. If you, Boss Lei, are willing to teach me, I promise to study diligently." Xia Lei responded, "Then it's settled. Tomorrow, when the guests arrive, you can greet them, pour a glass of water, and inquire about their needs. During your free time, you can learn the trade alongside me and Ma Xiaoan. Will Brother Ma be willing to teach me?" Zhou Xiaohong asked timidly. "I'm a bit afraid of him." Just then, Ma Xiaoan entered with a takeaway order. "What are you afraid of? Am I going to eat you?" Upon noticing Ma Xiaoan, Zhou Xiaohong quickly waved her hands. No, Brother Ma, that is not what I meant." Ma Xiaoan handed the takeaway to Zhou Xiaohong with a smile, saying, "Rest assured. As long as you are willing to learn, I will hold nothing back and teach you everything." "Thank you, Brother Ma." Zhou Xiaohong finally relaxed. Ma Xiaoan added with a grin, "Moreover, I am even kinder and more lovable than your Boss Lei. You will soon discover that my virtues are countless." Zhou Xiaohong glanced at Ma Xiaoan and then at Xia Lei, pursing her lips and saying nothing, but her eyes clearly revealed her differing opinion on the matter. After ensuring Zhou Xiaohong was settled, Xia Lei and Ma Xiaoan left the Lei Ma workshop as night fell. Ma Xiaoan rode his dilapidated motorcycle, giving Xia Lei a ride home before departing on his own. Upon returning home, Xia Shui had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him. After the meal, Xia Lei switched on the television and selected an English channel. While Xia Shui was clearing the dishes, she curiously observed him. "Brother, when did you start enjoying the English channel? Can you understand it?" Xia Lei smiled. "Of course, I can understand it." Xia Shui scoffed. "I don't believe that. I can hardly comprehend it. How could you possibly understand?" Xia Lei chose not to explain, instead watching the television while practicing the English spoken by the broadcaster. He has memorized all the English vocabulary and the associated grammar. What he lacks is merely the ability to speak. Once he overcomes this verbal hurdle, there is no doubt that he will become a human translation machine. Of course, this secret is one he cannot share with Xia Shui. Chapter 26. It turns out he's a bad boy as night deepened. Xia Shui had long retreated to her room to sleep, while Xia Lei remained seated on the sofa, engrossed in an English program on television. His capacity for learning defied mere description, with every utterance of English from the screen. His left eye transmitted the corresponding words and grammar to his brain. Thus, no matter how lengthy or unfamiliar the sentences were, they transformed into simple concepts within the blink of an eye. Even more astonishing was that his left eye continually recorded the dialogues from the television, capturing the shape of each word and sound as if they were data stored within. Whenever his brain issued the appropriate command, these elements would effortlessly manifest in his mind. If one were to liken his brain to a computer, his left eye undoubtedly served as the chip processor of this machine. Foreign language acquisition posed no challenge for him. Conversing with native English speakers should pose no difficulties. For written translations, he might excel even further. Approaching midnight, Xia Lei remained wide awake, unable to contain his exhilaration over his rapidly advancing English skills. Suddenly, the sound of a car braking echoed from downstairs, accompanied by a brilliant light streaming through the window. Could it be that Ru Yi has returned? Coming home at such a late hour surely meant she was investigating the theft of the compass. Xia Lei rose from the sofa and stepped onto the balcony outside the living room. Indeed, it was Jiang Rui who had returned, but she was not alone. Su Lang accompanied her. The vehicle was not Jiang Rui's Volkswagen, but a more upscale Audi. I'm not drunk, really not drunk. Jiang Rui stumbled as she stepped out of the car, her words slurred. Su Lang supported her, chuckling. All right, you're not drunk, but I'll still help you back to rest. He wrapped his arm around Jiang Rui's waist, resembling a couple. Jiang Rui playfully shoved Su Lang away. Giggling, don't try that with me. Sister is no fool. There's no chance. Rui, what are you saying? Stop joking around. Let me take you home. Su Lang held her waist firmly as they made their way to the stairwell. The two, intertwined, vanished from sight, causing Xia Lei's brow to furrow. Su Lang was clearly taking advantage of the situation. He had intoxicated Ru Yi and was now escorting her home. It would be strange if he harbored no ulterior motives. If Su Lang were the man Ru Yi admired and they were in a romantic relationship, Xia Lei would certainly refrain from intervening. However, the current situation was evidently not so, and witnessing a girl he once played hide-and-seek with in the mud being potentially taken advantage of was something he could not ignore. Xia Lei left the balcony, descended the stairs, and hurried toward Jiang Rui's home. Jiang Rui's residence was located on the ground floor, with only half a staircase leading to it. When Xia Lei arrived at the door, it was already shut. Through the door, he could faintly hear Jiang Rui's murmurs, accompanied by Su Lang's voice. No, I don't want you here. I can take care of myself. I'm not drunk. Rui, you reek of alcohol. How about I help you out of your clothes? I can give you a bath, and then you can sleep comfortably. Su Lang's voice echoed. Xia Lei inwardly cursed the shamelessness of the situation, and his left eye twitched slightly as he gained a glimpse of the circumstances within. Jiang Rui lay languidly on the sofa, while Su Lang, who had just helped her recline, crouched down again to remove her shoes. That impudent fellow grasped one of Jiang Rui's delicate ankles, wearing a lewd grin, before leaning down to inhale the scent of her jade-like foot, utterly entranced. Leave, just leave. Jiang Rui attempted to kick Su Lang with her foot, but her body felt weak and feeble, rendering her resistance utterly ineffective. Su Lang, undeterred, released her foot only to reach for the buttons of her police uniform. Suddenly, a series of urgent and forceful knocks interrupted Su Lang's actions. He glanced back at the door, remaining seated in silence. The knocking persisted, and Su Lang's brow furrowed, as it seemed the intruder was deliberately antagonizing him. Nevertheless, his composure remained intact as he feigned ignorance to the relentless rapping, merely observing. Who is it? Jiang Rui mumbled hazily. Su Lang swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. She struggled momentarily, but could not free herself from his grip nor make another sound. Xia Lei observed everything, understanding Su Lang's intentions. It was evident that he sought to create the illusion of an empty room. After waiting for a moment without further knocks, Su Lang's hand inched toward Jiang Rui's chest. The knocking resumed. Damn it, who is it? Su Lang could no longer contain his irritation. It felt as though the person outside was purposefully testing his patience. When the door swung open, Su Lang was momentarily taken aback. Standing before him was the last person he wished to see, Xia Lei. Xia Lei regarded Su Lang coldly, uttering not a single word. Su Lang quickly regained his composure, donning a charming smile. Master Lei, what brings you here? Nothing. Xia Lei replied. Nothing. A hint of anger flickered at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, but vanished in an instant, his expression still adorned with a pleasant smile. If you have no business, then please leave. Rui and I still need to discuss some work, so I won't keep you. Suddenly, Xia Lei laughed. Master Lei, what are you laughing at? Though his demeanor remained cordial, Su Lang's mind was already filled with curses. With a smile, Xia Lei remarked, Inspector Su, I have encountered many shameless individuals, but I must admit, I have never seen anyone as brazen as you. Su Lang's expression suddenly darkened, filled with fury. You surnamed Xia, what did you say? Repeat that once more. Xia Lei retorted, is my message not clear enough? Listen closely, I'll say it again. You shameless wretch. Xu Lang raised his fist abruptly. Yet, Xia Lei did not flinch, stating, Inspector Su, before you act, you should contemplate carefully. Once the night unfolds, it's either you incapacitate me or I incapacitate you. Do not presume that I fear your status. I am unafraid of escalating this matter. Xu Lang's fist slowly descended. He was well aware that the events of the evening stemmed from his intoxication of Jiang Rui, with intentions towards her body. Should this affair become public, it would undoubtedly be Xu Lang who faced the repercussions, not Xia Lei. Leave if you don't intend to fight. I do not wish to see you again, Xia Lei declared. Xu Lang pointed a finger at Xia Lei. Fine, fine. You have guts. We shall see how this unfolds. Spitting on the ground, Xia Lei offered this as his response. Xu Lang stormed off in indignation, accidentally colliding with a flower bed as he drove away. Even from nearly 10 meters away, his curses could be distinctly heard, his composure long abandoned. Xia Lei closed the door and approached the sofa, gazing at Jiang Rui in exasperation. Are you a fool? How could you drink with such a person and end up intoxicated? Thankfully, he returned you home. Had you been in a hotel, you would have been in dire straits. With Xu Lang's status, he would not dare to casually book a room in a hotel, which counted as Jiang Rui's stroke of luck. Jiang Rui opened her bleary, drunken eyes and, upon seeing Xia Lei, smiled brightly. Am I seeing things? Isn't that the little Lei next door? Xia Lei, what do you wish to do? I wish to knock some sense into you, Xia Lei replied, somewhat irritated. You're still as mischievous as ever, Jiang Rui giggled, but I forgive you. I pardon all your transgressions. Xia Lei sighed. In this state, I cannot communicate with you. Sleep now. I shall retire as well, and have no desire to engage further. I need a drink of water, Jiang Rui insisted, struggling to rise from the sofa. However, her balance faltered, and she tumbled to the carpet with a thud, her rear end elevated, forming a voluptuous silhouette. The short uniform skirt exposed a delicate expanse of fair skin, adorned with a hint of white lace beneath. The indentation quite pronounced. This pose was rather enticing, compelling one to avert their gaze. Initially, Xia Lei contemplated leaving her be, yet upon witnessing her plight, he could not bear it. He lifted Jiang Rui into his arms, carried her to her room, and returned to the living room to fetch a glass of water for her. Despite drinking cold water, Jiang Rui's condition showed no signs of improvement. She blinked her intoxicated eyes at Xia Lei. How did I end up in bed? It was a rather simple question. Yet Xia Lei found himself at a loss for words. Lei, are you trying to take advantage of me? Take advantage of you? I would be grateful if you do not seek to exploit me at all. Xia Lei turned to leave, urging himself to simply go to sleep and refrain from indulging in errant thoughts. I need a bath, he exclaimed. Wash yourself. He longed to escape from Jiang Rui's home immediately. Thud. Jiang Rui tumbled off the bed again, this time landing in a starfish position, beneath her short uniform skirt. A hint of white lace peeked through, evoking both a sense of modesty and an insatiable curiosity to behold the entirety. I need a bath. Jiang Rui writhed on the floor, resembling a boneless white loach. You, my friend, fine, I must have owed you in a past life. Xia Lei sighed with a bitter smile as he scooped her up and headed to the bathroom. Earlier, when Xu Lang attempted to take advantage of her, she had retained a semblance of clarity, kicking and resisting fiercely. Now, with Xia Lei's arrival, she fluctuated between wanting to drink and wanting to bathe, treating him as if he were a familiar companion. What was this situation? Xia Lei had never truly contemplated it as he carried Jiang Rui toward the bathroom. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her body reeking of alcohol and perfume. With a tipsy hiccup, she said, Little Lei, take good care of your sister. Make her comfortable, and in return, I'll give you a bone. After another hiccup, Jiang Rui finally articulated her request. Xia Lei was both amused and exasperated. Upon entering the bathroom, he placed her into the bathtub and playfully slapped her perky bottom. I'm trying to save you, and you dare to call me a dog? The slap echoed sharply, creating ripples akin to leaves in a pond swaying in the breeze. Jiang Rui let out a muffled groan, her voice a blend of pain and the awakening of some sensitive nerve. Unsteadily, she grasped at Xia Lei's collar, attempting to pull him into the bathtub with her, muttering, You dare hit me? I'll skin you alive. In a moment of carelessness, a button on Xia Lei's collar was indeed undone by her. Fearing the consequences of remaining near her, Xia Lei swiftly pushed her down into the bathtub, not even removing her uniform, and turned on the showerhead before hastily fleeing the bathroom. Behind him, Jiang Rui's furious voice echoed, Lazy. You scoundrel, I'll strangle you. Just wait. I will definitely strangle you. As Xia Lei escaped the bathroom, he froze momentarily. Had she sobered up so quickly? Was she truly intoxicated or merely pretending? Chapter 27. Fishing for big catch. Early the next morning, after enjoying the breakfast prepared by Xia Shui, Xia Lei set out for the studio. He intentionally left 10 minutes early, hoping to avoid coinciding with Jiang Rui's departure. However, as fate would have it, when he descended the stairs, he found Jiang Rui already waiting for him at the bottom, arms crossed, clad in a crisp summer uniform and adorned with a female police cap. She exuded an air of authority in the morning light that he had never witnessed before. Her gaze was fixed intently upon Xia Lei, reminiscent of a scrutinizing eye assessing a criminal known for stealing women's lingerie. Xia Lei recalled the incident from the previous night when she had been spanked, and a sense of unease washed over her. Steeling herself, she greeted, "Rui, good morning. Who are you waiting for?" "I'm waiting for you," Jiang Rui replied. "Do you need something from me?" Xia Lei inquired cautiously. Jiang Rui shot Xia Lei a piercing glance, feigning innocence. "I see through your act. Don't think I'm unaware of what transpired last night. If you confess now, I might still forgive you." Xia Lei forced a smile and explained, "You were drunk. Su Lang was quite insistent when you returned, and I intervened to stop him." Instantly, a flush crept onto Jiang Rui's cheeks. "That's not what I meant. I know that boy is trouble. We can discuss that later. What I'm referring to is what happened afterward. Once he left, you left too. I didn't do anything." "You're lying," Jiang Rui retorted, suddenly twisting her hips and pointing to the highest point on her left side. "This morning when I awoke, I found myself entirely unclothed, and there were handprints on my skin. You claim you stopped Su Lang and then left. So who bathed me? Who removed my clothes? And who tucked me into bed? Who left these marks?" Beads of sweat formed on Xia Lei's forehead. This was utterly bewildering. "Could it have been you?" Jiang Rui's tone softened. "Lazy, just admit it, and I will forgive all your transgressions." "Xia Lei, you didn't merely slap me, did you? Perhaps you even touched me? Or kissed me? Maybe you went further, didn't you? Just admit it. I know you did everything." Jiang Rui continued her probing, her gaze and demeanor reminiscent of a mischievous older sister coaxing a child with a lollipop. Xia Lei felt increasingly cornered. "Stop this nonsense. It wouldn't be good if the neighbors overheard us so early in the morning. I didn't do anything. Am I the type to take advantage of you while you were inebriated? You must have bathed, undressed, and gone to sleep by yourself. Then how do you explain the handprints on my skin?" Jiang Rui pointed again, feigning indignation. "It could be a mosquito bite. You might have swatted it away." Xia Lei replied, trying to maintain her composure. "Is that really the case?" Xia Lei nodded vigorously. "I believe that's the most reasonable explanation." She added, moreover, "If I had been with you in that way, there should be some marks, but you have none, right? Ugh, disgusting. Don't say such things. Have you no shame?" Jiang Rui scolded. All right. I want to say another word. I have to rush to the studio. We'll talk another day. Goodbye." Xia Lei attempted to leave, but Jiang Rui blocked her path. Frowning, Xia Lei remarked, "If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have saved you last night. I would have let Su Lang have his way with you." However, Jiang Rui extended her hand towards Xia Lei, a charming smile gracing her face. "I was just teasing you. I actually came to thank you." "Thank you. Let us shake hands, and then you can go about your business." "Crazy," Xia Lei muttered inwardly. Yet she maintained a smile as she shook Jiang Rui's hand. After the handshake, the smile on Jiang Rui's face instantly vanished. In front of Xia Lei, she peeled off a transparent film from one of her fingers and coldly scoffed. "Let me tell you, I have already extracted the fingerprint from your buttock. I will compare it with yours, and once they match, just wait for me to deal with you." "Humph." With that, Jiang Rui turned on her heel and walked away. Xia Lei stood there for a while, finally managing a bitter smile before leaving the community to catch the bus. Upon alighting from the bus, he noticed that the door of the studio was wide open, with Zhou Xiaohong busy mopping the floor inside. The golden morning light spilled onto the floor and her figure, enhancing her curves with a radiant, golden glow, an exquisite sight indeed. Suddenly, his left eye twitched, and his vision was momentarily overwhelmed by a blinding white light. He promptly slapped himself, cursing under his breath. What the heck, so early in the morning? It was only when Xia Lei entered the studio that Zhou Xiaohong noticed his arrival. She quickly set down the mop, her face brightening with a warm smile. "Good morning. Boss Lei, I'll brew you a cup of tea." Xia Lei politely declined. "No need, really." However, Zhou Xiaohong proceeded to prepare a cup of green tea, presenting it to him with both hands. "Thank you, but you should take a break. Look at you, you're sweating profusely," Xia Lei remarked. "It's nothing. I just have a little more floor to mop, and I'll be done soon," Zhou Xiaohong replied as she resumed her task. Xia Lei felt a surge of happiness. Her diligence confirmed that keeping her on was the right choice. Bending over to mop, Zhou Xiaohong wiped the sweat from her brow. Perhaps it was too warm. As she tugged at her collar, fanning herself, the two prominent peaks shifted slightly with her movement, reminiscent of a tranquil pond suddenly stirred by a mischievous breeze, creating ripples of excitement. Xia Lei, feeling a bit embarrassed, averted his gaze just in time to see Ma Xiaoan riding in on his motorcycle. As soon as Ma Xiaoan entered, he exclaimed, "Lazy, guess who I just ran into?" "Who did you meet?" Xia Lei asked casually. "I ran into that female doctor." "What is her name again?" Ma Xiaoan looked at Xia Lei, struggling to recall. "N.I. Jing," Xia Lei supplied. Yes, N.I. Jing." Ma Xiaoan laughed. "Brother Ma, have some tea." Before Ma Xiaoan could respond, Zhou Xiaohong was already pouring him a fragrant cup of green tea. Ma Xiaoan relished it, then mimicked his boss's tone, saying, "Go on and do your thing." "All right," Zhou Xiaohong replied, picking up a cloth to clean Xia Lei's desk. She worked diligently, her movements vigorous, swaying with purpose. Ma Xiaoan gaped at Zhou Xiaohong, engrossed in her task, forgetting what he had intended to say. Xia Lei kicked Ma Xiaoan lightly on the leg and shot him a glare. "You said you ran into Dr. N.I. What was she doing?" "She was at the ATM on the street, withdrawing money." Ma Xiaoan swiftly responded to Xia Lei's inquiry, then sidestepped him to continue admiring Zhou Xiaohong as she wiped the table. This was not enough. He pointed to a particular spot on the desk and remarked, "Xiaohong, clean here as well, it's dirty." Zhou Xiaohong promptly took the cloth and began to clean, swishing back and forth, causing the large mysterious objects to sway more vigorously, enticingly left and right. Xia Lei shook his head with a wry smile, pondering whether to give Ma Xiaoan a kick, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. Moments later, Ning Jing sauntered in slowly, a paper bag tucked under her arm, visibly bulging and thick, suggesting it contained numerous items. Just as Ma Xiaoan had mentioned her, she appeared. Xia Lei stepped forward, greeting her warmly. "Sister Ning, good morning. Is there something you need?" Ning Jing removed the bag from her arm and placed it into Xia Lei's hands, saying, "Here is 50,000 yuan. I've come to deliver your payment." Xia Lei was momentarily taken aback, recalling Ma Xiaoan's earlier words about Ning Jing withdrawing money early in the morning. The sudden arrival of this 50,000 yuan could not have been from the Archaeological Bureau, but rather her own funds. With a hint of hesitation, Ning Jing said, Just accept it. The Bureau approved it. Our director asked me to bring it to you first thing this morning. Had it not been for Ma Xiaoan witnessing her at the cash machine, Xia Lei might have believed the money came from the Bureau." He probed cautiously, "Sister Ning, this money isn't yours, is it?" Ning Jing's demeanor shifted to one of panic, insisting, No, this money truly is from the Archaeological Bureau. Please don't ask too many questions, just accept it." Her reaction only solidified Xia Lei's conviction that the money was indeed from her own pocket. Realizing this, he felt compelled to decline, returning the paper bag to her hands, stating, "Sister Ning, I know this is your money. I cannot accept it. Besides, they will eventually pay me the 50,000, so I'm not in a hurry." Suddenly, she pressed the bag back into his hands, asserting, "Master Lei, please don't say anything or ask questions. Just take this money." "No, I can't accept it. You must take it back," Xia Lei insisted, pushing the bag toward Ning Jing once more. She stepped back, concealing her hands behind her, causing the bag to fall from her grip, spilling its contents onto the floor. Xia Lei opened his hands, chuckling wryly, "Sister Ning, what are you doing?" Ning Jing bit her lip, pausing before confessing, "Those people are unreasonable. When I filed a report to request your payment, they said Long Bing took the compass, and thus, she should be the one to pay you. That woman is fierce. How could she possibly give you money? You've helped so much, yet in the end, you might not even receive your wages. I felt guilty, so I came to pay you myself." Ning Jing spoke earnestly. "I am a person of principle. Your loss is indeed related to me, and therefore, I should compensate you. If you refuse, I shall feel uneasy," Ma Xiaoan interjected. "Lazy, you should accept it. Dr. Ning is merely acting out of goodwill." Xia Lei, not wishing to prolong the stalemate, picked up the 5 bundles of cash that had fallen to the ground. He casually extracted a 100 yuan note from one bundle and declared, "I shall accept 100 for the compass repair. The rest you may take back. If you insist on giving it to me, I shall be displeased." "Master Lei, you truly do not know how to accept kindness," Xia Lei remarked as he neatly organized the remaining money and pressed the paper bundle into Ning Jing's hands. Smiling as he added, "If you consider me a friend, you will return this money." Ning Jing sighed, "You are quite something." "Very well, I shall take the money back. I do not wish to lose a friend like you." Xia Lei chuckled, "Now that is more like it." Ma Xiaoan cast a glance at Zhou Xiaohong and mouthed, "Your boss is such a fool, an absolute simpleton." Zhou Xiaohong blinked her large, glistening eyes, evidently not comprehending what her second boss had conveyed. However, she found herself rather admiring Xia Lei. Ning Jing continued, "I can take the money back, but I still wish to find a way to compensate for your loss." "Ning Jia, there is truly no need for that," Xia Lei replied. "Please allow me to finish," Ning Jing insisted. My uncle is the head of a state-owned enterprise that primarily produces specialized equipment. Some precision components are imported from abroad. But now the European and American countries have imposed stricter technological embargoes, making it impossible to procure the precision parts and special materials that were once readily available. Last night, my uncle discussed with my father that he has an important order he cannot fulfill due to this issue. I suddenly thought of you. Your skills are exceptional. And perhaps you could manufacture those precision components. How about I introduce you to my uncle? Xia Lei was taken aback by her proposition, responding, such a significant matter. I am uncertain if I am capable. You will undoubtedly succeed. I have contemplated your abilities, Ningjing assured him. How about I arrange a meeting for you both? You won't know your potential unless you try. Very well then, arrange a time, and I shall meet your uncle. It can't hurt to give it a shot. Xia Lei conceded. Agreed, I will call you. Now I must get to work. Those individuals are currently opposing me, and if I am late, it will certainly be endless. Ningjing exclaimed, frustrated. Xia Lei accompanied Ningjing to the door and watched her as she got into her car before returning to the shop. Ma Xiaoan laughed heartily. Well, lazy, I just scolded you for being foolish, rejecting what rightfully should have been your 50,000 yuan. I did not expect you to be fishing for a bigger catch. Xia Lei replied, I had no such intentions. Dr. Ning is an honest person, and I cannot accept her money. Zhou Xiaohong chimed in. Boss Lei, this is what they call good deeds are rewarded. Xia Lei chuckled. Ah, now that is music to my ears. Well said. Ma Xiaoan pointed at his desk and said, Xiaohong, please give my desk a good wipe. Make it shine brightly. With that, Zhou Xiaohong shifted her focus to cleaning the desk, moving back and forth with a swish. She was entirely oblivious to the gaze of the second boss, whose eyes were greedily fixated on the undulating contours of her chest, unblinking. Xia Lei sighed, contemplating that perhaps the studio should forego having desks altogether. Chapter 28. The flavor of youth in the blink of an eye. Another week had slipped by. Since its inception, the business at Lei Ma Studio had been flourishing day by day. This success was not merely a stroke of luck but a testament to skill. While it is hard to quantify Xia Lei's craftsmanship, those who sought his services invariably departed with satisfaction. There is an old adage, good wine fears no deep alley. Although the studio's location was less than ideal, Xia Lei's growing reputation naturally attracted a steady stream of customers, rendering advertising unnecessary. Zhou Xiaohong had begun to learn the trade, delving into welding and lathe processing. Lacking a foundation and having only graduated from junior high, she nonetheless proved to be quite adept. With just a few instructions from Xia Lei and Ma Xiaoan, she quickly grasped the practical aspects. Given her diligence and eagerness to learn, both Xia Lei and Ma Xiaoan were confident that she would soon be capable of handling simpler tasks. The day was long and laborious. Both Xia Lei and Ma Xiaoan were drenched in sweat. As they gazed at the pile of processed parts in the cardboard box, they exchanged a knowing smile. Though they were exhausted, it was all worthwhile. Exhausted, lazy. Let us go out for barbecue tonight. It's on me, Ma Xiaoan said, wiping his sweat with a towel, smudging it with grime, turning the once pristine white fabric into a soiled mess. Xia Lei chuckled. All right, but I'll treat you. Over the past few days, a net income of 7 or 8,000 yuan had flowed in, filling him with joy. While this paled in comparison to his winnings at the casinos in Macau, it brought a sense of stability and fulfillment. Zhou Xiaohong approached, carrying a basin and deftly wringing out a towel soaked in water before handing it to Xia Lei. Boss Lei, wipe your face, she said, taking the towel from her. Xia Lei cleaned his face and added, Xiaohong, you should come along tonight. I'll treat you to barbecue as well. And from now on, don't call me Boss Lei, just call me Lazy. Sure, Lazy. Zhou Xiaohong beamed with joy. I want grilled chicken wings, fatty intestines, and beef. Is that all right? Xia Lei smiled. Of course, you can have whatever you desire. Ma Xiaoan teased. Xiaohong, with such an appetite, why don't you ever seem to gain weight? Zhou Xiaohong pouted in mock indignation. Ma Gu, you're teasing me again. I'm from the mountains. We didn't have barbecue there. I only had it once when I was in junior high, and I haven't had it since. Ma Xiaoan, known for his smooth tongue, fell silent at this. He would never mock Zhou Xiaohong's poverty. Please wait for me a moment. I need to wash my face. I certainly do not wish for you to take a large floral-patterned cat out with you. Xiaohong remained blissfully unaware of Xia Lei's shifting mood, her joy unabated. Xia Lei glanced at the liberation shoes adorning her feet and suddenly remarked, Xiaohong, we have been preoccupied with work these past few days and have not taken proper care of you. Please do not take it to heart. Xiaohong, thinking she had misspoken, grew instantly anxious. Xia Lei patted her shoulder and smiled. Go wash your face, and then Xiaoan and I shall take you shopping. The barbecue can wait. First, we shall buy you some new clothes, and yes, shoes as well. And no, you have already been so kind to me. How could I possibly ask you to buy me clothes? I can use my salary to buy them myself, Xiao Hong replied. Xia Lei teased. With you wearing those shoes every day, they must surely have a delightful aroma. By the time you receive your salary, that scent will be even more pronounced. Xiao Hong's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to an apple. She instinctively shifted her feet backward, yet found it impossible to conceal them. Xia Lei chuckled. Go on. Go on, there is still time. You can even take a shower. Xiaoan and I will wait for you outside. Xiaoan chimed in. Hurry up. We will take you to the mall to buy beautiful clothes and lovely shoes. When you return, you will be a stunning beauty. With her eyes glistening, Xiao Hong turned and dashed towards the inner room. She is such a good girl, Xia Lei remarked. Xiaoan stated, I will check if the water heater is functioning properly. Xia Lei playfully slapped the back of Xiaoan's head. Behave yourself. Xiao Hong is a kind and innocent girl. Do not bully her. Besides, she is not suited for you. Xiaoan looked at Xia Lei with feigned innocence. What kind of woman would be suitable for me then? At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed woman with striking makeup strolled past, her long legs and curvaceous figure captivating. As she walked, her slender waist swayed enticingly, drawing the attention of numerous men. Yet, she cast them all a disdainful glance, showing no interest whatsoever, her demeanor exuding a haughty air. Xia Lei chuckled. Do you see that? Such a woman is the right match for you. Xiaoan's gaze instantly fixated on the woman's alluring figure, unable to look away. Xia Lei stood beside him, also admiring the modern beauty. It is a common inclination for men to appreciate such sights. A fleeting moment of admiration that suddenly revealed a deeper allure. The beautiful scenery unfolded before his eyes, plump and exquisite. What might require great effort for other men to behold was laid bare before him effortlessly, a sensation that was undeniably gratifying. However, after indulging in the view for too long, an uncomfortable feeling emerged within him. Xia Lei withdrew his gaze and tapped Xiaoan's shoulder. Remember, only such proud women are worthy of you. Then I must steal another glance. Her posterior is simply irresistible. Ha ha, Xiaoan exclaimed as he rushed outside, whistling at the modern woman's retreating figure. She turned her head back, only to respond with a dismissive gesture. Ma Xiaoan displayed no trace of anger. Instead, he wore a grin, exuding an air of mischief. Suddenly, a crimson vehicle came to a halt in front of the Lima studio. The door swung open, and Jiang Rui, clad in uniform, alighted from the driver's seat. Upon seeing her, Xia Lei was reminded of an incident that he felt would forever stain his reputation, prompting him to crouch behind a pillar at the door. He whispered to Ma Xiaoan, if she inquires about my whereabouts, tell her I'm not here. What is going on? Ma Xiaoan asked, his curiosity piqued. Xia Lei shot him a glare. Don't ask questions, just do as I say. At that moment, Jiang Rui had approached the entrance. Isn't this Director Jiang? Ma Xiaoan quickly amended his tone. What brings you here? Jiang Rui shot him a disapproving look. Stop with your flattery. Be careful, or I might just have to take you in. Where's Lei? Lei? He is not here, Ma Xiaoan replied furtively, glancing at Xia Lei who remained hidden behind the pillar. Jiang Rui pushed past Ma Xiaoan and directly apprehended Xia Lei, exclaiming, Are you feeling guilty? Afraid to face me? Xia Lei managed a wry smile. Not at all. I was merely tying my shoelaces. Jiang Rui scoffed. I've watched you grow. I can spot a liar from a mile away. But fret not. I'm not here to pursue that matter. Xia Lei breathed a silent sigh of relief. Then what brings you? Jiang Rui replied. An elderly vendor riding his tricycle collided with my vehicle and hasn't he compensated me yet. I'm nearly driven to madness. The door is significantly dented. You need to help me fix it. Xia Lei and Ma Xiaoan approached the roadside, and indeed, the door bore a considerable dent. Hurry up. I have a meeting at the bureau, Jiang Rui urged. Xia Lei responded, I don't have the equipment for spray painting. Even if I manage to pull out the dent, you'll still need to visit a repair shop for painting. I'm well aware I need to go to a repair shop. However, if you assist me in pulling out the dent, they might charge me less, Jiang Rui insisted. Pressing for urgency. Come on, I have a meeting to attend. Xia Lei turned to Ma Xiaoan. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help Director Jiang. Ma Xiaoan grumbled. She is so arrogant without offering any payment. Does she think she is the boss? Complaints aside, he fetched a welding machine, adjusted the voltage, and began to painstakingly pull the dent back into shape. While Ma Xiaoan worked, Jiang Rui pulled Xia Lei aside and whispered in his ear. Do you remember the fingerprint issue? Xia Lei felt a sudden rush of anxiety. The comparison results will be out soon. Don't you want to say something? Jiang Rui pressed. Xia Lei was at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. All done. You can drive away now, Ma Xiaoan announced. Jiang Rui pinched Xia Lei's waist, saying, We'll continue this discussion later. I must take my leave. Xia Lei and Ma Xiaoan stood by the roadside, watching Jiang Rui get into her car. Then together they observed as she drove away, ultimately vanishing from their sight before exchanging a glance. Lazy. It seems she didn't pay, did she? Ma Xiaoan remarked. Xia Lei retorted with irritation. Why didn't you ask her for it? Ma Xiaoan gazed at Xia Lei, responding. Surely you don't wish for me to go to such lengths? To ask her for money? You might as well just end my life right now. At that moment, Xiao Hong emerged from within, her long black hair still damp. Clad in the same drab outfit, she had, however, changed into clean undergarments and donned a pair of white socks. Timidly, she looked at Xia Lei and Ma Xiaoan, asking, I'm ready, can we go now? Xia Lei smiled and replied, let us go then, let us shop. The trio closed the door and strolled along the sidewalk. The golden hues of the setting sun casting a warm glow upon them, creating a picturesque scene of youth. Xiao Hong, what kind of clothes do you like? I'll help you pick something out, Ma Xiaoan inquired. Jeans and a white t-shirt, Xiao Hong replied. How outdated. That doesn't align with current fashion trends. Let me help you choose a cute mini skirt. You would look stunning in it, Ma Xiaoan encouraged. Xiao Hong shook her head vigorously, that is hideous. I want to wear it. Lazy, what do you think? What clothes do you want to buy for her? Xia Lei pondered this. Xiao Hong added, whatever Lazy Go buys for me, I will wear. Oh, why is that? Ma Xiaoan queried, slightly displeased. Xiao Hong responded, because Lazy Go is a good person. He wouldn't deceive me. Laughter erupted on the road, filled with the essence of youth. Chapter 29. The blossoming youth Lazy Go. Good morning, greeted Xiao Hong. Dressed in blue work attire, as she stood at the door, welcoming Xia Lei, who had just arrived at the shop. With her apple-shaped face, splendid figure, and new clothes. She appeared refreshingly vibrant today. Xia Lei smiled. Good morning to you too. Do the clothes fit well? They do, Xiao Hong replied with a grin. Though I'm a bit reluctant to wear them, hee. Xia Lei remarked. The work clothes are meant for you to wear while working. Why not don them? Upon entering the shop, he noticed Xiao Hong had already mopped the floor, wiped the desk, organized the tools, and cleaned the equipment. A wave of inexplicable emotion washed over him, thinking she must have risen early to do all this. Xiao Hong, let me teach you how to use the lathe. Xia Lei offered, realizing her eagerness to learn the craft was the reason she had come in early. Yes. Upon hearing Xia Lei would instruct her on using the lathe, Xiao Hong became animated. Xia Lei powered on the lathe, securing a scrap piece beneath the drill bit and inviting her to operate it, this time. Let us process a nut. All right. Xiao Hong eagerly positioned herself at the lathe, but hesitated to begin. Xia Lei stepped behind her, guiding her hands, providing a meticulous demonstration of the operation. The instructor was earnest, while the student was fully engaged. As she leaned closer to observe the silk thread, Zhou Xiaohong instinctively tilted her body forward, inadvertently arching her hips backward, only to collide with Xia Lei, who stood behind her. This awkward encounter transpired unexpectedly, and it seemed she had touched something she ought not to have. Xia Lei felt a jolt of surprise and quickly stepped back. The moment of contact was undeniably sensitive, causing both of their faces to flush slightly. At that moment, Ma Xiaoan entered the room. He was oblivious to the embarrassing scene, but noticed the impeccably clean table. With a hint of frustration, he remarked, Xiaohong, why have you cleaned the table so early? For him, watching Zhou Xiaohong tidy up the table was a source of amusement and enjoyment during his time at the Lei Ma studio, and now, with the table already spotless, he felt robbed of that pleasure. Zhou Xiaohong let out a melodious giggle, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Thus, a new day commenced. The morning was bustling with work, and it wasn't until nearly noon that the trio found a moment to rest. Ningjing drove to the Lei Ma studio, and, upon seeing Xia Lei, said, Lei Fu, let us go. Xia Lei inquired, where to? Ningjing replied, have you forgotten what I told you? My uncle is free today. He called and asked me to bring you over so you can meet and discuss. Xia Lei lightly tapped his forehead, chuckling. I've been so busy these past few days that I completely forgot. Give me a moment to change into a fresh outfit. It would be rude to meet your uncle looking so disheveled. Ningjing smiled and replied, all right, I'll wait for you. Xia Lei washed his face and hands before heading into the inner room to change clothes. The Lei Ma studio lacked a designated changing area, so the inner room where Zhou Xiaohong resided became the makeshift space for changing. Upon entering, Xia Lei's gaze fell upon Zhou Xiaohong's red and white lingerie and purple bra hanging in the room, and he suddenly recalled that unintentional touch from the morning, which felt as if it had just occurred a minute ago, still so vivid and enchanting. He shook his head with a wry smile, realizing he truly needed to find a woman, as such sensitivity was rather troublesome. After changing, Xia Lei joined Ningjing in her car, and they set off. Ningjia, what is your uncle's name? Xia Lei asked. I'm conducting business with him, and it would be impolite not to know his name. Ningjing chuckled, Master Lei. Are you always this meticulous in everything you do? Xia Lei smiled, but remained silent. Ningjing continued. His name is Ning Yuanshan, the chairman of Dongfeng Heavy Industries. At this revelation, Xia Lei felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. He was aware of Dongfeng Heavy Industries, a colossal state-owned enterprise valued in the billions. The notion of the head of such a vast corporation seeking to engage in business with a mere technician from a street-side shop was almost unbelievable. However, he understood that this was Ningjing's way of assisting him. Otherwise, Ning Yuanshan would likely have no interest in meeting him, let alone discussing business. Thank you. I know you're trying to help me, Xia Lei expressed. Ningjing replied, why are you being so formal with me? My uncle is not the kind of high-ranking executive from a state-owned enterprise that you might imagine. He is a very easygoing person who possesses a deep love for this country, and he is of utmost integrity. He is indeed facing difficulties at the moment, and you are someone who can assist him in resolving his challenges, so it is only natural for him to wish to meet you. In fact, as soon as I mentioned it, he readily agreed to the meeting. However, as you are aware, individuals of his stature are often quite busy, and it was not until today that he found the time to reach out, thus asking me to bring you to see him. Xia Lei remarked, I will certainly do my utmost. Do not be modest. I am well aware of your capabilities and have complete faith in you, Ningjing replied, suddenly recalling something. She added, there is one more thing. I went to the hospital for a checkup, and as you mentioned, I indeed have gallstones. Fortunately, it was discovered early. So surgery is not necessary. I must express my gratitude to you for this. Xia Lei chuckled. Let us not engage in such formalities. Between friends, there is no need for such politeness. Ningjing nodded. Indeed, no need for formality among friends. Haha. Half an hour later, the vehicle entered the bustling city of Haizhu and arrived at the seaside. In the distance, a series of towering cranes loomed over the port, alongside shipbuilding factories in the midst of construction, creating a scene of industrious activity. Ningjing drove into a dedicated access road, and after a few minutes, they arrived at a large factory standing by the sea. Upon entering Dongfeng Heavy Industry, Ningjing led Xia Lei to a reception room, saying, I will go find my uncle. Please wait for me here. Xia Lei nodded. All right, go ahead. I will wait for you here. After Ningjing departed, Xia Lei surveyed the reception room, noticing a traditional ink painting on the wall depicting an eagle soaring over mountains, signed by Ning Yuanshan. It was evident that this room was exclusive to Ning Yuanshan, as it was not a space accessible to the general public. Perhaps this privilege was granted due to Ningjing's connection? It seems I owe her a considerable favor this time, and I am uncertain how I might repay her kindness. Xia Lei pondered. At that moment, a woman entered the room. She was strikingly beautiful, clad in a black professional outfit, complemented by a white collared shirt and a pair of light-colored high heels, exuding a serious yet youthful charm. She appeared to be around Xia Lei's age, but upon recognizing her face, Xia Lei was momentarily taken aback. This woman was not unfamiliar to him. She was Qi Jingqiu, a classmate from high school. Qi Jingqiu was the first woman he had ever admired, having harbored a secret crush on her for an entire year. Eventually summoning the courage to pen her a love letter, he would never forget the moment when she read his heartfelt words and, with a flourish, inscribed a response, I prefer boys like Wu Qilong. May I ask, Lei, are you such a boy? Subsequently, she pinned his letter to the blackboard, turning Xia Lei into the subject of ridicule throughout the school. Had she merely discarded the letter or handed it to a teacher, it would have been less painful. However, her decision to leave such a remark and display it publicly inflicted a deep wound upon him. That year, his heart was utterly shattered. Upon first recognizing her, a phrase echoed in his mind. I like boys like Wu Qilong. Tell me, Lei, are you such a boy? Memories wafted through his mind like a gentle breeze. Outwardly calm, yet Summer Lei's heart was anything but tranquil. As their gazes met, a heavy silence ensued, broken by Qi Jingqiu, who feigned surprise, exclaiming, Oh, is that you? Summer? What brings you here? Struggling to articulate a response, Summer found himself bemused. The incident had transpired years ago, during the naïve days of adolescence, and yet, upon seeing her again, he felt an unexpected flutter of nerves. Are you here for an interview? Qi Jingqiu inquired tentatively. Composing himself, Summer replied with a smile, Well, sort of. By the way, Jingqiu, what are you doing here? A charming smile graced Qi Jingqiu's face as she responded, I work here now. I'm the secretary to Chairman Ning. You've done well for yourself. Congratulations, Summer said, rising to stand before her, extending a hand. However, Qi Jingqiu skillfully evaded the handshake, turning to tidy the magazines on the coffee table as she remarked, Summer, you really can't be here. This is Chairman Ning's exclusive reception room. Only distinguished individuals of status are granted access. If you're here for an interview, you should head to the Human Resources office. Just turn left and walk about 20 meters. Summer stood frozen in place, his hand seemingly encased in frost, rigid and awkward. Embarrassed, he lowered his hand but did not leave, returning to the sofa instead. Qi Jingxiu's lips curled slightly as she said, Summer, you truly cannot linger here. It makes my job difficult. With a chuckle, Summer replied. Then let us not do anything at all. Pretend I'm not here. And rest assured, I want to interfere with your work. Qi Jingxiu's demeanor shifted. Her gaze fixed on him. Summer, are you doing this on purpose? Doing what on purpose? He asked. You've come to cause me trouble, haven't you? She accused. Summer laughed lightly. You're overthinking it. How could that be? I didn't even know you worked here, so why would I deliberately come to disrupt you? Yet, Qi Jingxiu remained unconvinced by his explanation. I know you still harbor feelings about that incident. I admit I was wrong, but we were young and immature back then. My refusal was for your own good. After that, didn't you throw yourself into your studies and get accepted into Kyoto University, even if you didn't attend? Summer had long since put that episode behind him, but her words brought it rushing back, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Qi Jingxiu continued, all right, go to the Human Resources Department. If you truly can't find the office, I can show you the way, but you really mustn't stay here. If you're fortunate enough to be hired, I can arrange for you a more manageable position. I hold some weight in this conversation, being your classmate. I will certainly look out for you. Thank you for your kindness, Xia Lei remarked. However, I am not here for an interview. I am here because Mr. Ning requested to meet me. Qi Jingxiu was momentarily taken aback, but then broke into laughter, pointing at Xia Lei. You? Mr. Ning requested to meet you? Are you joking? Chapter 30. Pretending to be my boyfriend, Xia Lei responded. I am not joking. Qi Jingxiu gazed at him, her eyes filled with disdain. When did you become this kind of person, Lei? What kind of person have I become? He countered. A liar, Qi Jingxiu added. And a liar of the kind who deceives even himself. Xia Lei returned her gaze, but merely smiled, choosing not to respond. This encounter was purely coincidental. He was no longer the person he was in high school, yet she seemed to embody the same proud and unfeeling persona from those days. Faced with her skepticism and cold ridicule, he felt no anger, for it was simply not worth it. At this moment, he wished to say nothing more to her. Any further conversation would feel burdensome and superfluous. Xia Lei remained silent, while Qi Jingxiu believed she had struck a nerve. A smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth. Am I right, Lei? I will give you 30 seconds to leave this place and go where you belong. This is not a place for you. If you are still sitting here after 30 seconds, I shall call security. Surely, you wouldn't want that? Xia Lei replied. Qi. I truly do not wish to engage in prolonged conversation. It's exhausting. Let me put it this way. If I leave now because you forced me to, Mr. Ning will certainly reprimand you. It seems I truly must call security, Qi Jingxiu said, taking out her phone. Xia Lei, uninterested in explaining further, casually picked up a magazine to browse. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered through the door, short in stature, perhaps under 5'7", with a round face and a beer belly, exuding the air of someone who has achieved modest success, yet lives without restraint. My dear, what is happening? The middle-aged man addressed Qi Jingxiu affectionately, showing no restraint in expressing his feelings. This term of endearment startled Xia Lei, and he was suddenly reminded of a line from the love letter he once pinned to Qi Jingxiu. I like boys like Wu Qilong. Tell me, Lei, are you that kind of boy? Was this man the embodiment of the type she admired? Xia Lei couldn't help but laugh. He found it impossible to contain himself. If anyone were to claim this man resembled Wu Qilong rather than Ing Mantat, he would surely be inclined to dispute their vision. Who are you? The middle-aged man asked, bemused by Xia Lei's unexpected laughter. Before Xia Lei could respond, Qi Jingxiu interjected, Darling, this is Xia Lei, a classmate from high school. I believe he is here to cause trouble today. He refuses to leave Mr. Ning's reception room. The middle-aged man's face immediately darkened. Pointing at Xia Lei, he commanded, Get out. With a smile, Xia Lei remarked, Mr. Wu Qilong, please speak more courteously. The middle-aged man paused, bewildered. Who is Wu Qilong? Xia Lei looked at Qi Jingxiu. Feigning surprise, isn't your beloved Wu Qilong? The man, now filled with suspicion, inquired, Darling, what is going on? Who is this Wu Qilong? When did he suddenly appear? Qi Jingxiu, exasperated, stomped her foot. Wu Qilong is a Taiwanese pop star. You are truly embarrassing me. The man's face turned a deep shade of purple as he grasped that Xia Lei was intentionally teasing him. He moved towards Xia Lei, ready to confront him. Just then, Ning Jing entered the room, accompanied by a tall, dignified elder. Upon seeing Ning Jing and the elder, Qi Jingxiu and the middle-aged man both nodded in respect. Ning Dong. The stately elder was none other than Ning Yuanshan, chairman of Dongfeng Heavy Industries. Although Qi Jingxiu and her husband showed him great respect, he merely acknowledged them with a slight nod. Ning Jing introduced, Uncle, this is Master Xia Lei, as I mentioned. She then turned to Xia Lei, Master Lei. This is my uncle Ning Yuanshan. Xia Lei rose from the sofa, extending his hands to shake hands with Ning Yuanshan, saying, "Hello, Ning Dong." Ning Yuanshan reciprocated the handshake. Though as an elder, he was not obliged to do so. After a brief exchange, Ning Yuanshan remarked, "Master Lei, when Ning Jing spoke of you, I became quite intrigued. I am delighted by your visit. Let us sit and converse." Xia Lei replied, "Certainly, Ning Dong. Please take a seat." Ning Yuanshan smiled, appreciating Xia Lei's politeness. Then glanced at Qi Jingxiu, who stood dumbfounded, and slightly frowned. "What are you still doing standing there? Hurry and prepare tea for Master Lei." Only then did Qi Jingxiu snap back to reality, hastily preparing tea. Her cheeks flushed as she recalled speaking to Xia Lei in such a manner earlier. And now being reprimanded to serve him tea was truly mortifying. She could not fathom how once overlooked, impoverished youth had come to such success. Ning Yuanshan then addressed Qi Jingxiu's husband, Lu Shuai. "What are you still doing here? Aren't you supposed to be working?" I will get to work now, Ning Dong," replied Lu Shuai, retreating hastily. Qi Jingxiu entered with 3 cups of tea, placing one before Ning Yuanshan, another before Ning Jing, and finally setting one in front of Xia Lei. As she placed the cups, she cast a complex glance at Xia Lei. "Thank you," Xia Lei said coolly. "You're welcome," Qi Jingxiu awkwardly responded. There was no further conversation between them. Ning Yuanshan instructed, "Secretary Qi, please take notes of our discussion and prepare a memorandum." "Yes." "Ning Dong," Qi Jingxiu replied, turning to fetch a notepad and pen. She is an astute woman, capable of intuiting many matters with remarkable accuracy. However, this time she felt her intellect was insufficient, unable to fathom the gravity of the conversation between the esteemed Mr. Ning and the young man, Xia Lei. Before Qi Jingxiu could take her seat, Ning Yuanshan remarked, "Master Xia, I prefer to be forthright in my dealings, and I hope our conversation will reflect that." Xia Lei smiled. "No problem, Mr. Ning. Please speak candidly." "Very well, I shall be direct," Ning Yuanshan continued. "I trust that Ning Jing has briefed you on some matters prior to your arrival, so I shall refrain from repetition. I wish to inquire whether you possess the capability to undertake a highly significant order if I were to assign it to you." Xia Lei pondered for a moment before responding, "That would depend on the quality requirements and the quantity of the process components. My workshop is quite small, currently staffed by only 3 individuals. Completing a large order would be beyond our means." Ning Yuanshan chuckled. "You are refreshingly honest. Many I encounter boast about the size of their companies and the number of employees at their disposal, yet here you are, candidly stating you have merely 3. I appreciate such straightforwardness." Xia Lei offered a polite smile, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, Qi Jingxiu took her seat behind Ning Yuanshan, holding a notebook and pen. She glanced at Xia Lei, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, exuding a serene demeanor. Although he was aware of her true nature, setting aside any negative perceptions, she undeniably possessed an alluring elegance. In the past, Xia Lei had been captivated by her classical charm. However, he was no longer the same man, regardless of her beauty. He could not recapture the thrill he once felt. He found himself devoid of any emotions, completely unmoved. "Master Lei, you need not fret over these matters," Ning Yuanshan continued. "Precision machine components have never been associated with large orders. Previously, we imported the precision components we required from Europe and America, at a time when technical restrictions were not as stringent as they are now. Presently, those regions have imposed rigorous technology embargoes, rendering us unable to procure the necessary items. Simultaneously, the domestic precision machining industry remains in a state of significant underdevelopment, which is detrimental to our nation's economic progress and national defense." Ning Jing abruptly interjected, "Uncle, you're beginning to preach again. You have conveyed this to me thrice already." Ning Yuanshan chuckled. "Ah, you've been spoiled by me and your father, lacking in manners." Ning Jing appeared displeased. Ning Yuanshan replied with a smile, "All right, I concede. Let us return to the matter at hand. Master Lei, our company is in urgent need of a batch of precision machine components. While the quantity is modest, the quality and precision requirements are exceedingly high. We have approached numerous machinery manufacturing enterprises. They possess the equipment, yet none have been able to produce the components. Even those who managed to create some were ultimately substandard. Should you possess the requisite capability, our company will provide you with the necessary processing equipment and materials, along with samples. You need not concern yourself with the applications of these components. You simply need to produce a batch according to specifications. How about it? Are you willing to give it a try?" Xia Lei inquired. "Absolutely. I am eager to give it a shot," he replied. "Excellent. I appreciate spirited young individuals." Ning Yuanshan remarked. "Now, please articulate your requirements. What do you need?" Xia Lei responded, "If I am deemed capable, I would like to see the components to be processed, as well as your processing equipment. Is that agreeable?" Ning Yuanshan affirmed. "No problem. I shall escort you there immediately. He rose and walked away, turning to Secretary Qi Jingqiu. Qi, there's no need to note this down. Please head to the workshop and prepare them. Understood, Chairman Ning. I shall attend to it right away. Qi Jingqiu did not dare to hesitate, departing the reception room briskly before Ning Yinshan could exit. As they left, Ning Yinshan led the way while Xia Lei and Ning Jing followed him towards the workshop. Ning Jing whispered, Master Lei, the way Secretary Qi looks at you is rather peculiar. Do you know her? Her keen observation did not go unnoticed. Xia Lei replied softly, Indeed. She was my classmate in high school. I see. Ning Jing's face broke into a mischievous smile. With that look she gives you, I suspect there's a story there. Isn't there? Xia Lei chuckled, not wishing to delve into that topic. By the way, Ning Jia, why didn't your second uncle inquire about my qualifications? He should have at least asked. It's quite unusual for him to trust me so readily with such significant matters. The juxtaposition of a state-owned enterprise and a small workshop striking a deal so effortlessly seemed more suited to the realm of television than reality. Ning Jing paused before responding. Do you genuinely wish to know? Xia Lei, taken aback, answered, Of course. Your uncle has treated me so well. I have been pondering this question. Yet I cannot fathom the reason. Ning Jing suddenly smiled coyly. All right, I shall disclose the reason. Initially, my uncle was opposed, deeming it frivolous. However, when I mentioned that you were my boyfriend, he acquiesced and even took the initiative to arrange a meeting with you. Xia Lei, slightly taken aback, noted the flush on Ning Jing's cheeks. I was deceiving my uncle. Please do not take it to heart. What more could Xia Lei say? Chapter 31. A handsome frog. This is a pragmatic world. Fortunes do not simply fall from the sky. Even if they were to do so, they would be deliberately cast down from above. Had Ning Jing not falsely claimed that Xia Lei was her boyfriend, how could Ning Yinshan have granted him this opportunity? To trust him without even inquiring about his qualifications seemed utterly improbable. Nevertheless, Xia Lei did not take Ning Jing's words at face value. Suspecting that her assertion was merely an attempt to repay a favor, this opportunity was hard-earned. Ning Jia had even spun such a tale to her uncle. I must seize this business deal at all costs. Once this venture is complete, my reputation will surely flourish, and the prospect of future earnings will no longer be a concern. Xia Lei thought to himself, feeling an invigorating energy coursing through him. Little Lei. Just moments ago, when there were others present, Ning Yuanshan addressed Xia Lei as Master Lei, but in the absence of outsiders. He shifted to the more familiar title of Little Lei, accompanied by a warm smile. By the way, how old are you this year? Xia Lei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his nervousness palpable. Ning Jing gently nudged him from behind and swiftly gestured with her hands. Her signal was straightforward, 5 fingers on the left hand and 2 on the right. Following her cue, Xia Lei responded, Uncle Ning, I am 25 years old. Ah, so you are of the same age, Ning Yuanshan remarked. Though clearly unsatisfied with this piece of information, he pressed on, Little Lei, who else is in your family? With a stiff resolve, Xia Lei replied, My mother passed away many years ago, and now it's just my father, my sister, and me at home. She has just been accepted into Kyoto University and will be leaving for her studies in a little over half a month. Is that so? A broader smile spread across Ning Yuanshan's face. With a car and a house, and both parents deceased, Xia Lei's circumstances seemed to meet the ideal criteria for a potential partner. To a man of Ning Yuanshan's stature, material possessions were trivial. Yet the fact that Xia Lei was orphaned left a significant impression on him. Ning Jing appeared even more embarrassed than Xia Lei. Before Ning Yuanshan could pose another question, she interjected, Uncle, this is Lei's first meeting with you. Please don't bombard him with so many questions. It's rather awkward. Oh, so quick to speak on his behalf? Ning Yuanshan chuckled. All right, I shall remain silent. You young folks are becoming increasingly outrageous, concealing such significant matters from one another. And you don't even want me to inform your father. Ning Jing covered her ears. Finally, Ning Yuanshan fell silent, casting a glance at Xia Lei that conveyed a sense of helplessness. Nonetheless, he was quite impressed with Xia Lei's demeanor and character. The young man exuded a sunny charm, confidence tempered with humility, and displayed great respect towards his elders. Most importantly, the fact that Xia Lei was an orphan earned him high regard in Ning Yuanshan's estimation. As they exchanged laughter and banter, they arrived at the workshop entrance, where Qi Jingqiu emerged respectfully, announcing, Director Ning, they are ready. Very well, Ning Yuanshan nodded. Then beckoned to Xia Lei, Master Lei, let us proceed inside. Certainly, Director Ning, Xia Lei responded, finding the transition amusing. When alone, he was Little Lei and Uncle Ning. But in company, he became Director Ning and Master Lei. As he brushed past Qi Jingqiu, she whispered, Lei, let us talk later. Xia Lei paused, unsure of how to respond. Ning Jing then joined, affectionately linking her arm with his. Ale, do you know her? The shift back to Ale left Xia Lei feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. He began to worry that if this charade continued, he might end up being called something like father of the child. We know each other, but not very well, Qi Jingxiu replied cautiously. Is that so? Ale. Let us go inside. I want to see you showcase your skills, Ning Jing urged. Yes, let us go in, Xia Lei agreed. Xia Lei did not engage in conversation with Qi Jingxiu, allowing Ning Jing to link her arm with his as they entered the workshop. He was oblivious to what Qi Jingxiu wished to discuss, nor did he harbor any desire to converse with her. Yet, the closeness of Ning Jing made him somewhat anxious. Her arm was exceedingly soft, and there was another area even softer, yet he felt reluctant to ask her to release him. In summary, the situation was perplexing and discomforting, yet oddly pleasurable. After observing the intimate silhouette of Xia Lei and Ning Jing, Qi Jingxiu stood frozen for a moment before following them. Once inside the workshop, amidst the throng of people, Ning Jing released Xia Lei's arm, encouraging him to proceed. Xia Lei nodded and then made his way toward Ning Yuanshan. Standing beside Ning Yuanshan were several engineers clad in work attire, alongside a large, imported precision CNC machine. It appeared that this sophisticated machine was to be the arena for his demonstration of skill. Upon reaching the machine, Xia Lei recognized it as a German-imported CNC precision lathe, valued at over 10 million. In truth, importing equipment from Europe and America was relatively acceptable. It was the imported precision components that constituted the real exploitation. With a single precision bearing costing upwards of 10,000 yuan without any room for negotiation. This was the consequence of a lagging manufacturing sector. Although they were aware of being overcharged, they still wore smiles while purchasing. Should any international disputes or conflicts of interest arise, these Western nations would restrict such transactions, rendering high-precision manufacturing here as futile as trying to cook without rice. Until the domestic precision processing industry catches up to the standards set by Europe and America, this dilemma will remain unresolved. Have you ever operated such a machine? An engineer queried Xia Lei, his tone laced with skepticism. He was not alone. Upon Xia Lei's arrival, the engineers from Dongfeng Heavy Industry, who awaited the emergence of a mysterious expert, began to feel disheartened. To them, Xia Lei, being so young, could hardly possess any remarkable technical skill. They remained present solely due to Ning Yuanshan's influence. Xia Lei maintained his composure, responding calmly. This is a precision lathe imported from Germany, with an accuracy of 0.00001. After a brief pause, he added, although I have not operated such an exceptional machine, I believe I should manage just fine. I can achieve a precision of 0.00009 with my own Baoji lathe. The engineer who had questioned him retorted, young man, boasting is unwise. We are well aware of the capabilities of domestic lathes. You claim you can produce precision components with a 0.00009 accuracy using a Baoji lathe? I find that hard to believe. Currently, no one in the country can reach such a standard. Despite the engineer's skepticism, Xia Lei maintained a courteous demeanor, replying, if I am lying, a test will reveal the truth. Indeed, Ning Yuanshan interjected, encouraging him to give it a try. Some of you are reluctant to alter your perceptions. The youth of today possess capabilities. In the future, it will be the current generation who will take the reins of this world. With Ning Yuanshan advocating for Xia Lei, who would dare to voice doubts against him? The engineer who had initially questioned Xia Lei softened his tone, gesturing towards the imported machine. We have an imported bearing, but lack a shaft. Could you manufacture one? The machine tool contains information regarding this bearing, as well as the precision and damping coefficient requirements for the shaft. After reviewing the details, one can proceed with the task at hand. Crafting a shaft to connect the bearing may seem straightforward. However, if it involves an imported bearing with specific damping coefficient requirements, the task becomes considerably more challenging. It is akin to asking a chef to sculpt the detailed design of two dragons playing with a pearl on a block of tofu, rather than simply cutting it into pieces and frying it. While any cook can handle the latter, few possess the skill to execute the former. Aware of the difficulties that lay ahead, Xia Lei did not hesitate. He approached the machine tool and perused the documentation left by the engineers regarding the materials. Nearby, several engineers were engaged in hushed discussions. Who is this young man? He seems inexperienced yet dares to take on such work here. Indeed, I doubt he possesses any real skill. I heard he was recommended by Director Ning's niece. After Director Ning's son perished on the battlefield, he treats her as if she were his own. How could he not help her? This explanation shed light on their skepticism, as the murmurs contained both doubt and discontent. With not a single positive remark about Xia Lei, Qi Jingxiu stood beside the engineers, listening to their conversations, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She crossed her arms and leisurely observed Xia Lei, secretly thinking to herself, This young man is undoubtedly a fraud. When has he ever attended a prestigious engineering school? He is merely a high school graduate. Perhaps he charmed Director Ning's precious niece with his looks and a silver tongue. How presumptuous. This is not the place for him to show off. These engineers are among the finest in the country, true masters who cannot be easily deceived. A hilarious spectacle is about to unfold, and thankfully, I was wise enough not to fall for his tricks. Does he think he is worthy of being with me? Humph. He is nothing more than a handsome frog. Upon arriving, Xia Lei naturally became the center of attention, with everyone forming their opinions about him. However, regardless of their thoughts or judgments, they could not sway Xia Lei at this moment. After reviewing the specifications for the imported bearing and the shaft requirements, he promptly activated the lathe, demonstrating no hesitation or fear. For his left, I was the most precise entity in this world. The imported machine tool was indeed advanced, operating with almost imperceptible sound. This precision machine was a marvel in itself. Every bearing, every screw, and every component was crafted to perfection. Germany represents the pinnacle of excellence in this regard, a testament to genuine prowess. Now, under Xia Lei's command, this precision machinery appeared remarkably compliant, executing each of his operations with meticulous accuracy. The cutting tool whirled rapidly, and the alloy components secured to the machine tool underwent swift transformations, every step appearing seamless and adept. Could it be that this young man is truly using such a lathe for the first time? An engineer among the onlookers could not contain his remarks. Someone commented, "It's evident that this fellow is well versed in operating such imported lathes. Otherwise, he wouldn't exhibit such finesse." We required professional translators to gradually grasp the operations, yet he seems to navigate it effortlessly after a mere glance. Another chimed in, "Indeed, this lad is quite cunning. He likely claims it's his first time with this imported lathe to surprise us, doesn't he?" Yet another suggested, "Perhaps he understands German." Someone else countered, "Even if he does comprehend German, the terminology on this lathe is highly specialized. Who would bother learning such technical German? Such language necessitates a professional translator. Even those fluent in German would struggle." A voice of astonishment arose. "Hey, this is a peculiar young man." Amidst the varied opinions, Qi Jingxiu's delicate brows began to furrow slowly.